I see. won't be able to see that because it happens before they log in.
Hello, everyone. Oh, good call.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
We are Sonic Realms, as it turns out. We're doing our commentary stream starting now, but first we're going to do some introductions, announce our winners of the giveaway. Raffle giveaway for joining us during the premiere stream last night, and then we'll jump into the audio and commentary. So for starters, introduce.
All right, I'm Paul Greenleaf. I guess I founded Sonic Realms and I guess I could say Creative Sonic Realms. Co-founded it. Anyways, I do all the sound design and original music, and do editing along with Sarah and Toki, or Torvald, and Thor, whatever you want to call her.
The one of many names.
Yes. I used to do all the social media and website stuff and everything else, but not alone anymore. Now there is a team that you see before you, which is awesome.
Yeah, you'll get varied of us doing the social media. Usually we'll let you know, but maybe not.
Yeah, and I'll let them all introduce themselves now.
Yeah, so Thor over here, co-founder of Sonic Realms, also a voice actress. In this specific production, I play Guy. I think that's it. Some other bit parts.
Yeah, you know.
You do a person. I think the vegetables. No, one of the villagers.
I can tell you play the townswoman who P-Back's first encounters, and the screaming your party member who's screaming in the digestive juices of the plants. Those are your screams. And let's go ahead and start with the insider things now. Those screams were taken from the legally unnamed game / Pathfinder, where someone's being tortured in the lower decks of a ship. So I recycled those screams.
You recycled screams
for those.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice.
So.
Yes. I'm Sarah, and I played Syndra. And I'm also an editor, audio editor for Sonic Realms, so it's been a pretty wild ride getting here. So
Yes, very, very awesome that you joined on.
She was also our Gen Con backpack maker.
Oh yeah,
yes,
for any of
yes.
you that saw the backpack during Gen Con, that amazing work of art, that was Sarah.
compliments.
Well, take the pressure off. I'm John. I played Varys in this adventure, and I've been role-playing for 20 years now, but this is my debut as a voice actor, so thank you so much, Paul, for having me on this project.
I'm Marcus, member of the cast. I play P-Bax, and in previous Shadowruns, I also played Drager. And hopefully, in the near future, I can also start doing some more editing and technical work as well.
Do I do Kenzie now to get the cast?
Oh sure, Kenzie, why don't you?
Yes.
Take it
Hello. I think I might be frozen in the
Yeah,
corner.
You are.
picture
Hang
is
on. I
definitely
got
frozen.
you. I got you.
Oh, there we go.
Hello, I'm Kenzie. I play Sybil in this adventure, and in previous episodes, like the Shadowrun episodes, I also play Jet, and I have done like various voices with other shows too. I feel like, but I can't remember all of them right now. But mostly voice acting. So.
My name is Tony Galliano. I was the DM for the Fruit of Life when were doing the live play. And I do some voices on some of the things. In this particular one, I am the voice of Hee-Hoo, the Fae creature that really enjoys laughing.
Yes.
Perfect accompaniment for her.
And I guess with those out of the way, should we announce the winners?
Yeah,
Let's
let's
do
do
it.
it.
I think
Maybe we should
I
go
think
around.
that's
Marcus, since you put in the speaker, why don't you go ahead and announce the name of the winner of the speaker?
Do we want to do?
Oh, it's right there.
Yeah. Do we want to do the soaps?
Let's do
Yeah,
soaps
why don't you
first.
say
Oh, we should do. Okay, and the big one last.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll do it that way because that's better.
Okay.
It is.
So I will start with the top on the soap here.
Oh, hang on. Custom soaps made by.
Pure alchemy soaps. Cassie is the head alchemist there, and she has generously worked with us and made some beautiful scents that correspond with our adventure. One being the Feywild, what it would smell like while you're walking through the Feywild, and the Chikora fruit. Our ultimate goal in this particular series is to find it, but she knew ahead of time what it smelled and smelled like. So,
And we've all sampled them. They are really, really
They're
good.
so
Yeah,
nice.
high
They're
quality.
evocative. They're great.
So, winners.
Yeah, so the first winner of these custom soaps by Pure Alchemy Soaps is, and I apologize if I butcher this, Erobs.
You want to spell that?
Erobs.
Let's
Spell that for
out.
them?
Yeah, EHRABZ.
Z.
Hell yeah.
I was wondering about that.
like completely.
Oh, when I was typing, I must have hit the hotkey.
Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate it, Kenzorb. Kenzie. Hang on a second. I'm gonna fix that right now. Since we no
Oh,
longer
man.
need these.
Yeah, good call.
Let's just make those non-existent anymore.
Good call.
Okay,
Back, yay.
and we're talking.
Woo!
So, everyone heard the announcement of the speaker winner?
Yes.
If they didn't, then Annie Pancakes.
Annie Pancakes! Woo! Congratulations.
And finally, the big winner, who will win a signed poster from cast and crew, a movie-sized Fruit of Life poster like this.
Like that.
The winner is Izzabits.
Woo! How do I spell that?
IZZA Bits.
Woo!
All right.
And if you are joining in beyond the announcements, you probably won't hear this either, but we have a new command for Nightbot. Just type in !winner, and it'll list. Hey,
Isn't it I
That's
winner?
so funny.
is it I winner?
I think so.
Yeah,
Put
like
in
capital
I
I
winner.
winner.
Yeah.
I did put in an I winner.
It is I.
It's I winner.
Baby.
It'll show you all the winners. Hence the name winner. Anyway, congratulations everyone! Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you later. Oh wait, we're doing something else, right?
Yeah, yes, we're still more to do. Hope you guys are all well fed and have gone to the bathroom, because we're going to be here for a while as we break down the fruit of life. We're going to be listening, pausing, discussing, talking about behind the scenes stuff, dice rolls, and we're going to start that now.
Oh boy!
Oh no.
Strap in, folks. We're in for a long night. Let me get this started back at the beginning. Okay. All right. Commentary in 3, 2, 1. Thanks for the enthusiasm, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Oh yeah.
You've heard actual plays. You've heard audio dramas. But have you heard a hybrid of both? You're about to. Audio is recorded during a live tabletop role-playing game, with all the decisions, dice rolls, and consequences played out in character. That live audio is then refined and concentrated into a razor-sharp hyper-chronicle.
Okay, sorry. Why do we have to start with me? I open the door to the bar, surveying its patrons. I open the door to the bar, surveying its patrons.
Confusing game mechanics
At 2 levels of exhaustion, you have disadvantage on ability checks, and your speed has been halved.
are edited out. Distracting table banter is edited out. Tedious rule checks
Make a nature check.
are
Make a stealth check.
edited
Make a perception check.
out. The remaining audio is further enhanced by a full cast, cinematic music, and immersive sound effects, allowing the adventure to unfold in real time, as if it were really happening. The bridge between imagination and reality lies before you. Another world, with its own rules and mechanics, beckons. You are about to begin a journey into Sonic Realms.
I paused it
Okay.
for just a moment. So
Yeah.
I would like to just say that was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah.
well put together.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Really well, like, if nobody knew what an actual, like, hyper-chronicle audio saga was, like, really that explains it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
hope
Yeah,
wonderful.
that is a very well crafted, concise,
Yeah.
and then also like beautiful audio,
Yeah, it's
like,
Yeah.
like
immersive.
layers,
Yeah,
immersive.
yeah.
Like
Thank you. I guess I can add a behind-the-scenes tidbit about that. The part where Sarah was playing and speaking wasn't originally in there or planned. It was just going to be the guy describing it as we go on. But I figured an example would be required, much like the very first episode of the podcast, Start Here. That one takes a whole, 4 minutes to describe. This one's just a little under 3. So getting a bit more concise. And during that part, you'll hear that it leads up. And originally it just led up into the more fast-paced music as he describes what gets edited in and out.
mhm.
So I just, at the last second of that ramp up, cut it out, inserted an actual play example, weaved it with the finished thing, and then had the ramp up sort of fade back into the music kind of seamlessly. So to make it
Nice.
appear as if I didn't just hack the original thing just in half and then shove something in there.
Yeah, but no, you having that example between like the raw recording and then all the sound effects laid on top of it, that really illustrates, like the kind of artistic touch that you put on it.
Thank you, cool.
Right, here we go.
An old man in a light blue robe places a piece of off-white parchment on a desk in front of him. A solitary candle lights the room, casting long shadows onto dimly illuminated walls. He dips a feathered quill into a small...
So I want to pause here because this was a bit of a conundrum for me at the moment. You guys can hear the crickets and the night sounds in the background.
Yeah.
So Jasha's in his house, are the windows open? Because if they're not, you probably wouldn't hear that, and it would just be dead silence. So these are some of the things that I have to consider, because those sounds are kind of more of a representation that it's nighttime instead of what might literally be happening. However,
Sure.
Azalea does seem to be very idyllic, so I'm guessing that the weather is really nice just all the time, so the window could possibly be open.
I want to.
Crickets are also loud.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
And crickets also get into the house maddeningly. I want to piggyback off of that to mention that. Well, yeah.
Thanks, Janitor.
The immersiveness, the believability is so deep in what Paul does because of that attention to detail. Because you not only when people get up do they push their chair back, but you can hear their fabric interplay with each other with the chair. You hear just the most subtle items in the work, and that's what drew me to this in the first place. When you first showed me, I was like, this is actually very good.
Thank you. And speaking of those details, you'll hear when Jasha's writing, I don't know how long it takes for a quill to run out of ink, but he runs out of ink and you'll hear him go back for a tink of more ink and continue writing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
Things.
I was like, that's awesome.
Yeah,
It
things that
depends-
just make you feel like you're there.
It depends on the quill, though.
Right.
Like,
I
it
expect
can write for, a good long sentence and then...
But he's also been writing letter after letter
Yeah,
after
his
letter.
his hand might be like
Yeah.
a little more weighing on the paper and using more ink. So yeah.
For the record, I was imagining just the big feather quill.
Yeah.
Just absurd.
So and that's the thing is like the sounds that you choose to put in as the layers really helps like the audience understand more context of the environment happening without having to like understand like what all the cues are. We all kind of got his windows are open, it's at night, the crickets are out singing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And
all.
that happens so often
Yeah.
through the thing that everything that would be sort of like written in a book that would create that environment for you, you create with the subtle sounds that you choose.
Yeah, you'll notice the narrator rarely describes sounds as as you often do in books. You don't have to do that. You got to
Yeah.
save that tight space for narrator for
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
visuals and smells and
Right.
yeah,
Other senses, yeah.
right.
All right, here we go.
A bottle of ink and begins to write in flawless calligraphy.
Greetings, adventurer. My name is Jasha, village elder of Azalea, and I humbly request your assistance. Recently, our lands have been despoiled. We cannot determine if this is an attack or a natural phenomenon, or perhaps something supernatural. Our town is in danger. People are getting sick, and some are dying. Nothing we can do is helping. I have taken it upon myself to reach out to several adventurers of some renown in the hopes that an unorthodox solution may be found. You will be rewarded for your efforts, only you must come quickly. I fear we have little time remaining. Please come to Azalea by the solstice to meet the others, and I will explain everything. We await your arrival.
He places the quill in the ink reservoir and
Really quick, just want to say that voice actor is an Ian McClellan impersonator.
He did a terrible job. That's Patrick Stewart.
Yeah, he also does Patrick Stewart.
Yeah.
Oh, he did a great job then. One other thing I wanted to mention, that letter is something that I had as a visual display for everyone in the campaign that I had typed up for them to use as a reference point. Whose idea was it to use that as the opener to the thing? Because I thought that was a really cool idea.
It just seemed like the logical place to start.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Phones.
I was got a
Landlines.
technical
Landlines.
something going on right
Oh, by the way, hey, we should shut our phones off or something.
Sure.
In case, like,
At
people
least
call
silence
us.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's definitely I
All
think
mean
silence.
and such.
Silence.
We don't want to ruin the success.
I'm gonna keep mine on, but only because Janitar is actually texting me occasional commentary.
Nice. All right.
Oh. You're on my cord, Puff.
Sorry.
Oh my God! Tell them to shut up.
Yeah.
We can.
That's okay. It's not very loud.
If they won't hear us, but we can tell them.
Okay, if you wanna like, there you go, and then just like lay down in here,
No thanks.
and I'll
Get
buckle
in
you up.
there.
I'll buckle you in. Here we go. Your lap bar down.
They done? Okay, here we go.
Holds up the parchment to the candlelight. He nods once in approval and sets it across from the other letters, identical in size and shape. He stretches his back, picks up another blank parchment, and begins to write again.
Greetings, adventurer. My name is Jasha, village elder of Azalea, and I humbly request your assistance.
Sonic Realm presents The Fruit of Life, a Dungeons and Dragons audio-saga.
Audio-Saga.
Late night in the small but wealthy village of Hessian, within the dukedom of Grimholm, a Shadar Kai known as Sendra emerges from the darkness.
Oh God.
We
God.
gotta mention this.
Oh God.
I don't know how this
The drama.
I don't know how this slipped through everything, but when making this,
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought I had heard Shandar Kai, not Shadar Kai, and it made it through everyone checked. I mean,
Yeah, we were listening.
Nobody
going through
got it.
checks.
yeah,
Like,
and it made it through even to the trailer.
Yep.
The original trailer, the guy said Shandar Kai because that's what I said. So luckily, that gave me the opportunity to learn how to repost an episode without it being a new episode, how to edit old episodes. So I had the voice actor who did the announcement or the trailer redo one line, just Sendra, a Shadar Kai from another plane of existence. And the narrator had to do this here in the beginning. So every time he says Shadar Kai, this is a re-record that had to be stitched in months later when we discovered that I had erroneously called them Shandar Kai.
And walks toward a tavern. Lanterns and torches line the mostly empty roads, contrasting Sendra's gray appearance. Sometimes confused for dark elves, Shadar Kai are a subspecies of shadow elf from the Shadowfell, a realm between life and death that somewhat mirrors the mortal world in a twisted and decaying fashion. Within the Shadowfell, positive emotions are dulled and negative feelings are amplified. It can be difficult for Shadar Kai to acclimate to the mortal realm with its varying colors and spectrum of emotions. One of Sendra's preferred methods of dealing with these differences can be found at her destination for the night, an inn known as the Obnoxious Swan.
I open the door to the bar, surveying its patrons, taking it all in.
Yeah.
That was my idea. The Obnoxious One. That's
Yes, it was.
It's a very funny inn name.
I'm glad we used it.
right?
That's perfect.
Going across the bar, I look towards the tables over in the corner and see a few patrons playing Three Dragon Ante, which I happen to be a great player at. I swing by the bar, pick up a drink, and saunter over to the tables. Excuse me, fellas. Mind if I deal in?
A wood elf with partially braided long hair and a red-faced halfling look up from their game. They see a slender, ashen gray-skinned female wearing a dark gray and black cloak with the hood up, mostly obscuring.
So the wood elf that Sendra plays with is Varys.
Yep.
It's me.
And during the game, we did have Varys record internal monologue. Like, he says, I kicked the stool out for her to sit down, which you'll hear the narrator say. And I chose not to give Varys or Sybil, because she's in this scene too, the internal monologues, even though they did do that, because I wanted to have it sort of be a reveal that these are now characters. Because the first time we hear Sybil's inner monologue is when she's in bed with Sendra. First time we hear Varys is when he's waking up from the fight in the jail cell.
Yep.
So everyone's sort of being slowly introduced as you're like, oh, that's a player. As it's like the internal dialogue is the sign that this is a player.
Right.
A little bit of foreshadowing. Wait
Yes.
for that later on in the story.
Yep.
Yeah.
Her dark eyes. Her lower jaw is visible, and it has a purple, pyramid-shaped tattoo on her chin, extending down to her neck. Through the front slit of her cloak, the wood elf notices the familiar gleam of armor. As he deals a new hand, he silently kicks out a chair from the table for her to sit.
Thanks.
Ah, great. Another elf. That's fine. I'll take your gold too.
We'll see.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we will.
The halfling seems more interested.
Sorry, I'm going to be stopping a lot. The halfling is also who narrated this, Ellis Reed.
Oh.
I was originally going to do it, but he did a much better accent and just, I think, overall better voice acting,
Quite
too.
a talented voice actor.
Yeah,
Seriously.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah,
so.
he sounds so different, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Interested in peering over his cards at Sendra rather than at the cards themselves. After a couple of hands, he continues to glance at her until she raises her eyebrows and looks at him out of the corner of her eyes. He takes another deep drink of ale. Judging from the glassy look in his eyes, it's obvious he's been drinking for a while.
Hey, you look really familiar. Why is that?
Maybe I just have one of those faces.
No, I've definitely seen you before. You know, not long ago, a town over, there was a church that burned down. Plenty of people inside. Why do I feel like I saw you there that night?
I may have been there. What town did you say it was?
Over in Bear's Hollow. Yeah. You look very familiar.
Yeah, Bear's Hollow. I heard that there was a church burned down with a priest inside. But accounts vary on how many were there with him.
I think I saw you skulking around in the shadows nearby. You didn't have anything to do with that, did you?
And what if I did?
The wood elf apparently sees something in his halfling friend's eyes that makes him speak.
This is no time for a fight. We're trying to have a good time.
Sendra continues to look at the halfling with a slight smile creeping to her dark lips, as if daring him to make a move. The halfling stares at Sendra for a moment longer before slamming his cards on the table and leaping to strike her in the face.
I dodge.
I absolutely love the slowdown of this.
Oh,
like
yeah.
really, like
Yeah.
it just shows like the senses of like Syndra's like quick reaction time and everything.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And I
Yes.
mean, if that's the usual, there's a heartbeat in there, which I think is a very subtle sort of like connection to this being a very visceral moment, very
Right.
primal.
Right.
I love the fact that's not the only time we get this in the scene. Later on, when the guy comes flying towards you, just like grab the bottle, move out of the way. So yeah, let's do this. Like, that's such a great scene.
It also sound mechanically wise, it helps because trying to describe something that in real time happens in less than a second
Right.
is impossible. So it's almost a necessity that you have to slow down the action so that it can be described in time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as I'm listening to this sound effect slowdown, like I am imagining that my view on the story is also like shifting because now
Yeah.
you've got this halfling like slow motion leaping out of his chair, and like my view of it is now going to follow him around to where he's going on the table, kind of
Right.
thing.
Good.
That's-
My intention worked. Good.
Out of the way of the incoming punch.
The halfling flies over the table and connects with the wood elf's eye. The table flips, spraying the next table over with cards, coins, and ale. The halfling scrambles to get up and tries to punch Sendra again.
I trip the halfling as he comes punching forward. As he hits the ground, fumbling to get up, I remove a few coins from his pocket.
In a fit of anger, the wood elf picks up the halfling and tosses him onto the table behind them.
I move stealthily back to the bar and toss coin to get a new bottle of ale.
The bartender, seemingly disinterested in the fight raging behind Sendra, ducks beneath the bar to find her an unopened bottle of barley wine. Sendra feels a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she sees a voluptuous, curvy, bronze-skinned woman with short red hair smiling at her. Though Sendra's emotion...
Oh, you're pointing.
This woman's beauty stirs something within her.
Hi there.
Good evening, gorgeous. Is that a new bottle of ale?
It certainly is. Care to share it with me?
I would love that.
Taking the hand of the gorgeous woman in front of me, I grabbed my new bottle of ale and moved down to the end of the bar. We sat for a while, drinking the wine, talking about life.
I'm sorry, real quick. I love the fact that when they moved to the end of the bar, you dimmed the sounds of the fight. That was very nice.
Good. I'm glad that was noticed.
I can't look away from her. Her short red hair, violet eyes, amazing. A piece of hair falls over her left eye. I reach out and tuck it behind her ear. Want to come up to my room?
I thought you'd never ask. Tell me, do you handle yourself as well in the bedroom as you do in a fight?
I see the small patron come flying at the bar. Without taking my eyes off of the gorgeous woman in front of me, I move the bottle of wine out of the way. You'll certainly find out. And we make our way up the stairs.
That last grunt of the halfling was left over from my performance because I didn't get a grunt from Ellis.
I'm sorry, the theme switch to know that you're going to a different character,
Right.
like Sybil the Bard, that's brilliant.
Yeah, and it had to be harps, like morning birds chirping. Are
Yeah.
you kidding me? Had to be.
Blue shafts of early morning light stream through an open window, illuminating a face like a fine living sculpture. The bard known as Sybil Silvertongue turns onto her side, the sheets steeply draping from her wide hips into the valley of her waist, like a small hill made of fabric.
I wake up in a bed next to the woman I've met last night. I saw her steal money from the halfling, and she offered me a drink. And we had a night to remember. I roll over and look at her. I don't want to wake her up yet, so I walk towards the window instead, enjoying the morning light. And I see her stir. Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Sandra squints at the morning light. Beneath her squeezed gray eyelids are two black orbs with no sclera.
Morning, oh.
Oh, damn it, sorry.
She struggles against the painful sunlight to watch the last glimpses of Sybil's body as she begins to dress herself. First are some simple, body-hugging undergarments, then studded leather armor, which covers strategic body parts nicely while leaving enough room for movement.
Okay. I just want to say that, like, Sarah and I did not know each other very well at this point.
Yeah, we didn't.
Yeah.
I was like,
I'm just a little bit like, both of us are like, should we do it? Should we not do it? We should do it. We should do it. It was just,
And you know what? It's fine. Let's just go.
It's so funny too because like I came in, I because I didn't want my character comes in late because I didn't want to metagame in any way. I didn't sit in on these sessions, so everything was so established between these two, and like it was all like very accepted, and I was just it was interesting. It was
That's something that we didn't think to mention last time. We all, like, you all know that the reason we did the premiere live streaming like this was because we were all hearing the edited audio for the first time.
Yeah.
And we were all there during game. Yeah. That's the thing.
Not all of us.
Torvald was not there
yeah.
during the game. Like, until her character was introduced.
Maybe?
Thor. Damn it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. 4 sessions in?
Five, I think.
Five
You came in on the
5
fifth.
sessions in before we got to where you were.
Yeah. And I was thinking it would be 4 sessions max.
The total campaign, this little thing would be 4 sessions max, is what Tony said. And then I laughed at him, of course.
Yeah. When I play tested it with another group, it was a one-shot in 8 hours.
Not this group, buddy.
But they apparently do not role play like this group, and it was amazing. Zero issues for me. Like, it was.
If
you guys are
we
amazing.
played like your first group, we wouldn't have all this like wonderful like banter back and forth
I know,
to like
you wouldn't.
do anything with.
However, what we saved you from is hours and hours of
my
pointless
God.
meanderings, wanderings, looking underings, and wonderings and talkings.
We'll see about that with the next one.
Yeah, how much of that is really saved? I'm sure that's...
We had also set up, so these two didn't know each other beforehand, and we had tried to set up some things to create internal drama. Like one other thing was in the bar scene, Sendra and Varys was supposed to be a sort of like bounty hunter-ish kind of guy, and Sendra is possibly this outlaw. So it was going to be, you know, bounty hunter outlaw forced to work together. What's going to happen there? That it ended up going in a different direction than that, which is totally fine.
Players will be players.
Yeah, I don't want to dictate where the imaginations would go. So they went where they went. However, we did set things up to be a certain way. Peebax was sort of imagined to be a different sort of character altogether. Very like mysterious and like, is he going to betray us in the middle of the night? Kind of very sus kind of guy. That ended up being a bit different too. And it's great just how the relationships organically sort of weave together throughout the adventure.
It was awesome. Extremely effective character introduction.
Janitor, whose character do you mean?
Oh yeah.
If you wouldn't mind. Oh, Meat Hot. Oh yeah.
Meat
Hot. Yeah.
That's right. I was so smooth.
Yeah. Seriously.
It's definitely one of the spiciest introductions that we've had to
For
a
sure.
character.
For sure.
Yeah.
That's how we roll. We like it spicy.
But you know, like as a new group playing together, it's like just jumping into the deep end.
Oh yeah,
you
talk
know?
about
Like,
an icebreaker. Like, all right, whew, let's turn up the heat a little
I
bit.
was 100% like just in with like Syndra. I was like, I thought about this character like whenever they were like, let's do this whole thing, and I was like, okay, who can I be? Yeah, I got this. So I was like 100% made every single decision like that real quick. That's how Syndra is.
Nice.
It's funny because I feel the same way about Sybil. I wanted to create a character. I was like, what is like the most fun character that I could play?
Yes.
And then when Paul proposed this idea, I was like, would she? She definitely would. So,
yeah. Just do it.
Anyway.
Let's get it. Let's go.
WWSD.
Well, that's the great thing. I didn't create Peebax at all. I was given him. Like, I was like, just give me anyone. Just make up a character.
There was a brainchild between us.
Yeah, Tony and I developed Peebax separate from Marcus.
Yep. I didn't have any input.
As a coincidence, Draeger from Shadowrun episodes was also created by or for someone else who quit the project at the last minute, and Marcus came in and saved the day.
So I really love getting characters like this without any input at all, and just trying to fill in all the gaps and having my own spin to them. It's so much fun for me to do, and hopefully I can continue doing that. Like, just pick a card, any card. Okay, I'll be this weirdo.
No,
Marcus, you and I play in games aside from Sonic Realm. Sorry,
We do.
and
Yes.
And it's kind of the same thing in most campaigns. You want very little to do with the actual character creation process.
Yeah.
You're just like, I'd rather you just give it to me and I can play whoever you throw in front of me.
Right.
But you like the mystery of it. It's cool.
I do. I really like the randomness of it and the mystery of it for me, and it allows me to not have any preconceived notions, because I don't want that kind of. I want to have it fresh and just be more off the cuff. It's way more fun for me to do that. It's great.
It really is a talent. Because like whenever I create characters, they can come really quickly if I'm thinking about them. But like if I was just handed a character, I'd be like, hold on, let me give me a couple of days to like think about this stuff.
I've got to write a backstory, or I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta write a backstory. I have to know the ins and outs. I need to know the psychology behind this character. Why did they act the way they do? That kind of thing. So
I love looking at the details of the character as they're written and go, okay, I can emphasize these bits, or if they're carrying certain gear or have any amount of backstory, I know what I can lean on to emphasize, and then just try to fill in the rest with my own imagination.
that's amazing.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's good.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Finally, she puts on her favorite
Yes?
I think she's a bit.
garment, a cloak of many fashions.
No, I just said acting.
It's a vibrantly colorful, wondrous cloak that she can easily change to look like any cloak in existence, altering its quality, style, and color as needed. Currently, it's a bright golden yellow, meant to attract as much attention as possible. She catches Sindra squinting at her and smiles.
Did you perhaps have too much to drink last night?
More than likely.
Don't stir. Don't trouble yourself. Can I get you anything? Would you like water or anything else?
Draw the curtains.
Oh, darling, it's a beautiful day. And I think checkout's soon. If you want, I can go down and grab us some water. You don't have to come with me, but I'm afraid I might never see you again if I leave you.
I have somewhere to be. Last night was fun.
It was wonderful. I hope our paths cross again. I
Intentions,
run my
Jeff.
hand down her leg. You're so beautiful.
So are you. Where's my
Hesitation.
clothes?
Somewhere around here. I stand up and gather her clothing from different areas around the room, and I lay them gently next to her. I'm sorry, dear, but I'm afraid I do have to head downstairs. It's very early, and I have somewhere to be before it gets too late. But I'd like to leave you with a kiss, if you're okay with it.
Of course.
I kiss her gently and touch her face before departing the room. There's work to be done.
I asked for
I hope I
consent.
see you soon.
Yeah, every
Goodbye,
kiss
gorgeous.
begins with
Goodbye.
consent.
I walk down the stairs to the tavern, steeling myself. I'm here for a mission. I'm determined to make a name for myself here, and I can't resist a potential payoff. The risk is worth it. I walk out the door of the tavern. I have to find transportation to get to Azalea.
As she was walking through the inn, like getting ready to leave, there was that cork pop, and it's like, oh my gosh, like little details like that that are just like surprises. And
This
it's
will-
like,
This will blow your mind then, because that was just in the original like bar background noises. That just happened to fall in that place at the right time. Of course, I let it happen,
Aw.
but just as I laid it, the minutes long track and cut out a random part, that pop was right there. It was
Then,
perfect.
then,
That's
then let
so
me
cool.
save your reputation by pointing out something that I didn't want to pause for, but when Sybil hesitates back there, when she's leaving and hesitates, you hear one clap of her shoe, and then, she talks again, and then you hear her continue. It's great. All like good details.
Yeah, I'll often either put in I'll often put in like a footstep when somebody's talking, or if I'm imagining a gesture, just a fabric movement.
yeah.
You can hear
Yeah.
P-Bax's armor all the time.
Yeah,
Oh,
P-Bax is
yeah.
always moving.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe find a stagecoach somewhere.
Varys winces as the previous night's events begin to trickle up into his conscious mind. They first arise as impressions, then bits and pieces of memory begin to take shape. He opens his eyes and finds himself in a small jail cell.
Oh, these benches. They're no good for sleep. Oh, give me a pile of moss and the forest floor. I look around the cell.
The empty cell triggers more unpleasant memories. He is alone. The only furniture in the cell is the bench on which he slept. Wood elves typically prefer being outdoors, with at most a tent surrounding them. The claustrophobic stone cell starts to feel oppressively smaller with each moment.
Well, at least I didn't have to fight anyone for my bench. I, stand up off my makeshift bed, start pacing the cell. I know that I have to get to Azalea today. I don't want to be late. I, start stretching, feeling all the aches and pains from the fight before. Pop my neck. Ugh, everything's still where it belongs. I, grab the bars of my prison.
At the end of a narrow hallway of cell doors, he sees the jailer on duty, sitting and reading a book.
You, jailer!
Yeah,
The jailer looks up from his book.
I guess it is about time for you. Hang on.
The jailer puts his book.
The voice of the jailer also plays Jungo in the Shadowrun episodes.
Oh, nice.
Another fan who did some voice work. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, Orcish Snob, you say, by the way, that your writing is really amazing in this, Paul. There's no writing in any of this, is there? Is there?
Well,
Or is
the narration.
Oh, the narration.
That's that
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
stuff.
Got it.
And
explanation of the
NPCs. Although most of the NPC dialogue, I tried to stays true to what Tony described / said in the game.
Good point.
But yes, very, very good.
If I can ask,
Yeah, the
because
narrating is me.
I'm curious, if nothing else, how, like, percentage-wise, how much did you have to type up in the way of narration versus, like, what I was able to describe vividly enough to just use as said?
What you said, I would say like 85% of it was used somehow. However, there was a lot more of other writing, if I answer your question technically. Like, I have to describe some other movements, like character movements. No one described that, really. So those things sort of had to come from that, and descriptions, more in-depth descriptions of environments, like the jail cell. Although you probably could have done that too. Either way, a lot of it was from you. I just had to do whatever, like, fill in the gap stuff or more embellishment, like the drapes on her wide hips, like rolling hills, sheets on a mountain or something. Like, that was me, and I'm proud of that.
Yeah, that would have felt honestly awkward to me to explain that about one of my characters,
right.
one of my players. It's just like there's a level of separation from player to character, but I didn't know Sarah that well either at that point, so I'm like, I don't know if I want to describe this.
Yeah. And then I think you had said yesterday, not that the audience could hear, like, Paul, you make me look like a perv.
Like,
don't make me look like a perv.
Yeah.
Down on a table, stands up, and walks over to Varys' cell.
Are you all sober now?
Can you prove that I was ever drunk?
I reckon I can after last night. Caused quite the scene in there. It's going to be 5 gold fine for causing such a ruckus and property damage. But you pay that, or work it off, and you can get out of here.
I look the jailer up and down. Surely he's not like a ill-meaning person, just doing his job. I'll be glad to pay my fine, but unfortunately, my gold is with my things, which I seem to be left without.
Oh yeah, that's no problem. Hang on, I got you.
He walks away to a separate room. After a few moments, he returns with a pack and a long wooden staff.
I take it this is your stuff?
Looks like mine.
Whereabouts would I be finding your gold pouch in this here pack?
It's a mighty personal question.
Look, I'm not letting you out of there until you either agree to work it off or you pay your fine. So?
Well, if you set the bag by the bars and look away, I'll have your 5 gold in my hand.
I'll set your bag by the bars, but I ain't looking away.
He places the pack down.
The part where you're just like, that's a personal question. You could feel the laugh that John said in saying the line, and I'm so glad it was kept in for Varys.
Yeah.
That was wonderful.
Plus, you'll notice there wasn't an arrow included, or a bow and arrow. Bow included with his stuff. Oops.
Okay, so that's a little bit of like background trivia. Jenna Tar says, the listener is probably receiving a much more elaborate and intricate idea of the setting than the players first did. This is an interesting point because this comes up later where we listened yesterday to one part and it brought us to such tears. And so like it is interesting how as much as we were given such beautiful instruction and environment building by Tony, it's just so much more immersive listening to it built by Paul. Our actions, our lines and such or whatever, our responses with all of the sound effects and music and subtle things that are building that world. So yeah, good call.
And also shout out to Orchestra, which is LS, which is the narrator.
Yep, narrator.
Yeah.
And that halfling.
Yep.
And that
Yep.
halfling.
Front of the bars.
I look at the jailer, kneel down towards the bag, reach into the main pouch, shuffle things unnecessarily to disguise where I'm reaching. I produce the 5 gold fine and an extra gold for the barkeep's trouble.
That's mighty decent of you. All right, that seems to be in order. Hang on.
He pockets the 6 gold, pulls up his keys, and unlocks the cell.
All right, you're free to go. Maybe next time you come around here, you'll think twice about drinking so much, eh?
Oh, maybe next time I come around here, I'll think twice about who I let play 3 Dragon Ante.
All right. Well, enjoy your day.
And you enjoy yours. I leave with my belongings.
Varys walks outside, relieved to once again be outdoors. The denizens of the small town of Hessian are milling around, walking in and out of shops and casually greeting each other as they walk by. Hessian is about a day's travel from Azalea, his destination.
Well, I never was one for horses. A day's travel, I'll probably cut that down if I run most of it. I tighten my pack, make sure all of my belongings are secure, and jog out of town.
Making his way outside of the town's perimeter, Varys turns to run off the path and into the forest, preferring the rough, untamed terrain. He dodges between trees and leaps over logs as he makes a straight line toward Azalea.
Fucking Wood Elf monks and their 50
The sun
foot
in the
movement
sky
speed.
is teasing a sunset over the picturesque town of Azalea. The lighting seems to bring a clarity to the already gorgeous town, saturating the colors of the wildflowers that circle the town and the multicolored tile roofs within. Azalea has an alarming natural beauty, seemingly built in harmony with the surrounding environment. It's the perfect temperature outside, with the scent of freshly baked bread mingling with the sweet smell of wildflowers under Sybil Silvertongue's elegant nose.
As I approach Azalea to meet Elder Jasha to start this mission I've been requested.
Sorry, I was muted. I want to say that it's really cool that you described that and then immediately jumped to my perspective, Sybil's perspective, because it's, I don't know, it just feels very fitting.
Thanks, yeah, because Azalea is the seventh character. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
It was just really beautifully described by Tony, and I wanted to try to convey that. So, of course, this is the only chance I had to do the establishing shot, as they say in movies, and bring it in from wide to more and more narrow till we get to the smells and the sights, none of the sounds, because those are all there, and just we weave the sound to Sybil's perspective.
And it's interesting because I feel like everything that was described is the way she would have perceived it. You know what I mean? She would have been like, all the positive things she would have noticed. And anyway, I was like, that's on brand, you know?
I really love how in the morning when you wake up, how kind you are to Sendra's character with like, are you okay? Can I get you some water? Like, it's really excellent, immediate character building and tone about what kind of person she is.
Yeah. Aftercare is very important.
right. Very attentive, very sweet, very pleasant. Yeah.
4. I noticed the beautiful wildflowers that surround the town. It's been a long time since I've seen something so beautiful. I reach down and gather a few to put them in my cloak. One can never have too many beautiful things. I look ahead to see if someone can point me in the right direction, and I notice a blacksmith, so I approach him. Good evening, sir.
For a moment, the blacksmith doesn't respond.
For those of you who, well, this is Kurt from the Shadowrun episode, CT Tommaso, who's in the chat right now.
He's here with us.
Yeah, Tommaso!
Thanks for joining us,
Welcome,
Chris.
Chris.
You're missed, man.
Hey, Chris.
Drager misses you.
I pitched his voice down just a little bit, but for me it's kind of cool to see Kurt again, so to speak, in this alternate reality.
Yeah.
Living and working as a blacksmith.
Nothing sounds like me, he says.
Not realizing that he's the one being addressed, he's pounding a glowing orange horseshoe into shape, with the heat from a nearby forge matting his beard in sweat. He stops, leans back, wipes his brow, and sees that the stunning woman was speaking to him.
Hi. Is there something I can help you with?
Of course. I'm looking for the village elder. Jasha?
Yeah. Sure.
The blacksmith stands, grabs a pair of tongs, and dunks the horseshoe into a nearby pail of water. Steam billows up into the clear sky as he removes his gloves and wipes his forehead again, trying to quickly improve his appearance. He walks out into the street and points.
Just take the road straight into the center of town. You'll find a house with blue tiles, red chimney. That's the one you're looking for. Who's there? So, what brings you into town?
I've been requested. Just down there. The red chimney you said?
Yeah, with the blue roof tiles.
Wonderful.
You need anything made?
Not currently, but I will certainly let you know.
Yeah, I got quite a bit I'm working on, but yeah, I can easily squeeze something in for you, if you like.
That's very kind of you. Perhaps we'll see one another. Farewell, sir.
Yeah.
Walking down the main road, Sybil eventually sees a house matching the blacksmith's description in the distance. A group of children come running down the same road, chasing a ball.
I approach the elder's house and notice the children playing in the street. It's such a glorious day. I decide music would be appropriate. I take out my violin of illusions and begin playing, something lively. And as I do so, tiny sparkles surround the children and dance around for their enjoyment.
The children immediately lose track of the ball as they see the brilliant light shimmering around them. Some laugh and point, others jump and try to catch the sparks, never quite managing to grasp them before they fly out of reach.
Fancy seeing you here.
I hear a voice come from in front of me. It's not one of the children, but I recognize it. I stop playing. Fancy seeing you here too.
This town looks like something I've seen.
So you may have heard her handling her instrument to put it away.
Yeah.
I had to make that sound effect because it just didn't exist online, because when you search for like instrument or handling or playing instrument, everyone's playing the damn instrument. No one's just manipulating an instrument. So I recorded a handling an acoustic guitar, kind of rubbing my hands on the strings and stuff, moving it, then pitched it up a bit to make it sound smaller, and then posted it on freesound.org, so anyone now has access to handling an instrument.
And this is
fucking guy.
And this is our life. He's often going out into the garage or into the driveway to figure out like what to do with this sound effect. I'm going to point out another one later if he doesn't. But yeah, it's interesting some of the things he does to get each layer, because this one was easy to make from what he's describing, but there are others that require 6 different sounds that he then puts together, some sped up, some slow. So I'll let you win it, but
yeah, anytime that there's not a sound effect that I can find online or is too expensive for me to buy, I'll have to make my own. I've done this for a few things here. One that I'm pretty happy with is the rock's wings. It's flapping.
Yeah.
You did that yourself?
Remind
What
me
did you do?
He made that.
Should I tell you now or
no,
then?
when we get there,
Okay,
and I'll
when we
pin
get
you,
there.
and we'll talk
Alright.
about it again.
But yeah, and another one in the past was when Draeger in Shadowrun is running on a boat as he's like shooting forward in slow motion like a badass. There's no like walking on boat sounds, so I had to take a 5-gallon like plastic jug of water, go into a closet, and just like smack it with a shoe a bunch of times. put that on freesound.org too. So the rocks wings.
Oh my god, I remember the one time, and this isn't for this campaign, this was years ago. I found you, where were you, with tiny little rakes in like a sand. You were just shick.
For mouse guard, I needed little mice like
that's what it was.
running in the dirt. So I literally got a little bucket of dirt and got the mic up really close and just did little like figure.
It was so funny.
That's
it was
amazing.
so
Now
funny.
Paul has a karma garden.
So we've got a question on whether or not Sybil's voice was pitched up or not.
Yes, it was pitched up. Not a lot. She did like 99% of the voice acting and carried it that way. I pitched it up just a tiny bit to try to differentiate her from Jet a bit more, but it not necessary. She would have carried it.
Very Disney princess.
Yeah, and the
entire
picture
time.
definitely helps. And then to Ari, what Chris earlier said about a few months ago, he recorded his sounds. He's hearing them now. Yeah, we recorded this a year or more ago.
Yeah,
so like it is pretty
almost
surreal.
Almost 2
About
years.
a year and a half.
Almost 2 years.
So
yeah.
Started in 19, right?
Did anybody
Yeah.
else get like that whole Gandalf shooting off the fireworks while the hobbits go to clap the butterflies when she was playing the violin?
Oh.
Did anyone else get that in the mind? Because that's kind of how I was envisioning it.
Kind of what I was channeling, but also I just wanted it to be very clear that like she's a really sweet person, you know.
Yeah.
I was like, she cares about kids being happy. you
Yeah.
know?
Fuck yeah.
Without even knowing the children. Like, they're just kids. They deserve this. Okay.
Books. It's very cute.
The children, no longer having sparks to play with, have turned their attention to the mysterious newcomer with purple triangular face tattoos and hair darker than a moonless night.
With all the eyes on me, I pull my hood over my hair to obscure my face. Tired of all the stares.
Can I ask what, I don't want to be weird, but did you follow me?
I'm stalking
Actually,
you, girl.
I came to see the elder. But
for
it's
ya.
nice seeing a pretty face.
You're here to see the elder, too. I reach in my purse and pull out the letter I received and show it to the shadow elf. I received this, and I'm here to see what the payoff is going to be.
I reach back and pull out the same letter out of my small belt pouch, unfold it, and hand it over. I'm just here for the fun.
Beautiful. Are we going to be working together?
Looks that way.
Someone with a large backpack suddenly runs out from a nearby alley and adroitly pivots directions. After effortlessly jumping over a couple of children, he stops in front of Elder Jasha's house.
You there! We have a score to settle. I just need a moment.
I don't know you, sir.
You may not remember me, but I've had a long run to think about your face.
I'm flattered, but I still don't know you.
Catch my breath. Loosen the straps to my pack that has been tightened down to me for this entire day. Throw it to the ground. There was an inn back in the town, about a day's run back. Somebody looked just like you. Came in, welcomed them to our table for 3 dragon ante, and then, miraculously, a fight broke out. Because of you.
Sybil senses a confrontation.
Day's run.
She steps forward, drawing Varys' attention.
A day's run for a normal person,
Right.
not for a wood elf monk of 9th level. Go cutting across country.
She closes her eyes for a moment before speaking. When she opens them again, she intensely focuses on Varys' face.
You might be mistaken. This woman was with me all night. Perhaps your head.
So I guess if you want to know how that magic effect is done, I'm taking that to my grave. Go ahead. What did I do? So I took 3 layers of her saying the same thing. So it's her saying that simultaneously, copies. Pitched them. I had 2 different layers that are slightly pitched up higher and higher. So it's really like a harmony. You'd call it in music, but it's not a musical harmony. I mean, technically it is, but it doesn't form any chords, although that comes later. When she's doing magic, like battle magic, I had the healing stuff be major chords, which in music you'll hear as like positive and uplifting. And for dissonant whispers, I had dissonant sounding chords, notes or copies that are very closely in pitch to each other, so they don't quite fit, so it's a bit unsettling.
It works.
And whenever she does her voice magic, I also you'll hear some like high-pitched tingling. Those are chimes, which, by the way, are like the magical sound effect, like go-to sound. It's like chimes, like since the Disney age, chimes have been used to represent magic. And I did a certain technique where the chimes are always playing, but they're muted until she speaks. When she speaks, it triggers it. It releases the gate so you can hear the tinkling. And then when she's quiet, it goes away. So the tinkles only occur when she's speaking and no other time.
and we're about to hear it, but the sound of the wounds closing after a healing spell or potion has been used. Oh my god. It's one of those sounds you never describe in play, and one of those things you never expect to actually hear. You just accept the fact that wounds are closing, bruises are fixing, bones maybe get a little knocked back into place. Hearing it, ugh.
Yeah.
Visceral.
And what that sound was the sound of meat being cut, played in reverse.
That's
And
crazy.
you made that yourself too?
No, that one luckily lots of people are big brains and say you can use vegetable sounds for like meats and bones.
Or bones cracking, like celery snapping in half is good for breaking bones.
Yeah, it's digging your hands into watermelon is typically how you do like wet, stuff.
I hope they eat it afterwards.
You got to. So good. Love watermelon.
Eat with your hands.
His hurt.
After Sybil finishes speaking, Varys' aches and pains from the night before nearly vanish. His swollen black eye and bruises seem to recede and fade away. He chooses not to acknowledge it out loud, though a brief, perplexed look on his face gives away the fact that he knows she cast some kind of healing spell upon him.
Maybe she is, maybe she isn't the one I'm looking for. But I feel much better, and I have much more important business to attend to here in town.
Are you here to see the elder as well?
My eyes narrow as I focus on the red-headed human. Yes, as a matter of fact, I have a letter right here. I reach into my belt pouch and produce the letter. How would you have known that?
Well, good monk, it appears we are all here for the same reason. I reach in my pouch and pull out the letter again to show him. It appears we might be working together.
The door to the house opens up, and a slightly bent, older man wearing a robe walks out, steadying himself on a gnarled-looking wooden cane. He has long white hair and a medium-length salt and pepper beard. Above the beard are eyes with weathered wrinkles around them, though they seem to betray a youthful vigor.
Oh, I didn't expect... Good. I wasn't expecting you all so early. Very prompt. You are, in fact, the adventurers I was looking for, yes? The ones I sent those letters to.
Yes. I did receive a letter, yes?
And I did as well.
Well, most of you, at least, are punctual. We are waiting on one more. Don't take this the wrong way, but I took the liberty of hiring someone to be the de facto leader of this expedition. I don't discount all of your experience. I've heard quite a lot about each of you individually. But this one is a war hero, a leader of men.
A man in immaculately shining armor passes the border of the town and confidently walks onto the cobblestone streets. A billowing cape flutters gently behind him, which matches the cleanliness of the armor. His faceplate is down, which is slightly unusual, but nobody seems to care, likely thinking that he is a knight on his way between official business of some sort. He stops in what appears to be the center of town, near a beautiful fountain, and looks around slowly, taking in the lay of the land. He sees a villager petting her dog outside of a nearby hut and approaches her.
I'm looking for Jaisha here. I've been
I'm
summoned.
the dog.
The confused townswoman looks behind her to confirm that the man is indeed speaking to her.
Oh, the elder. There's no trouble, is there?
Yes, that's why I'm here, to address your troubles.
Oh, I see. I didn't know.
So you'll hear in these first lines of P-Bax, he's at this point taking the direction of oh yeah, be the dark, mysterious, backstabber type guy who you can't trust. And then throughout the adventure, I don't know exactly when the morph changes. He turns into this cartoon character.
Yeah, he really comes into his own, as it were.
Yeah, these initial lines are how I imagined P-Bax sounding throughout the whole thing. Didn't happen, couldn't have been better.
But he does have his serious moments later on, and they are wonderful.
Yeah, no, of course it's complicated and it's great.
Yeah, it's like he's a real person or something. I don't know. Here we go.
He had hired another group. He's down the center of town. Look for the blue shingled house with the red chimney.
Thank you.
Oh,
That horrible little cur. You ensure that blood stays on your property and doesn't follow. The blue house, you said? Oh, lovely. Where is this elder?
Yes, a war hero. He has served in scores of battles across the
I love the way you
land
do
and has
that.
earned a
So
reputation
yeah, no,
for
I'm gonna say it like you're gonna hear it in various times. We were talking about it in the car maybe, how Paul will intersperse these things so
Yes.
perfectly. He'll go the way he did just here. Like he this is gameplay, guys, so this doesn't stop. We're talking with Jasha, you know, these three are, and that goes all the way through to the end of it.
Yeah.
Then this happens with P-Backs, that's separate gameplay. And so when you hear this intercut in between, that's his choice to make, to put it there, to make those cuts and give us like sometimes comic relief in the midst of something actiony or uptight. And in this instance, I think it's kind of funny the way it comes in with their introduction to P-Backs. That yes, a war hero.
Yeah.
Like it's very timing, Paul. Timing.
Especially
It
considering
is
the
the
line, I just realized what you meant. Like, hey, keep that butt away! Where's the elder? Yes, a war hero.
Trust us, he's a war hero.
And the dog, barking is supposed to give us subtle hints of like, oh, do we not trust this guy? A dog doesn't like him,
right?
So no one can like him. But then of course everyone falls in love with P-Backs. I'm sure all you listeners.
Everyone did on the all the listeners. P-Backs is like quite the loved character.
Yeah.
And it's a he should sound like Zap Brannigan. He should sound like him.
Should.
With his description, but there's no way in the world I would have had to voice a guy like that.
No,
I had
you did
to.
your own.
I had to go with the opposite in my head.
Yeah.
keeping his troops alive and finishing contracts. He should be arriving soon. In fact, there. That must be him. Yes, here he comes now.
Elder Jasha, what is this person's name?
Jasha turns and outstretches his shaky hand toward the armor-clad figure approaching them, speaking loud enough to both answer Sybil's question and introduce the swaggering wall of gleaming steel to the party.
This is the legendary P-Backs.
Good day, Elder and ladies, sir. I am P-Backs at your service.
Yes, perhaps I should go on with introductions. I can only assume you are Sybil.
Silvertongue at your service.
That would make you most likely Varys.
I am.
Which makes you Syndra.
At your service.
Oh, is that your name?
You know it. That's good. Camaraderie built in already. That's wonderful. So, let us discuss what it is I brought you here for. Come, follow me. There's something I must show you in the south end of town.
Everyone follows Jasha. Sybil walks next to P-Backs, watching him out of the corner of her eye. She finally turns to him with an inquisitive look on her face.
P-Backs. That name sounds familiar. The very same that took care of the rampaging ogre in Barkin?
Yes, my dear. The very same.
Lovely. Well, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And might I say, the tales I've heard don't do you justice, good sir.
Thank you, my dear. My exploits and battles are known across the land, but once in
So, this is part of the editing process is everyone here is legendary, but we needed, a tale, like tales of their legend. So on the spot in the game, we just say, I think that Kenzie said, like, we need to recognize if P-Backs is this big legendary war hero, someone must have heard of him.
Right.
And so, as the bard.
As the bard, yeah. So we had to make up what the battle was, where the battle was, all this stuff. And then Kenzie had to keep it in her mind as she naturally and casually asks P-Backs, are you the, Ogre Slayer of Arkin? Or whatever. And so that sets up some lore. But, that whole conversation took maybe like 5-10 minutes. Edit it out. So it sounds natural here.
One other thing, I just like, because again, I've been DMing for nearly 16 years, almost as long as I've been playing, I've played with a lot of different groups. And the grand majority of them need me to be like, do you want to say something? Do you want to maybe converse about this? Should I give you some time to have a conversation about this? You know, like, half the time they're telling me to shut up. Like, I'm just like, okay, and then this, and then they're like, whoa, 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 we didn't say we were done, Tony.
We'll be like, whoa, hold on a second.
Hold on, we still got some stuff.
We don't want to move on yet.
Yeah, it was the exact opposite of almost everything I was used to, and it was such a wonderful
We're
change.
seasoned professionals in improv.
It was so cool.
A while, I'd like to find out more about my countrymen and help them out.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I trail to the back to assess the other members of my party. Boris. He's fast, but is he faster than my blade? P-backs. This one I think is compensating for something. And Sybil. Sybil.
has been blessed with incredibly rich soil and clean spring water, which makes for excellent yields every harvest. Even our livestock seem to get the benefits of the bounty of the land. Everything grown here is more nutritious than anything else found in the district. We have been quite blessed for a long time.
As they walk to the south edge of town, past the perimeter of colorful wildflowers, they come to the edge of a forest. The canopy rises high above them as they enter, with moss, stones, tree trunks, and healthy roots encompassing their vision. Looking further in, an unnatural-looking dark patch becomes visible. The woods don't seem dead there. Rather, they look sickly. Plants are brown and slouching. Leaves are yellowing even though it's the middle of summer. A long, black swath cuts through the wildflowers, some dying, some dead, while others just seem to be wrong. A putrid smell gets stronger as they approach the black patch.
As you can see, we have been somehow blighted.
Jasha points to the patch.
Some time back, a small child went in there looking for truffles in the woods. When she returned, she was very sick, and the truffles she had gathered were, well, blighted is the only word I have for it.
Elder, forgive me, but what does...
Flies are the universal sound effect for death and decay. In every movie, it almost doesn't matter how long or short a body has been dead.
That's true.
Or anything.
That's true.
There's always flies. And for stressful situations,
Oh my.
for stressful situations, there are always dogs barking. Like, if there can be a dog barking,
Yeah.
now that I've said this, you'll hear it in all the shows. If there's something stressful, and if there could be a dog around, you'll hear dogs barking. I don't know why they do that.
Yeah, in Shadowrun, you'll find a situation in a stressful apartment building set up, and so you've got the dogs barking, you've got the babies crying, you've got everything you can to show. Like, this is...
That's just because they pay minimum dollar for their jail cell apartment. That was just to show how shitty it
Hey,
was.
you gotta start somewhere.
Yeah,
It's just a 23rd floor walk up, man.
yeah. Into a windowless concrete room.
Yeah.
Cube.
Best we could do.
Fungus have to do with us?
I'm getting there, my dear. You see, the sickness is reaching through this ring of flowers. It's been encroaching on our land for quite some time now, and it won't be long until it reaches our town. If our town is corrupted by this strange sickness, it will hurt us badly. We are, for lack of a better term, the breadbasket of this district. If our town falls prey to this sickness, then hunger will spread throughout the dukedom. Nothing we have tried has succeeded.
Jasha points to a charred section of the blight.
We tried burning it so it wouldn't spread, but it all leads back to the woods. Every time we try something, it spreads in a different direction. I have no doubt by summer's end, it shall reach our fields. If it corrupts our fields, our livestock may become sickened. Some townsfolk have become sick, and a few have even died. It's a wasting sickness that we cannot explain, and cannot stop.
Jasha pauses and looks down as he collects himself, a look of grief on his face. It's obvious that the blight has taken a heavy toll upon him. He shakes his head and looks back up to address the group.
I have many people in town have called it a crackpot theory. It requires a group of skilled individuals, the likes of which our town does not produce.
He looks to the east and raises his cane toward a massive white-capped mountain range in the distance, which seems to rise into the clouds.
That is the World Wall. On the other...
You can hear how many times Jasha tries to give him the hint of, like, you may want some survival gear or camping gear, because this world wall is treacherous and deadly.
And huge.
And what do they go to buy? Goat jerky.
And some carrots.
And some big
camping
carrots.
Yeah, some
No
oversized
tents,
carrots.
no warm clothes.
That's camping gear.
Get stress strings into the six. Yeah, right.
The music sounds great. Yeah.
I have to ask, the guy the impersonator who did this part.
Yeah.
Did he seem like at all interested in the story or wanted to know where it would go from there or anything?
No.
Or was he just like, pay me, I'm done?
Yeah, very, very professional. Nice,
Okay.
but, didn't have much of an interest. I'm sure he's working all the time, so
That's
it's just
fair.
project after project.
That's fair. Well, thank you for squeezing us in. Because you sound amazing.
Yeah, he sounds outstanding.
How do you try to make exposition scenes like that interesting?
Yeah. Okay. So, exposition's hard because it's traditionally sort of like a boring kind of cheat thing, a necessary evil that you have to do. So, anytime there is exposition, there has to be some music, because that's what you do for scenes that might be a bit slow. Of course, it's also what you do for action-packed scenes, but in this case, if he just goes on and on about what's going on, it can be pretty boring. So one thing you want to do is have the music constantly go somewhere, maybe a bit up to some destination in the future where it'll end eventually, because you can't keep rising forever. What you can do is kind of go up and down with what they're describing, if you can. And in this case, just having a bass drone at the bottom sets a mood. It's a really easy trick to do. That adds just weight, seriousness, gravitas, and the higher string is I kind of get the impression of like a nuance from it. So nuance being he's describing this stuff in more detail to the adventures, and also sort of a sympathy. So nuance in like a higher note is sort of like a sympathetic sort of sound. So it's like we're sympathetically listening to this dark tale. So kind of trying to ape the emotions that I'm hoping the listener is experiencing.
It's interesting because he does this, like Paul knows how to use music. And this is something that if you start to watch Hollywood movies, you'll see they do too. When they want you to feel tense, they'll use the music to make you feel tense in a situation that may not feel tense. People walking around a house that's empty sometimes doesn't feel tense. It would be boring without the music. And on the note of how exposition can seem boring too, is like with the music that he added, he again plays with your emotions, your feel, well, not plays with, but enhances, let's say, because you're feeling this, as he said, sympathetic note. It's like a lot of the times you'll see, I love to see this now. You'll see a section of a movie where they're simply driving. They're just driving. But because of the music, it's either like, oh, this is subterfuge. Oh, we're excited. There's anticipation. What's going on? Or like, oh, it's going to be scary. It's scary right now. What's going to happen? Like, it's so interesting.
Yep. Have you ever driven in a car with no radio or music?
Yeah.
It sounds stale and boring.
Yeah.
But throw in the music and suddenly it's a club in there, or you're on a mission. And so music is a great way for me to cheat interest.
Right,
Hacking it, exactly. In this exposition scene, the hack is that people just like music in general. So you throw that in, even if they don't like what they're talking about, the music will still do something underneath that.
It's informing a lot without saying anything.
Yeah. And it's wonderful how it goes from like this kind of peaceful, idyllic sense. And while Jace is describing like how they have such a bountiful town and this, that, and the other thing, then he introduces the blight, and then there's this some dark, tense undertone, and then he goes to explain his crackpot theory about adventuring beyond the world wall, and now there's like this slight swell as you're anticipating this wonderful adventure. It's really fucking well chosen, man.
Thank you.
And because of the variation, it doesn't feel like it's ever getting stale, I think.
Thanks. Yeah, that's the intent. It's easy to try to loop, just copy and paste a bunch of music to fill space. But I do think that it's kind of subconsciously listeners will pick up on a sort of stale thing.
Yeah.
So I do some of that for some things. Like you can do it for percussion a lot because, it's just bang, bang, bang. Or I will copy and paste, but then add something new to it to kind of distract from, what we've heard before. And once I can't layer things anymore, then I have to break down and start a whole new sort of musical movement. Hopefully in time with some new scene change or emotional tone change that happens.
Beside lies the Everwood, a realm of the Fae. It has been anchored to our plane of existence for quite some time, and I have no doubt that is where our blessings have come from, due to our close proximity. In what I assume is the center of the Everwood grows the Chikora tree. It acts as an anchor point to keep that portion of the Feywild anchored to our world. Now, I've heard stories. I'm sure some of you have as well. Have any of you ever heard of the Chikora fruit?
The Chikora fruit, it's quite a delicacy, I've heard.
A delicacy?
Failed nature check.
Yeah. Whoever told you that was ill-informed at best or huckster at worst? No. The Chikora fruit is a nigh-on mythical fruit, one that supposedly exists only within the Fey realm. It is my belief that if we were to take one and bury it in the town center, its tremendous life-giving properties would be able to stave off this sickness and return the vibrancy of the land back to normal.
Jaysha takes a few steps forward beyond the group and gazes at the imposing world wall in the distance.
I have hired 2 groups of adventurers to go and take care of this. The first was 3-4 months ago. They have not yet returned. I do not hold up much faith for their survival. I don't say this to scare you, but to prepare you. The journey over the world wall is dangerous, and the Feywild can be unpredictable. But if you find this fruit and bring it back, I believe you will save our village from certain destruction.
Elder Jaysha, has anyone simply followed the path of corruption into the forest to see where it begins?
Yes, we sent out one small search group of hunters. They also have not returned.
Are you sure you just didn't need to send a gardener to pick a flower instead?
Can I ask? I still don't know what you meant by that.
No, I don't know what I meant by it either.
Oh, okay.
It seems like a P-Baxian thing to do.
And well, because he's an idiot and he doesn't know what he's talking about, but he acts like he does.
Oh, so the arrogance.
Yes.
Okay.
That's good. Good role.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and Tony responded with, in Jaysha, I'm not following, so...
Sort of throwing shade.
Yeah. I am not following.
I reach down to the wildflowers at our feet, pluck one, and tuck it into the cloak pin on Vivek's shoulder.
Lovely, it'll stay there. It'll look shinier against my metallic.
Yes, well, some other villagers have gone a short distance into the woods and have returned, but every one of them has returned quite ill. I do not believe that we will be able to find the source of this plague. So I ask you again, will you help us save our town from destruction? Help us save this district from starvation?
Elder, forgive me, but there was mention in the letter of some pay.
I've been able to collect 500 gold as a reward. Now, I know it might not seem like a lot to adventurers of your esteem, but with the success of this mission, I will send with you a letter, penned by myself, to bring to the Duke. He is very wealthy, and I have no doubt would be willing to hire your group, or each of you individually, for much higher paying jobs. So while the immediate reward is admittedly not high, the future prospects are limitless.
Well, I believe I'm only speaking for myself here, but Of course we'd want to help the people of your town, considering how much it has given us, the people of this realm. The nourishment and the beauty of everything you produce here.
Jasha decides he will look past the suspicion that she has really only agreed for the future prestige. He smiles and nods.
Thank you, my dear. And the rest of you?
I, for one, am happy to help cure this plight on the land.
Excellent. Sindra.
I also agree.
Jasha looks to Peebax.
I'm sure I need not ask such an esteemed hero as yourself to assist in such a time of need. Huh, Peebax?
My nose smelled the blight as soon as I set foot in this place. Here's what.
Every time, a different note.
Yeah.
After everybody said yes.
Yeah,
building,
I wanna,
and building, and building.
I just want to and I hope I'm not overstepping by saying this. This calls to mind, and I'm sure this is what you're working towards in the superhero movies, when everybody's coming together to join that team to ultimately make that you know what I mean. And I know that's one of your favorite things.
Oh yes, yeah. I love it when teams first agree to work together.
Yeah.
Those are often my just favorite parts. Those are what give me the goosebumps and the raises the hairs on the back of my neck when they finally come together.
And especially like people who wouldn't normally join up. Yeah, disparate maybe morals or goals, but coming together for the greater good.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
what you're saying.
And
Exactly.
vastly disparate types of individuals who normally would never be caught seen with each other in the first place.
Yeah. And now they have to go on this crazy survival mission. And they don't know how crazy it gets at this point, but they're taking this job. Sure, we climb with the thing, find a tree, come back. And for the music, that's another cheat. I'm not as great as you might think, because if you do just raise notes, that will simulate more anticipation.
Yeah.
And if you have one
We're
bass
getting
note
excited.
and you're raising notes over that,
Yeah.
then you can just raise the bass note one more time and then start over and raise again. And you can just keep doing that until the bass is so high and all the other things are so high that when you get back into the deeper notes, it's the gravitas has returned. It flips everything else that you're doing upside down. I don't know if that's a good description, but it changes a lot. But it's a cheat. And if you listen to Sonic Realms, you'll hear me exploit this cheat over and over again of just rising tones. That's we're simply wired when it comes to music and oscillations. It's just if it's raising,
Good word.
we're interested.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know how to use those tricks.
He
It's
does
not
very
like
well.
everyone
Learning
can
when
do
and
it,
where to actually use those.
It's not like
and
you're
not too
overusing it
heavy-handed.
either. It's not everywhere. It could be easily.
Yeah.
You could be overdoing it, but you're not. It's
Thanks.
it's definitely planned.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I do try to be conservative, and
Right.
anytime that there's any possibility of this being too much, or is the music calling too much attention to itself, then I'll draw it back. Because I really don't want it to be like the music show with some people talking. It's all about the characters talking and interacting with themselves and the world. And the music is, I've
augmentation.
Yeah, I've done a good job if you don't really notice it that much, if it doesn't call too much attention. And I know you guys, we're listening for things now, so it's okay that it caught your attention this time.
Right.
I'll do.
Peebax turns and addresses the group.
I'll make sure none of you die on this little jaunt of ours. In so doing, we all stay alive a little bit longer. Together.
Yes, Peebax, please protect me.
You keep us alive, and I'll keep us fed.
My spells are legendary. My best interest is to keep us all alive and together. We beat this thing as a team, or not at all.
Well, all right. It sounds like we're a team.
I like the sound of that. That is why I hired you all.
Jasha points to the snow-capped world wall.
I warn you that scaling the world wall is treacherous. The air is cold and thin. If you need anything from the town, I suggest you do so before you head out.
I increased the limit on the caps to 10, but if you do more than 10, it will time you out. I'm sorry.
It is
Really
a
feeling
4-day
it.
journey to get to the mountains, and the ascent to the peak may be more than a full day's climb. Town vendors have food, provisions, camping equipment, anything you may need.
Yeah. No,
When there's
players
mention
will
of
be
food,
players.
I decide to take care of the group's needs and cast Create Food and Water to provide for the group.
Sybil narrows her eyes and extends.
So I think this is a mistake, and I think I saw you perk up your ears at this when I mentioned the food appears and also a simple jug of water. But I think in real life,
You have to actually have a container for the water,
Yeah.
or else it just kind of goes, "Hi, water!"
yeah, and
On the food.
that's what happens later when she does it in the Fey realm. You'll hear most of the water splashes out, but this time the simple pitcher was there, which wasn't supposed to be.
It's fine. It vanishes when the spell ends. It's whatever, you know. It
Sure,
happens. But one thing that I wanted to point out is that, I mean, they say it too. I could wait, but why pause it again? The food is bland. The food is just there to fill stomachs and create nutrients. It's very, very bland. Very bland. As Jaysha, I go up to say, like, maybe best safe for emergency scenarios. Probably not the best thing to be eating constantly. Because when you're adventuring and everything is hard and life sucks and we're nearly dying all the damn time, having really bland bread and cheese for every goddamn meal gets pretty demoralizing.
Yeah.
And I was planning on using that, but like then John comes in with this wonderful cooking ability, and he's just like, "No, we'll make it work." And I'm like, "Ah, fuck, if you can make it work, make it work."
Bread and cheese soup? Anyone?
Kenzie, were you going to say something?
I was going to say something, but not anymore.
Oh, okay. But that's part about D&D, you know. They say something, I'm like, well, maybe this, and they're like, but maybe this, and it's like, yeah, maybe that. Like, I love the back and forth. These guys are great with that.
Turns her hand to the ground. Light begins to warp and bend, shifting from formless clouds of energy into warm, solid shapes. The light coalesces, and in its place, a spread of flatbread, white cheese, and a simple pitcher of water remains. She drops her hand and smiles.
I apologize for the taste. It's rather bland, but it will nourish us. But it will spoil after 24 hours if we don't eat it. So, and the water is clean. It won't.
So I'll have to describe the food appearing sounds. That is a white noise envelope. So it's basically a reverse, which sounds like. So that makes it appear like it's appearing, and the food is just, I think it's just soft. I don't know. A soft object hitting the ground, and above that was, I think it's wine glasses being where they like rub the rim and make the sound. Yeah,
that's neat.
Yeah, a lot of Sybil's magic has to do with wine glasses and that sound.
Very nice.
On brand. That's on brand.
And a lot of Sandra's magic, actually, I used a sound effect I got from Torvald a long time ago, because she can like breathe out like seemingly forever, and the more the breath goes, the more like rattly and like dead it sounds. So I had her record a bunch of those, and so Syndra's kind of like signature magic sound is that kind of death rattle, but reversed. So instead of the breath running out over time in backwards, it's ramping up till it gets to the actual magic happening. I thought it would be interesting to have different people's magic sound a bit different, because I assume they would interact with magic in their own personal ways.
It's true too, because and I do this for every group I DM for, but whenever someone casts a new spell for the first time, if they feel comfortable doing it, I always ask them, what does it look like? What does it feel like? What do other people experience it with? And I love to hear everyone's responses. You rarely get two people describing the same spell the same way. I mean D&D, it offers you a base stock description, but I mean, how boring is that for 16,000 different spellcasters to all cast magic missile and it just does the same thing?
One thing that happened whenever I started learning how to edit was Paul would send me snippets of different things, and he wanted me to listen to one of the parts of whenever magic happens for Syndra, just to kind of say, hey, does this sound okay? Is this what, kind of magic sounds for Syndra, like whenever it's doing it? And I was like, yeah, because it very much captures like water, but like feels like smoke at the same time, which I thought was very like
fitting.
Is that the right? Yeah, I mean, very fitting. Like whenever Raven Queen jumps, it feels like she's kind of like stepping into like a line of water going through to the other side of it, but there's always also like a misty kind of smoky feel around it too. So
yeah, like I kind of pictured it as just black water, just kind of horizontally with that kind of blur into smoky edges on the corners.
Right, and I thought, and you can feel that, I think, like through
cool.
through it.
I'm glad I pulled it off.
Yeah.
Go bad.
Oh, you can just do that.
All these farmers were toiling away to make fucking food, and she's like, you could okay, cool.
Impressive.
Well, thank you very much, Elder.
He bends over to pick up a piece of flatbread.
Do you mind?
Please.
Jasha bites into it. His expression doesn't change.
That's rather
bland. Rather bland, yes.
Jasha swallows the dry, mealy bread.
I'm sure it will be filling.
I pick up a hunk of the cheese and give it a smell. Oh yes. This will go very nicely with my mushroom stew, and that will keep us warm as well as fed.
Yes, I'm afraid it's not aged, but it will do.
Well, if you do want more appealing foodstuffs, the markets are still open. Not that I don't think this is wonderful, mind you, Miss Sybil, but perhaps better saved for an emergency situation.
Thank you, Elder Jasha. You're a very kind man.
I think to myself, creating food and water is great, but I need a little something extra. Maybe I'll look in town to see if they have any dried meats available.
And you see, if you were in a regular role-playing game, why would you ever shop for a supply that you have infinite of?
Right,
and like why would you look for spicy jerky instead of your regular provisions? There would be no need to do that, but you guys brought the realism because that's what the characters would really do.
Right.
As Tony said, you wouldn't just want to eat bland MREs and magical like bland bread and cheese.
Like, we could eat just like plain baked potatoes for the rest of our lives, but would we want to?
Exactly. These are real people.
I need
no
bacon.
way. So yeah, they go in and they buy and actually I think all the things they bought were more or less like superfluous. You didn't really need to buy any food.
It's a comfort.
It's a comfort.
Yeah.
It did work out. One of the things that I had intended as DM is that any of the food that they bought, if they made a complete meal with the food they bought in town, it would give them advantage against exhaustion climbing the mountain, because the food grown in this area has so much magical energy enhancing it that it gives, like, that's why Jasha's eyes were described as wizened, but displaying a bit of a bit of vigor through that. He's old, but he's energetic. He's been eating produce and meat grown in this area, and the proximity to the Feywild enhances it. So buying the food, the jerky, the carrots, and everything, not only did it stave off the fact that, we're getting weary of this bland stuff, but it helped in the end keeping them, well fed and well energized as they climbed. It didn't work out super well thanks to dice rolls, but there was a point. It was effective.
It worked out great.
Yeah, actual true story. Elder Jasha is Tom Brady.
I don't believe that.
I'm kidding. That's a joke.
I do like that, Kenzie, you mentioned something. I don't remember if it was when you mentioned this, but you said that Sybil had sustained herself on that bland bread and cheese so that she could use her money for other things that she loved. And I thought that was a great touch.
Janitar, that's hilarious, by the way. So,
Yeah.
Iron Kid's bread with a slice of crap.
Right.
Why is Heidi eating this all the time?
Sandra begins to walk towards the town market, with the others following. The market is full of colorful tents and stalls, with an abundance of delicious-looking, vibrant food spilling from baskets and countertops.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening to you. I have some wonderful dried goat if you'd like. It's freshly dried just yesterday. How much are you looking to purchase, young lady?
I think I'll purchase about 3 days worth, if you have it.
3 days? Well, 3 days worth of jerky. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have anything on the spicier end?
Oh, yes, we have spicy. Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 second. You wait right there. I'll get you the spiciest jerky we have.
The jerky vendor excitedly begins cutting a reddish sheet of jerky into strips. He then wraps up 3 days' worth of spicy jerky into waxed parchment and places it onto the counter.
There you go. This'll run you, well, I won't lie. It's going to run on the expensive side, seeing as how this is an entire 3 full days worth of jerky. 1.5 gold, perhaps.
I give him 2 gold.
Miss, we get a lot of strangers around here, and normally I'd say I don't hold to them very well. But you are welcome at my stall any day of the week. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure doing business. I'm closing up shop early today.
On the other side of the market, Varys considers his options.
Tony played, the that vendor in the game. It was voiced by someone else, but Tony's take was as this sort of prospector. So he's like, I'm closing up shop early today. And the voice actor did something totally different. So it's funny that some of these lines, he said, like, I'll close up shop early today, is like, it's funny to hear a prospector's lines being read by like a kind of like a normal-ish, enthusiastic vendor.
Yeah. The idea behind that was just like, when people come to buy some goat jerky in a town, that's like, well, we'll take a few bits, this bit here and there. I had some copper, maybe some silver at the most. No one's like, I want 3 full days worth of meat, nothing but meat for 3 days in this sack. It's just like,
I measure my meat in days.
Well, when your bread, cheese, and water are taken care of, you need protein, right?
yeah, no, I get that, but like from a small town's perspective, like, holy shit! I just made like a whole week's worth of money in a cell.
Yeah. You're welcome. I'm a high level of.
And then P-Bex comes along and just like fucking blows that out of the water.
The long journey ahead.
Creating food and water—that's a nice trick, but you can't get the taste right if you can't cook it with your own hands. We need ingredients: mushrooms, turnips, carrots, celery. A good base.
Oh, peaches!
Varys walks into a group of vegetable stands. Sweeping his eyes over the collection, he sees a rainbow of colors, from brown root vegetables to strikingly colorful fruits. A vendor sees him looking and approaches him, smiling.
Good evening, kind sir. We have some very fine vegetables here. This town is known for a bountiful harvest.
She reaches to the stall and grabs a massive carrot, bigger than any carrot he's ever seen in his life. He imagines the thickest section cut into coins, or in this case, small plates.
Very nutritious, very large. You only need to buy a couple here to get the same volume you would need to get anywhere else.
Yes, that is quite a beautiful carrot. However, I'll be traveling, and that might take a little too much room in my pack. Do you have any smaller ones? Or perhaps I only need the one?
I could cut it up for you to make it more portable.
Leave them whole. They'll stay fresher longer. I point towards the carrots. I'll take a couple of those.
She begins to prepare the carrots he pointed out.
I reach for some of the mushrooms, get a good sniff of them. These were picked recently, weren't they?
Yes, and we were sure to take them from the area that is located farthest from the part of the woods that have been affected.
Yes, I'll definitely need a few of those. And some of these turnips as well, please.
Wonderful.
Varys goes on to point out a collection of vegetables, roots, and mushrooms. Once finished, the vendor puts them all into a pack, which she sets on the counter.
That will come to, say, 5 silver?
A fair price. I hand over the 5 silver. Thank you very much for your assistance.
It's my pleasure, sir. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy the market.
Peebax has made his rounds through the entire market, ignoring stares from the humble townspeople.
Did I see that they had goat leather here? I haven't had good goat jerky in months.
Peebax walks up to the jerky vendor, who looks like he's in the process of closing up shop. He looks up, grins, and returns to the counter, unable to resist another sale.
Oh, another fine shopper to my fine stall. Excellent.
I want all the goat jerky you have.
All of it?
Yes, all of it. Find the biggest satchel you own and fill it with all the goat leather, please.
Wait, leather, sir? Or jerky?
Well, where I come from, we also call it leather, you know. It's just a turn of phrase that, never mind. All the, yes, the jerky, please, yes.
Right away, sir. It'll
Love
just
that.
take me a few minutes to slice all that up for you, but yes, give me just one moment here.
As the vendor begins to slice the thin sheets of meat into strips, Sybil's
So Sybil didn't need anything in this scene, and so didn't really have any lines, but wanted to show her in the market. I think that the closest we came to describing what she would do is Kenzie said, I don't know, maybe she would look for some strings or something, but I'm good on the market, pretty much. So from that little tidbit, I gave it a bit of narration without any lines from her, but just to let her know, let listeners know she's in the mix as she walks by Peebax as this huge bag of jerky thuds on the table. If you're listening with subwoofers, you'll get a kick out of this huge. It'll give you a sense of the weight of this pack of frickin' jerky.
Oh my god.
rides through the market, also drawing stares. She has survived on nothing but her magically produced rations for extended periods in the past, and would rather save her gold for more interesting things. She wonders if she should try to find extra strings for her violin before she goes, knowing she likely won't be able to find replacements in the Feywild. She passes behind Peebax just as the vendor places a sizable satchel on the counter.
Well, this looks to be about 10 days worth of rations. Wow. For this much turkey, I hope you wouldn't be opposed to, say, 5 gold?
More than reasonable for the finest goat jerky around, no doubt. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome, my lord. It was quite the pleasure supplying someone as esteemed as yourself. Have a wonderful day.
The vendor maniacally looks behind Peebax and waves to someone.
Hey, Jathan, help me close up the shop. We are heading home.
Excuse me, good sir. Do you happen to have any diamonds for sale?
Diamonds?
Yes.
What, do I look like a prospector? No, sir. We sell jerky here.
Well, you used to until I bought all of it.
But you don't look like one, but you sound like one. Except he
What,
did.
I look like a prospector? What do I look like?
Some kind of prospector. In game, he did. This guy doesn't sound like one, or probably look like one.
You used to until I bought all of it.
That was such a great
Marcus has a habit of just buying way too much of stuff
all the time
in role-playing games.
All the time.
I don't know why. just overspend so much money on like food or gadgets.
It's because I can,
Yeah.
and it's not
Right?
real life,
Yeah,
so I
right.
think it's
Yeah.
fun to do.
Like he did the same thing in Shadowrun. When I think they're at the Taddich Grill. He basically like ordered like everything
That's right.
from the menu.
Yeah. I'll have all your breakfast foods in one place. Yes,
Yeah.
handles of whiskey.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, right. Not a shot, not a glass, entire bottle's worth.
So in D&D, a day's worth of rations is hardtack, some dried fruit, some nuts, some dried meats. You know, a mix of things.
But it's like small.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a
know.
full day's worth of food.
Yeah.
That you're supposed to like go use throughout the day, and then 10 days worth of jerky. 10 days. Imagine going your entire day only eating jerky 10 times in a row. That's what he bought.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
That's amazing. That's some trouble pooping.
Yeah, there's no. You got to eat those carrots that Varys is bringing. Lots
Yes.
of them.
On top of
Giant
being
carrots and the nice turnips.
It's great turnips.
Do you happen to know where I can get some diamonds?
Out here, no, I couldn't think of a place. Maybe somewhere up north and fancier city? Certainly not out here in Azalea.
Excellent. All right. I just wanted to know. You never sell things. You never know. You never know. Well, have a good day, and thank you for all the wonderful jerky.
Oh, my pleasure, my lord. My
And as for Wise getting the diamonds, I don't know if you want to describe it.
No,
or
no,
don't say
yeah,
anything
not
about
yet.
it. All right, it's a role-playing thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a pretty deep cut.
Yeah.
pleasure. Good luck on the diamond hunt there.
Once all the shopping is done, Varys, Sindra, and Sybil meet near Jasha's house. Peebax is the last to arrive, with a large, unwieldy sack slung over his shoulder.
Is that an entire sack of goat jerky?
Yes, it is. Would you like some?
You'll notice that was. It's in the bloopers in the end. So, we all, as soon as he said, "Would you like some?" You'll hear in the end of this, everyone busts out laughing.
So enthusiastic. It's like
Yeah.
you know, he's so stoic. So this is what I'll do. My spells are unquestioned. You have goat jerky. Would you like some? It's like such a shift in character, and I fucking lost my mind. Oh, so well done.
No, I would not like any now. I'm not hungry, but I would offer if you need help carrying to put it in this bag.
Sybil reaches behind her back and produces an unusual-looking bag.
Oh, excellent. You have a...
Peebax points and stops speaking. Fascinating.
So, bag of holding, I always thought was a really fascinating item and mechanic in the game. So I didn't want to just gloss over it. It didn't have any music, but the sounds that you hear are the chimes, of course, and also longer single chimes being hit, which are then played in reverse. So there's kind of backwards and forwards chimes, and I was trying to kind of represent how the folds are nesting into each other. I tried to describe how I imagine these bags to look, because they probably, well, I don't know how to say in real life they would look like this or not. Probably just look like a regular bag.
They have an image for it online. I couldn't.
Oh, they have an image.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's drawn. I guess I don't know if I saw the image or not, but I imagined it as a bag that would have more space in it than it looks like. Not limitless space, but a lot more. So the way that you would do that, just like our brains, you would have to have a lot of folds to pack a lot of stuff into a small space.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I had, through the magic, the folds would be interweaving symmetrically and really perfectly, just to really have a really big space in there magically through this kind of folding of space and time in this bag that you can just put in your backpack or hang on your belt.
Really interesting, because I have always thought of it as like
Mary Poppins.
you open it and it's just like like basically the starry scene that you have behind
Yeah.
you. You know,
Yeah.
just like
Yeah,
there's
that's,
a,
that's how I always
There's a
think
big
about
void
it.
there, and things just vanished
and you just
into it.
throw shit
Yeah.
in there, and then like Mary Poppins, exactly.
Yeah, I never described the inside of the bag because that was just indescribable. I think to me, because I couldn't wrap my head around how it would work. If you looked inside, would it be a large room? Would they be floating? If you put in 10 days worth of jerky, would it just be strips and strips of jerky floating around?
You just like reach your hand in and you get what you need.
It's technically it's technically just a pocket dimension. You are literally carrying around an extra dimension.
Right.
Yeah,
that
but
is
you have to-
vastly bigger. Yeah, you
have
basically
to
are carrying around a
call
portal
for the
into said
objects.
dimension.
You have to
That
call for
happens
the
to look like a
objects.
bag. And when you reach in and think of something like, I would like 2 pounds of goat jerky, that's the item that comes out into your hand. But yeah, it's basically like Mary Poppins' bag.
Yeah, Ellis is saying that I guess you can't see inside the bag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I wonder how that could be. Like, how can you reach in an open thing and not look into it?
Well, you can see inside. It's just dark.
Oh,
There ain't
okay.
nothing there. It's a void,
Okay.
technically. But I like the idea of it being starry like that one. That sounds much better. And that's the beauty about DMing and D&D in general. Rule 0, baby. Switch it up.
By the bag of holding Sybil has produced. It is a wondrous item, adorned with runes, colorful designs, and other unusual markings that seem to nest perfectly within themselves. Even the folds of the bag seem symmetrical and orderly, no matter how they bend. The finely weaved fabric faintly shimmers when it catches the light, as if magic is somehow seeping to the surface from within. Peaback snaps back to the matter at hand.
Oh, yes, here.
The reason I cut it like that is because Peaback's never actually said, you have a bag of holding. Because I think what happened in the game is, he said, like, you have a... And then he was interrupted by, someone else to say something. We spoke about that for a long time. And then we were like, what were we doing? Oh, yeah, he was putting the stuff in the bag. He's like, oh, right, here. So that's why I had him say, oh, you have a... And then cut right in with the narration with the big description leading into... Yes, here. He never says you have a bag of holding.
That's clever as fuck.
Brilliant.
I have to
way.
do that a lot, like, especially with saying goodbye to NPCs. This is a big thing with me because in role-playing games, you never say goodbye to the NPCs. They give like information gathered. Moving on.
Yeah, you just hit the circle button until like you go through all the
dialogue.
Yeah,
yeah.
and then you just leave.
So I'll often now when I have people record, I'll have little conversational bits. I'll say, okay, let's just record us saying just things I can put in during conversation.
Right.
Because most of the time when you're active listening, you'll throw in an occasion like and along with hellos and especially goodbyes, because it's not a natural thing to think about when you're addressing someone that doesn't exist in front of you, because they're more of a mechanic in a game than a person. But when you're listening to it like this, they're real people that people are just, walking away from all the time without saying anything. I often have to weave things in such a way to make up for the players never saying goodbye or treating NPCs like humans.
Right.
Do you have more space?
Of course, and rest assured it will be easily accessible whenever you'd like goat jerky.
Sybil, thank you. Here you go.
Peabax and Sybil take a moment to transfer the contents of the jerky sack into Sybil's bag of holding, a handful of strips at a time.
Maybe I should go buy a tent.
Sandra takes a small step towards Sybil.
Unless you want to share a tent.
Acceptable.
Well, you could get a tent big enough for the 4 of us. That would certainly help when we get into the mountains and it's cold.
I look over at Sybil.
I shake my head. This is unacceptable, I'm afraid.
I look back at Varus. The lady has spoken.
And after all that talk about tents, I don't think anyone bought a tent.
Nope.
Nope.
They're tense.
And you even mentioned it's going to get cold up in the mountains, and I'm just thinking to myself,
So much foreshadowing.
We should do something about that.
I think he said tense.
I just keep myself warm with turkey. What's the problem?
I have a backpack with a bedroll. It's fine.
Just stitches back together the strips. Meat blanket.
Ew, meat blanket.
What a tense situation. Aha, inspiration.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that Tony would give inspiration for as a DM. Exactly.
And he did.
Frequently.
Puns were appreciated.
While the others are gathering their things, I walk to the edge of the blighted area. I take out a small box from my bag and take a few clippings of the blighted plants. I put it into a few of the tubes, add some more powders, and look at it to try to examine what the actual nature of this blight is. I'm unsure of the nature of the actual blight itself, but I believe it to be magical in nature instead of natural.
So that scene was a thing I sent to Sarah.
Yeah.
Without any sound effects or anything. I just gave her her lines of dialogue that were in order, but with none of the sound effects. And as a test, I asked her.
Oh wow.
Not a test, but I was like, how would you?
Yeah, like what would you layer into this? And I was like, the grass and the tubes and snipping and putting down and opening the wooden box. And then, like, after I said all that, Paul was like, footsteps. You have to put in footsteps.
Aww.
There's gonna be so many footsteps.
Mentor moment.
Yeah. Footsteps, however, she did catch putting in birds and background noises.
Birds and the wind and grass moving in the background.
Yeah, that's what I expected that she would miss, because people are thinking like, what are the things that I'm doing?
Yeah.
But there's so much more other. Yeah.
I am hyper aware in most situations, and unfortunately sometimes I can't block it out. So I get that, like, I can hear everybody around me, like, doing little things, touching plastic, moving around. Like, I can hear the beanbag, like, shifting just a little bit. It's a lot, but it translates very well whenever you're, like, audio engineering. So.
Which one of you had the idea of doing the?
That was me in the end. That was just like, so for that scene, I wanted to see if she would do. I was basically looking out for footsteps, maybe like a cutting of the grass, and maybe some like rustling as you manipulate the things that you just cut.
Yeah.
And then footsteps away, and of course the background noises. The blowing thing was just an extra thing I sort of imagined. Totally didn't like expect her to do that thing, because I could also see that as being like, is that too much for this?
Right.
Like that kind of thing, keeping it simple, which she did, and that's how I knew then that she'd be fine in this whole audio editing endeavor. And another side note, the sound is one that I made, but not for this adventure. That was Drager blowing the barrel of his gun in the docks scene, like, as you know, the smoke. It's a badass scene, so I had to record some on a bottle or whatever.
Jesus, you can make that sound really well with that one.
Yeah, so it was a barrel of a gun first, and now a like glass tube second.
A shotgun, was it?
It was a silencer on a big ass pistol. Yeah.
Sindra returns to the small circle of items within the group. Jasha opens his door and walks outside, seeing that everyone has secured the last of their belongings. He rests his palms on the porch railing as they look up to him.
You all look like you're...
So you'll hear here. Have you guys heard the music yet that has just started?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have. Okay. So another trick is to fade in the music as slowly as possible. So that way it gives it a better chance of sneaking in undetected, and you don't realize your feelings are being moved by the music until you realize there's music. And so I'm trying to get it in at that spot where you have to consciously, oh, there's music going on here. I was just being moved by the story or whatever. So I'll do that all the time with just the slowest of fade-ins of music that I can do.
You're ready.
Have you any more questions before you go? No? Very well. I've told you what I know of the Feywild, but I'm unsure of how useful it will be. The Fey realm works differently than what we're used to. I hope you can succeed where others have failed, for you truly are our last hope. Upon delivery of the Chikora fruit to our village, I shall happily pay you your gold and pen a letter for each of you to give to the Duke.
A look of worry darkens Jasha's face.
Stay on guard, for things often aren't what they seem in the Fae. The differences between our realm and the realm of the Fae can be disorienting. I'm sure if you all trust and rely upon each other, you shall be successful.
Jasha closes his eyes and extends his arm.
May Lord Pelor bless you on your travels. May luck find you, and good fortune stay with you. Farewell, adventurers.
With everything in order, the party nods and waves a farewell to Jasha. They immediately begin on their long journey, starting with a 4-day hike through the woodlands toward the towering world wall. Each night they camp, Varys generously volunteers to cook supper.
So, this hiking scene really kind of gave, or the hiking in general, I was having Lord of the Rings vibes, just because those movies are mostly walking.
Yeah.
So I really wanted this journey to feel like the beginning of an epic journey, with this music kind of slowly fading in and out of the bits and pieces you get to tune in on them during this 3-day journey. Back when I was starting Sonic Realms, the original intent was to like pretty much never cut and just see what people were doing throughout their entire lives. Like that's why in Shadowrun, Kurt and Draeger go shopping for a mattress in a mall, and it takes a long time because we don't cut. I thought it would be interesting to hear what a casual shopping encounter would be like in the future. I couldn't just have them footsteps for 3 days straight for this movie. So we wrapped it up, did some character development talking stuff, like P-Bax's mysterious helmet is coming up, but the music, I really wanted it to be I'm imagining a lot of those shots where the camera's really far away but zoomed in as it sort of rotates around them as they're hiking, really far, and just kind of to have that long trudge as the camera zooms back out and you see the world wall impossibly still filling the camera, even though you're zoomed way out and far away.
Like a sweeping drone or helicopter shot.
Yeah. Precisely. Yeah.
Yep.
The wildlife leaves them alone for the most part, staying hidden behind the trees and only daring to investigate for crumbs after everyone has departed.
So those are nature check survival rolls.
On the evening of their 3rd day, they find a clearing and begin to set up camp.
As I'm looking ahead on our path, I notice mountains in the distance. They look to be quite treacherous. Do you see those mountains? Am I wrong that perhaps the path on the right around that curve might be the easiest? Does anyone see anything different?
I'll scout ahead a little bit.
Keep an eye out for mushrooms. I know how much everyone loves my stew.
It's funny because John doesn't like mushrooms.
In real life.
In real life.
Just like, no, thanks.
But that was a great choice to leave that line in, because we did stop every night for them to have like their perception rolls to see if anything would happen at night or whatnot, and nothing would. But I needed to keep them on their toes for what to expect in the future. And every night we explained how you made the mushroom stew. So by saying everyone loves my mushroom stew, it might not it's a nice nod to the 3 days where they have been eating his cooking.
Yeah, and we want to expect that they've been talking this whole time. They've not just been awkwardly walking together.
Right.
So that's sort of like shadow character development.
Yeah.
We don't get to hear it, but we assume that it's happened, and they're getting closer. And also, Tony, I forget, were you rolling behind the scenes to see if they'd be attacked by some woodland animal at any point?
No, I wanted to keep the journey to the mountain nice and easy. I just wanted to build up the tension. You can never be too sure that you're going to be safe.
Okay.
The mountain, I was expecting to beat them bloody, so we'll see how that goes.
I did have to do cooking checks though to make
Yes.
sure the stew was good. So yeah.
Yes, he did.
Night has fallen, with familiar constellations glittering above, intermittently embellished with rising sparks from the campfire. They have been supplementing their meals with Sybil's magically produced foods to allow their better-tasting cuisine to last longer. Everyone has finished setting up and cooking as Sindra returns from the darkness.
Well, pardon me, I must, dine over here. In the shadows, it's far simpler for me to digest. I take my leave. Good night, all.
Peebax collects his meal and excuses himself from the group, walking into the darkness far enough away that the gleam of his armor can no longer be seen. Sindra, however, has what is known as dark vision, allowing her to see in near pitch darkness. In the distance, she can still make out Peebax's form sitting on a felled log, presumably dining on his meal.
Does anyone else find it odd that we've never seen Peebax's face?
As Sybil raises the question, I look past the fire and into the darkness where Peebax is sitting. I kind of lean in and say, I can only kind of tell that he has darkish hair, but it's long.
He doesn't look freakish.
I can't see his face.
Peculiar.
Well, I've seen a lot of faces, some of them less comely to look upon. Perhaps he's embarrassed?
Yeah, maybe he's super ugly.
For several days, you'd think it'd be quite uncomfortable.
Do you want me to sneak over there and take it off of him?
No, that would be disrespectful.
Hey, Peebax! I get up slowly from my seat and start walking into the shadows. I pull up my hood.
As soon as the hood rests on the top of Sindra's head, she seems to blend further in with the darkness, making it harder to distinguish between her and the shadows.
As I creep around quiet.
So putting the hood up changes her stats a bit, right? It increases.
It gave me advantage on stealth checks.
Yeah. So a hood going up wouldn't make that sound, obviously, but this isn't a normal hood, I imagine.
Yes, elven cloak.
Yeah. So there had to be a bit of a sound effect, and throughout the adventure, whenever she puts her hood up, you'll get that sound, because I wanted to sort of show that this isn't just some normal hood, like
it's a magical effect.
It's a magical, yeah, there's something extra going on here. Although I do think in the beginning, when she's in the town and the children are staring at her and she puts the hood up, I don't think the sound effect is there.
It's only, I feel like with magical items like that you have to attune to.
Okay.
I think it's very much intention. It can, like, since you're attuned to it, it knows your intention for things. So I wasn't actively hiding, but I was just trying to, like, use it like a normal, like, hood and cover my face so I wouldn't be gawked at anymore.
Thanks for covering my editing there.
You're welcome.
And it works for me.
To the front of where Peebax is sitting. My eyes widen at the sight of him. I don't think I've ever encountered a creature that looks like him.
So, as a DM, you frequently have to describe things that should be well known to people, or at least partially known, without giving things away, to avoid meta information. With, if you succeed on a nature check or an arcana check or whatever, then you know, and I can tell you, and this is what it is. But if you don't know, I have to describe what you see without giving too much away. I had two pictures for Marcus that he chose. One was fully armored and one was no helmet. So I was trying to describe his face to her without saying, this is Marcus. And she failed her nature check to know what he was.
I rolled a 2.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
And
just like, whatever.
Excellent.
Yeah, and I think we have to share what almost happened at the time. Kenzie had a plan to get that helmet off of Peebax's head, I think that she was going to attempt to use some magic to like heat his helmet or armor from afar so much that it would get so hot that he would have to like take it off in an emergency. And I was I was kind of shocked that they would try to violate his privacy just so early on in the adventure. It's just really causing some. wait, Kenzie's.
But we didn't.
You didn't. It was close though. You may have made the rolls and decided not to, or so, it came really close. I'm like, maybe we should, because I think there was a chance for damage to happen.
There was, yeah. If you do heat metal and they don't drop whatever they're holding or take off whatever they're wearing, which when you're wearing armor can take a long fucking time, you take damage. So it's like, do you want to know what he looks like so much that you're willing to mar his face forever?
Maybe.
Well, hurting my friend.
And to answer your question, David, no. I try to be that kind of descriptive regardless of what game I'm playing. I really like to immerse my players in the game, and in this one, wasn't much of a difference there. It's just that it's always hard to... It was actually a little bit easier because a lot of the players weren't used to things that are commonly seen in D&D. Like, if you try to describe a kobold to somebody who has played D&D forever, as soon as you say a short, reptilian humanoid, like, oh, that's a kobold. I know that. Like, for at least half of this group, it was pretty easy to get away with certain descriptions that wouldn't be as obvious to them because they haven't been playing for as long.
Mm-hmm. And this natural tendency to describe, to flesh out the environment, to flesh out NPCs, characters, play the voice true to the character as he can with his vocal cords. This is the reason Tony is here with us.
Yep.
Plus, I just love these people.
No, we love you too, man.
And I make my way back to the campfire and sit down. I don't know what I was looking at.
Really?
Well, I don't want to know. I don't want to hear. It's a secret. Let him keep it.
You're no fun.
I get up from the fire and walk off in the opposite direction of Peebex to go collect some more firewood.
Making a statement.
Do you think that's why he's keeping the secret? Because he's strange looking?
Maybe.
Well, I've seen plenty of strange creatures. Do you think I should ask him?
Couldn't hurt.
I'll wait for him to return.
After finishing off my 12th.
So you'll hear now in Peebax's inner dialogue, there's no helmet sound effect.
Mm-hmm.
I had to think about that for a while. Would it be helmeted or not? And I decided not, since it's sort of inside of his head.
Inside my head,
which,
but not in my helmet.
Right, which doesn't create any reverberation or anything.
Right.
So, on a side note, all of the inner dialogue is mono, which means not stereo. It's playing the same ear at the exact same time. And when they're in the world, it's not only stereo, but also there's reverb. So it's subtle, but I that's how I try to separate the inner dialogue from the outer. Sometimes it's not easy. Like, it was really difficult in Shadowrun when they're speaking in a car to each other because it's quiet, there's no reverberation. So the inner dialogue sounds a lot like the outer dialogue. The only difference is mono to stereo, which I'm not sure if you need to be, professional sound engineer to hear the difference between, but I'm hoping that it could be more of a subconscious cue to help the listener realize what's inner and outer dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
Goat jerky. I make my way back to the campfire and sit with the rest of the others.
Peebax?
Sybil, yes.
We're companions now, yes? We've been traveling together for a few days, and we've been talking and getting to know one another, yes?
Yes.
Are you feeling more comfortable with us? Do you have any reason that you wouldn't trust us?
Why?
I'd like to see if I could persuade you to take off that helmet and be comfortable.
Oh, well, only at the proper time, my dear. I've, as you might imagine, given the helmet. I'm quite private. So,
Yes, but we've been traveling for several days, and I just can't imagine.
And I think that this all was done certainly before I ever saw The Mandalorian. I don't know if we recorded this before The Mandalorian.
It was all way before.
It was out? Okay, so I hadn't seen it, and I didn't know the significance of all the helmet stuff when this was made.
So funny.
What you'd like to hide from us?
if you've seen the battlefields and the wars that I've seen, dear, you may not want to look upon my face.
I've listened to the trailer so many times because I put it before and after each of my private streams to do this. That I have always been in love with that line. I don't know why. The way you put it, I really love that line.
He's a brilliant voice actor.
Thanks,
period.
I sing about them.
Just in case, not yet. Let's return to the Elder with his necessities. And then, perhaps, you can get a look at my face.
I come out of the woods and drop the firewood that I've collected near the campfire. I want to save P-backs from any further questioning. Speaking of all those tales that you sing about, Sybil, why don't you serenade us and, entertain us with a song?
Of course.
Like a
I
bard
pull out
does.
my violin and begin playing again. I know Varys just wanted to save P-backs from any further questioning, but
So for this part, I hope it was done well. She starts playing, and the illusory snowflakes start falling, but then the wind falls. The wind blows. I was concerned that listeners would think that she was making it colder with the violin, even though it was described in the beginning as a violin of illusions.
Right. I think you established that early on, and I knew it would happen, but I never thought that.
All right, good. Yeah, I was hoping that listeners wouldn't think that she was creating the chill that was making people colder.
She's the winter witch.
I mean, just the proximity to those big ass mountains. But I mean, even if they did think that, magic, man.
Yeah, magic.
I'm always happy to perform. As I begin playing, snowflakes begin falling and expand outwards towards the group.
Sybil continues to perform near the fire as the ambient temperature drops simultaneously, matching the illusory snowflakes gently falling around the campfire. A cold wind from the mountain chills her exposed fingers. She stops and looks up at the nearby trees.
It feels like there might be a chill coming. Colder weather. We should prepare for that.
As I feel the chill wind run across our campsite, I look over to Sybil. Looks like it's going to be a cold night. And I reach out and touch her hand.
Sandra, I think you're beautiful and I would love nothing more. However, now that we're working together, I think it's best that we perhaps keep at least 6 inches between us at all times. And I move away from her.
Sybil opens her own.
With that was a lot of fun to play around with all the pauses in between, because I get to choose how pregnant the pauses get.
Yep.
So it was a lot of fun to, the initial touch, the silence, I think, as Sybil is in her mind, weighing how she feels, the mission, the situation.
Nice.
So, yeah. So she does that and speaks to her, and as she's trying to politely say it, there are more pauses to kind of show, we should be professionals here, and I know that Kenzie and Sybil are totally aware of all the kind of social dynamics happening, and it could be an awkward position, and it could go really bad to be rebuffed when your lives are probably going to be in each other's hands.
Bedroll by the fire and climbs inside. Sandra remains sitting on the log for a moment before retiring to her own bedroll. A few hours after dawn, the party continues the march. The woods have thinned to a more dusty, rocky terrain with an unobscured view of the world wall filling their vision. The mountain face in the distance rises up to an increasingly dense patch of white snow, then disappears into the dark clouds above, the only clear sky now behind them. Varys is cautiously leading the way, his lightly billowing green cloak the only color and movement, contrasting the deadly still gray and white wall before him. Peebax is following closely, followed by Sybil right behind him, as Syndra is taking up the rear guard.
As we're walking, in the morning light, I notice Peebax's armor. It's pristine, and I've never seen him polish it. I walk a bit faster to get closer, to see if I can tell what exactly it is. It seems like some kind of exotic metal, but I can't place it.
Failed check, but still a decent roll. A little bit of information, but not the whole thing.
Yeah.
With the woods now fully behind them, the ground begins to slightly incline upwards.
Thank you, Genitar.
What began as an inclined walk has turned into a steep ascension, accompanied by ice-cold winds. The group is climbing in a tight formation, often directly following a climbing pattern, tested by the person ahead of them. Syndra looks up, seeing Sybil testing her handholds ahead of her. Her eyes linger on her ample rear end for a moment, before moving on to look at Peebax, who is wearing his entire suit of shining armor, now reflecting the gray environment around them. Watching him labor for every foot of elevation, she notices that even here, on a wind-whipped mountainside, his cape only gently billows behind him in stark defiance of the shifting gusts. Varys, on the other hand, seems to almost be enjoying the climb.
Okay. And if I'm get long-winded here, tell me to shut up and I will. My plan for this was to take the mountain in steps. Because going through an entire day, like, all right, make 10 athletics checks each and we'll see how you do. That's stupid and awful and boring. But the idea was to have them make a group athletics check climbing up the mountain. And before, when Sybil was talking about, the curvature of the mountain and everything, I gave them the chance to try and scout out an easier path to lower the check for them. The way he described everything, the way, how Varys was practically enjoying it. He was the only one in this case that rolled exceptionally well, whereas everyone else was kind of midland to failing. And whoever failed the check wound up having something terrible happen to them. And penalties include things like exhaustion, damage, depending on the how many successes there were versus how many failures. And exhaustion isn't too bad. You could sleep that off. But if it's really cold and nobody has prepared for this, that shit don't go away.
And you might just hear a failed dice roll in a moment or two.
3.
Sybil tumbles past Syndra down the rock face and disappears over a cliffside. In the time it takes everyone else to turn to look, Varys has nimbly moved towards the cliff.
From a ledge that I've reached that's stable enough to stand on, I call down to Sybil.
Are you badly hurt?
Well, I don't feel great.
Wonderful line.
And also, I saw you too. This is the second time, so I'm gonna pipe up and say it. Like, it's just noticing the way that Paul does distance through sound.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's very well done.
Like when I was when Peebax was sitting far away from, and he asked to, I mean, my turkey, like the distance and echo to that sounds excellent.
And that adds to the comedic effect of that line. Like, it's a funny line anyway, but knowing that he's 25 feet from the kid, however far he is, like, you can hear it in the sound.
Yeah.
And it makes it so much funnier.
Yeah.
This too, from her. From far away, you hear, I'm not great.
And that's the beauty about this. Both of those lines, very comedic, and the distance definitely helps. But none of it was like, you should do this. This will sound funny in this situation.
Yeah.
Both of them came up with it. All of this was done on the spot by their own decision.
Yep.
Scripted.
Yeah.
No direction, from Paul. This was all improv.
And John had to do something kind of difficult there, which is yell down. And that's difficult with the setups we have because we recording wise, because we don't want to blow out the speaker. But as you get farther, if you do want to like scream out loud, you have to get farther away. But if you get farther away, you're in your room recording. It's going to sound like you're in a room yelling. So he had to kind of like just cup his hands and loud talk, but the cup, I think, changed the sound enough to get the impression that, you know, he's yelling down, even though he wasn't yelling. I think we hear this a few more times, and it's tough to scream out loud because of our unprofessional recording setups. Not to say that they're bad, but you know, we're not doing this in professionally treated booths,
right?
Yeah.
With like dual microphones that can catch the softest thing and the loudest things. So it's difficult to do, and it was well done.
Down, and is slowly getting up. The layers of clothing saved her from scratches, but the hard impacts of unforgiving rocks left behind deep aches, exacerbated by bone-chilling cold. Beyond and behind her, a dizzying view of the woods from which they had come earlier in the morning stretches on in the horizon.
I take the length of rope that I keep in my pack, tie one end of it around my own waist, and throw the rest of it down to her. Lash yourself to me. I'll help you the rest of the way.
Sybil ties the rope to her waist and painfully begins to climb up the cliff.
Have I ever told you you're very kind?
Just this once.
Just this once.
I want to talk a bit about distance as well. That is something that I really have tried to improve and get better at, because I do think that creating a sense of depth in this lends so much to the immersion, and it's I've had to learn how to like fake that, because everyone's always the exact same distance more or less from the microphone, and that means that it picks up certain frequencies differently than if you were farther away. So I've had to learn what frequencies sort of fade out or don't carry through the air as well, combined with how humans perceive sound. Like, there are certain frequencies that we hear much more clear than others. It's basically where a baby's cry, that range is what we were designed to hear the most clear. So that's what we're most sensitive to. Whereas low bass sounds, there weren't many of those in nature. So we didn't, develop the machinery to pick that up as well as we did crying human infants.
Mm-hmm.
And also higher things like air sounds can also be harder to hear. It's kind of the slope of what you can hear, which also changes depending upon how loud the thing is that you're hearing. So a loud thing from far away could have the same sonic energy as a quiet thing right next to your ear. And I'm still trying to learn how to do that more, but long story short, when somebody is farther away, I have to, one, change what's called the slapback of the reverb, which means as you get farther away from something and you speak or you clap, the delay will take milliseconds longer. And you count, and those milliseconds, our brains are highly attuned to picking up sensory direction. We don't even think about it because we're immersed in it every day of our lives. Like, even now in this room, it's happening, but we don't even know it. But it's feeding us information on our environment, because if we were to soundproof this room, it would sound a lot different because we wouldn't have the reverb cues off of what's bouncing off of the walls in our environment. So it's the slapback distance that creates a sense of depth, but also shaping the frequencies of the speech to shave off some more of the bass and higher frequencies as they get farther away, until if they're really far away, you don't hear the bass in anyone's voice if someone's speaking from a block away, nor do you really hear like the S's, because these are sort of delicate sounds that air molecules get in the way of and disrupt. You hear more or less the higher frequencies where a baby's cry would be. So you kind of hear people's voices sound thinner when they're farther away. So I kind of have to subtly shape it to make it sound thinner. Lowering the volume does that too, but lowering the volume combined with a bit of shaping of the lower and higher frequencies to have the baby frequencies be more pronounced, combined with the slapback, I think makes a decent sense of depth and distance. And that's what I really it's a lot harder to do. It requires a lot more work and automation to have things change distance, but I think that all that work lends to a greater sense of immersion, which is what I'm going for. So I'm glad to hear that it's working.
When it becomes too dark to climb safely, they make a small campfire in a corner between the cliff face and a pile of rocks, and they lay out their bedrolls closely to each other and the fire. It is hard to tell if the area is offering any real relief from the winds, or if it is, perhaps, only the thought of protection comforting them. After a quiet meal of jerky and bread, everyone slips into their bedrolls underneath piles of extra clothes, regretting not purchasing tents in Azalea. Sybil sleeps easily, her exhausted body all too willing to shut down and rest. However, the wind chill robs Varys, Peebax, and Sandra of respite, no matter how they settle.
So did you hear the music winding down there? The lowering tones?
You went back down the stairs?
Exactly.
Yep.
So that's more of a,
Trouble.
We're coming in for a landing, we're slowing down, we're chilling. That's all a very...
Chilling.
Yeah, chilling. Yeah, and you get that from a lot of stuff in nature. Things running out of energy. If it's a repeating pattern, the oscillations will slow down. Even down just to a... like that is a descending pitch. So in nature, we just pick up slowing things down with descending tones, and the opposite. Things are ramping up, things are getting closer to you, whatever, higher tones or excitement versus this down thing I did with the cello and the tempo change, having it slow down. Sorry for all the info, but I hope it's interesting. The tempo change, slowing down the tempo. Again, a beat is an oscillation, and slowing down the beat with the tones dropping, I hope, made a sense of things winding down and slowing down and stopping.
They're never able to find a comfortable position on the cold, hard ground. By mid-afternoon the next day, their environment has gone from inhospitable to actively hostile. They climb ever upward into a world of white snow, jagged rocks, and swiftly moving mists. Small snowflakes flit through their line of sight, moving horizontally in the wind.
Stings, doesn't it?
I wrap my blanket and bedroll around me. Just try and stay warm.
As I make my way up the mountain, I pull my cloak in tighter to my body.
I've seen storms far worse than this, but stings the wind blowing through every seam in the armor. Oh.
As if in response to Peebax, the ice sheet on which they had been walking begins to slide backward. Too exhausted to maintain their footing, they all fall simultaneously. Frosty snow buries them as they helplessly tumble.
So as you listen to this, sorry to interrupt the the momentum, but what's happening here is I have a sort of avalanche sound, which is a lot of bass, along with a lot of dirt, like dirt falling sounds. So combined with those, it sort of makes an avalanche. And as they fall, it's hard to hear through the music and the narration, but I tried to simulate kind of going under and above the snow. When you're below, just like when you're below water, everything, you kind of only hear bass sounds, very muted things. You don't hear air or higher frequencies anymore. And then when you come up, it's whoosh, and you have the higher stuff. So they did that as they fell, and you'll hear them. I usually did it when they had a vocal thing, so you hear the shh of the avalanche, and then you'll hear the avalanche drop out, and it's just their voice. And I was imagining being really tightly on them as they're tumbling, and then going under the snow with them for those brief moments as they turn, and then maybe do a full somersault, come back up over the snow. You hear all the environmental sounds, go back under, complete with impacts, because you're hitting stuff on your way down, and it'll be most noticeable when they hit the giant sieve at the end, which I believe was just a DM hand of fate. They survived the avalanche, but how's it going to stop? How's that going to happen? And the easiest way to do that, I think, was with an outcropping of rocks. And so when that happens, you'll hear the sound go from being buried under the snow to, I was imagining, it slowly revealing them as the sounds come back. So you'll hear the higher frequencies slowly come back. You'll hear that done a lot in a lot of like club songs. It's totally standard trick where something might start with bass and slowly come up as like a that sort of thing. So it's I did that trick here, but to simulate the snow, hearing nothing because you're surrounded by snow, to it slowly draining from you as this kind of hand-like rocky outcropping has caught them and the snow is falling from between the fingers.
Yeah, the mountain was never meant to kill them, only to beat the hell out of them, so that the rock wouldn't be like such an easy.
Yeah,
only to maim.
With the ice.
Well, also, thanks, Chris, for shouting out that was really great cold voice acting, because correct me if I'm wrong, team, but we recorded that at the height of summer, can we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, the height of summer.
So
it was
hot.
hot as balls.
So to get into this whole I'm cold, you guys said you kept reminding each other.
Yeah,
we had to.
Yeah.
So, John
Do
and
it
I
again,
are from
but
Florida.
Yeah.
So it is hot all the time.
I don't know what it's like to be cold.
And we also have to turn off our AC unit in the room, turn off all of our fans whenever we record, because we don't want to catch that. So during the height of summer, we were sitting there going, "This is really hard. I'm not cold. It's bad."
I kept ice water near me and always had too much ice in it to be like, "Oh yes, I'm cold."
Yeah. I'm cold. It's great.
And they slam into a grouping of rocks and crags, which act as a giant sieve, roughly sifting them from the tide of snow. When the movement finally stops, they dig themselves out of the snow, which could have easily been their icy, unmarked grave. Taking a moment to check for any missing belongings, they trudge back up the new...
The breathing is critical there. I love what the breathing does for the realism in what the characters are doing. Just to hear them tiredly breathing coming up out of that adds so much more than just scraping sounds or digging or whatever. To hear them breathe, you'll hear it when they're hiking, when they're fighting, and I believe that's just because every human knows what it's like to breathe, and to breathe hard, and to breathe soft. So hearing that is another cue to kind of feel what they're feeling, just based upon how they're breathing. And best of all, that can be in the background as narration is happening. So we're getting both descriptions of what's happening, plus checking in on the character's sort of state, hearing the tired breathing.
Wow, hang on, that's a lot of...
We're catching up, Janitor.
Just think about some of that stuff earlier. Editing, because I did not know any of that, but pick up those rich, warm middle sounds, partly because they're made for dudes, partly because it's arranged. Sybil's character voice has to come.
Yeah, Kenzie was a special challenge just because of where she lives. I hope it sounds good to everyone. I assume no one caught it, but it required a lot of sound repair because she can't do it from home because she lives in the heart of a big city, or lived in the heart of a big city next to a frickin' fire station. Who love to always go put out fires with their fire trucks and sirens.
How dare they?
Yeah,
And
this changed midstream, by the way. Like halfway through this, I moved to rural Arkansas, basically.
Yeah. And so to solve that problem, she then
went to her
and this was awesome of her, had to go to her office to record.
Yeah.
But that was a trade-off because there was a lot less ambient sound, which was great. But it was a large, empty office room, which created more reverb, and created a buildup of more bass frequencies, combined with the microphone she was using, which I think tries to enhance higher frequencies. So it sounded very much recorded from a microphone. So through a lot of, chopping out some frequencies there and massaging it, I tried to make it match how everyone else sounded.
Obligatory earnest thank you to our firefighters.
Yes.
Yes.
Please and thank
And
you.
to Jonathan Blow for letting me use the office and his microphones and
yeah.
all of that. Thank you to my boss.
Newly bare mountain face. It quickly begins to accumulate a new layer of snow. The fatiguing climb has gradually turned.
You have something to say?
No.
Okay, yes.
I thought you were trying to.
So, visually, this is definitely one of my top scenes right here. This was in the trailer too, where I'm imagining them at the peak of the world wall, which of course is going to be above the clouds, since it looms from the clouds, and from there, this likely isn't Earth, so the stars can be whatever we want. Maybe they're close to a nebula. So just the image of them completing this, or getting, I guess, halfway through this arduous, epic hike to, I'm kind of visualizing it from, we're seeing them marching towards the camera with the storm clouds in the background below them, maybe with the occasional flash of lightning, with nebulas in the distance, with glittering stars, because there's barely any light pollution in this world in general.
Yeah.
Not to mention, on top of the highest peak in the world,
Yeah.
the sights they're going to see must just be visually so arresting. And to have, someone in a shining suit of armor, leather armor, these people tired, snow-covered, bruised, damaged, arduously coming up this hike and seeing just this absolute beauty behind them, I wanted to make sure to highlight that as much as I could. And if you listen, when the narration says distant nebulae, that's the only time in this whole song where I have a solo cello just play one note. And that is just my sort of like this, that's the pinnacle of the image that I'm trying to put in people's heads.
Back into an uphill march, indicating that they may be approaching the peak. In the distance behind them is an otherworldly view of the tops of storm clouds, stretching out into a dark, purple horizon of glittering stars and distant nebulae. They walk through a pass between two massive peaks when they see what appears to be a wooden structure ahead of them. It looks like an assembly of large, broken tree limbs that have been broken off and intertwined with each other, forming a barrier that stretches across the entire pass.
It looks like somebody's survived the journey here before us.
As they approach, the tall tangle of tree branches looms above them.
I examine the wall closer to see if it's made of magical means or if it's something we could perhaps get through. This appears to be natural wood. There doesn't seem to be any magic with it, but, it's reinforced by the cold, of course.
Sure.
I continue examining the wall to see if there are any weak points.
I make my way over to the wall. I try to find a space big enough to peer through to see what's on the other side.
Sandra, do you see this?
I do. It looks like there's some kind of structure on the other side.
I rub my hands together to try and warm my fingers up in preparation to climb the wall.
Varys tests a few tree branches, then begins to scale the 20-foot wall. Upon reaching the top, he balances on a gnarled, upside-down tree trunk. Once his footing is sure, he looks up beyond the wall.
That's the goal.
Guys, there's some buildings in here, but lots of bones.
Bones?
Varys sees that the barrier isn't exactly a wall blocking off the pass, but an enormous, roughly circular structure which stretches the entire width of the corridor. Inside the towering wooden circle is a floor comprised of intermingled wooden branches, vegetation, and snow haphazardly coming together to form a rough surface. 3 alabaster dome structures with brown spots are in the center of the ring, large enough to house perhaps one person each. Sweeping his vision up and beyond the domes to the other side of the ring, he sees a massive pile of mixed animal and humanoid bones. Upon surveying the perimeter of the ring, he notices there are no gates or entrances.
There's no way in, except over the wall. We might be able to warm up in the shelters.
Do we know if it's safe? Can you see anyone?
No one alive. I throw down the rope.
A rope? I wasn't made for climbing. But okay. Sandra? Could you help a lady out?
Of course.
Sandra interlocks her fingers and squats.
Yes, you do have that right. It was a very good perception check. When she tried to determine if it was made magically, that was a successful Arcana check. No magic involved. But yeah, basically this was all perceptions, investigations, Arcanas, knowledges. And what was beautiful about this, I was going to wait, but I'll tell you now, since we paused it. Sandra had to make a nature check in particular because Sarah was the only one who figured out what this whole thing was.
Yeah, I was
as
like,
I was describing
whisper, hey, am I right? And
that's so cool. That's so cool that you
Yeah.
presented it in such a way that they had no idea what it actually was. That's really, as I said, you're great at crafting the environment.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you describe a bird nest without saying it's a fucking bird
Right,
nest?
Yeah.
right.
And it's so
Beautiful.
massive, and maybe that'll help. But like, she was putting it all together. Like, oh, large, circular, wooden, 4 made of wood, interwoven, 3 big alabaster. This is a nest, isn't it? I'm just
It's
like,
a
yeah, but
nest.
don't fucking
It's
tell
in a
anyone.
thing. It's
I'll
like-
roll a nature check to see if Sandra knows what this is.
But see, that's the really good thing. Like, I am definitely able to separate myself from
Yeah.
the character that I'm playing, and I
Yeah.
don't metagame like
Yeah.
that.
Right.
Which
Yeah.
is really, like, a lot of players find it hard, but, like,
Respect, bro.
I know, like, this group is, like, really
DMs, if you can
What?
find a group that doesn't metagame, hang on to them.
Aww.
But I do want to say, in all seriousness, like hearing the way that the nest is actually described, like to us while the game is
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah.
Like look, hindsight.
Yeah.
It's a bird. It's a giant bird's nest. Like, what are you
Yeah.
guys doing? But when we were there, I was like, was this wall like constructed by like large size like people that lived up in these
Giants?
hills,
Cloud
or like
giants.
like are these actually like some kind of like igloo structure that we can actually warm up in, because I'm so cold. I'm so cold.
Yeah.
You know. So and like I didn't know. Ferris didn't know that
Our-
it was a
our-
bird's nest.
Our immediate needs overrode
We
our
needed shelter.
our
Yeah.
Right.
logic, kind of. Yeah, because we're freezing and
Yeah.
tired and beat up, and there's some sort of shelter and something that's not natural, and somebody created this. So
And Sandra failed her nature check,
Yep.
and very, very awesomely, Sarah did not reveal the information.
Yep.
Kept running with it like she didn't know anything. And I wrote this scene with the intention of getting a very specific reaction, hoping to get a very specific reaction. And we'll hear the moment in just a little while where when Sybil figures out what's going on, when she puts it all together. But like seeing Mackenzie's face when she was just like,
Oh no.
Yeah.
"This is a nest," I'm just like, "Yes, give it to me. That's what I
Yeah.
want."
yeah,
Part of Tony's contract, part of his agreeing to this, there was no contract, I'm just kidding. Part of his agreeing
I was like,
to-
"Please let me DM for it, please."
was that we do it with video every time when we're able. And
Yeah.
that's part of it, is he loved watching our reactions
Yeah.
to the events as they unfolded.
When you can't do it at a table, and you have to do it online, at least try to do video calls, just because it's so easy to disconnect completely with your entire group, what's going on, what's happening, because you don't see anything. I mean, if you have like a visual or a map on Roll20 or something, when you don't see the people you're playing with, it's so easy to disconnect with them.
Yeah.
When you're doing this for hours on end. when you can see each other visibly react to each other's like visceral, real reactions to what they're hearing and saying, it's not the same as being around a table, but it really does just engage you that much more.
Yeah, and this is a special treat for me because for all the hours of editing in the dark room, I finally get to see reactions to the work.
Yeah. That's huge.
Throughout pretty much all of Sonic Realms history till now, it's always been the editing in the dark room and then pressing publish, and that's the whole fanfare. That's it, and then it's on to the next thing. I don't know how people are reacting. I don't know if they like it, except for the like few comments that we get. There's not a lot of feedback. Not to say I don't get any, and I do definitely appreciate it, but I don't get to see the reactions. That I never get to see. It's all secondhand, people saying I heard it and I liked it and I wanted to tell you, which is awesome. But this is kind of the first time that I got to see all the hard work sort of paying off on people's faces and their reactions. And it's so far it's just been really heartwarming and just so satisfying for me to watch you guys enjoy this. It's been just really awesome.
And you also got firsthand like commentary while listening to it from the Twitch stream.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
From what we've been talking about, we are planning on streaming every release from now on. Yeah. So even if we won't be together in physical sense, we'll hopefully be able to get everyone's like Discords things going, and we can still interact with you all in the moment when when each release is made.
Hefting Sybil exactly when her foot hits her palms. Sybil efficiently utilizes her limited momentum with panache, gripping hold of the lip of the wooden structure. Varys kneels to help her up the rest of the way. While Varys assists Sybil, Sindra runs to the base of the stony spire against the wooden wall and leaps, jumping from stone to branch and back to stone. A patch of ice unsteadies her, sending her sprawling back to the ground. The pain of her injuries is not severe, but also not insubstantial.
Try the rope!
I begrudgingly decide to use the rope.
Sandra stands and dusts the snow off of her back and rear end before gripping the rope and beginning to climb. Varys and Sybil both pull on the rope at the same time, jarring Sandra, causing her to lose her footing. She once again falls backward into the snow. She closes her eyes and reins in her anger and embarrassment.
The impact sounds so good.
The stupidest mission I've ever been on. I can't believe this. This is ridiculous.
Stupid. No, stupid. I'm supposed to be all nimbly wimbly.
Yep. Sandra ties the rope around her waist and is slowly lifted.
So you bring up a good point, like, so she just said, I'm supposed to be all nimbly wimbly through the trees.
Yeah,
so we designed these characters with these things in mind.
Exactly.
Dexterity in mind.
I'm supposed to be like nimble and sneaky and like be able to, up whatever and like get to places that, the others can't because I can scout forward and like be really quiet and everything. And then I'm trying to get up this wall. Granted, I think at this point I have 2 points of exhaustion.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it is hard. It's rough. I'm cold. I'm trying to like run up, like this wall. It's not working. I try a rope. It's not working. And then they're just like tied around you. And I just see like Sandra like tied around the waist, kind of bent over like this, just pouting, like on her way up, being pulled up by the 2 other people, and just like humiliated because like she's an epic character, It's like.
Yeah, I kind of like that it happened that way. At first, I was worried because I was like, "Oh shit! Like this is a badass who's falling. Like, are people going to think nothing of her, or are they going to think like she's so inept? What's she even doing on this journey if she can't even climb a simple like wooden wall?"
And then like she gets into the battle, and it's like, "Oh no, she's fucking amazing."
Yeah, that's what I like because like the shadow of doubt that is cast on these falls or whatever just gets blown away when she, steps out of the shadows and crossbows and does all this cool stuff.
Yes, Sandra has these saving moments, and by the way, yes, you were augmented a bit by the environment. You're cold, you're tired, all these things.
Right.
These rolls were terrible. Her dexterity is so high. It's one of the main. But when you meet her, she's stumbling through the forest, being as loud and ostentatious and obvious as possible. And I'm just thinking, like, this is not why I designed this character. I guess we'll see where it goes. And keep in mind too, she's an elderly lady. She does not want to be regarded as clumsy or inept, and this is very upsetting for her.
Yeah, you know, you're owed that because you've lived to such a life.
That's part of what I really love about this format is that everything develops so organically, and it's all affected by the underlying mechanics of the game you're playing. So like these character moments that we have, like we couldn't script them. Because like fundamentally it requires the dice rolls to craft this story along.
And it was so perfect too.
A lot of the times,
the dice was just right on.
And you know, we'll hear it in a bit when the entire fight, P-Bax is just struggling with this cliff. He's tired, he's cold, he has disadvantage because of like multiple levels of exhaustion. And the whole time, like, he seems like just this bumbling idiot who can't climb a cliff. When you see him in action, he's fucking astonishing.
Oh my god.
He's a war hero.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like, it seems like we're
Do you
just
want
like
some jerky?
It seems like we're just, you know, building this guy up, the war hero, the crazy good adventurer. He's the leader of the group. And he's like, somebody get me up this mountain. It seems like we're doing this for a gag. We're not.
Nope.
This is just how the dice fell.
Yeah, it's just beautiful interplay of Paul's writing.
In the snow.
P-Bax awkwardly climbs alongside her, his armor limiting his movements.
Is anybody else fluids in their skulls solidifying slowly? Like in mine are. It's so cold.
With great effort from all parties, Sandra and P-Bax safely make it to the top.
As we're looking out over the top of this structure, I realize I can't see anything, and I want to get a better look. So I lower myself down, trying to be careful, trying to be sneaky.
As Sybil hops from branch to tree trunk, she notices a stark absence of anything that might indicate inhabitants. There are no stone fire circles, no building materials, no animal pens or paths. Just wood, the 3 domes, and the pile of bones at the other side of the ring.
I tie the rope to the top to hold fast while the others climb down to safety, and I'll follow them down last.
I notice something sticking out of the snow. I touch it, and it seems like I could pull it out, so I grab hold and pull.
She pulls on the glossy white stalk near one of the white domes, noticing that it feels more like a soft bone than a plant. At first, it doesn't move, seemingly rooted in place. Grasping it with both hands and giving it a stronger tug, it releases. Sybil raises the tough white stalk out of the snowy woodpile. To her astonishment, she holds in her hands a single enormous red feather about the length of her arm.
I'm a bit in shock and I don't know what to do with it. I look to the group to see if they've seen.
Everyone else is still at the top of the wooden wall, focusing on anchor points for the rope and tying knots. She looks from the feather to the white oval-shaped dome next to her. A simple idea is beginning to form in the back of her mind. An idea which starts as a whisper, but quickly intensifies into a foreboding scream. She reaches out to touch the dome.
I notice the surface is rough and speckled, and it seems familiar.
She asked for a nature check when she pulled up the feather. She nailed it. So I started describing, like, well, the walls and the building, and you feel it's kind of porous, and all the while I'm describing this to her to explain what she's getting with her nature check, and her face is just going,
Yeah.
Oh God, I love that moment.
It was good.
Yes.
Oh no. Oh no.
Sybil looks over the dome just in time to see a gargantuan bird crest over the wood wall as cloudy tendrils.
Yeah, what was up with those wings?
Okay, so so the wing sound effect I recorded in my garage. First, I tried just taking a big sheet and just like flipping it, but it was too cloth-like. That didn't work. So I took a pizza box, ripped it in half, cut like serrated like edges into the side, and kind of like pulled them back and forth to make quote feathers that would just really like fuck with the air as it flows through the air. Set the mic down on a a freezer outside, and just like flapped it up and down as much as I could. If you listen, I don't know if you can hear it. Maybe I edited them out, but you can still hear some of the like cardboard creaks, like or cardboard squeaks that happen when you like move cardboard in this way. I think I edited most of them out. Some might be in there, but yeah, that was just me with this pizza box with like cut out quote feathers on it.
That's cardboard, dude?
It's cardboard.
You gotta be kidding me.
It's
it sounds nothing like cardboard. That's outstanding.
Awesome. It's cardboard, and I may have with each individual flap added some like air,
a rush of air.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
some whoosh. So each flap had to be paid attention to, and of all the like hundreds or whatever that I took, I had to select the best ones that where the air didn't hit the mic directly and cause a pop, or the ones that were too weak. So selecting the ones that had just the right sonic qualities, and then adding to each one do it, and adding to each one some extra air sounds. That's how the rock flaps came to be, and you can hear them on freesound.org. Shatter Stars is the name that I have there, so you can hear all the weird stuff I recorded.
Yeah, epic Foley work.
Thank you.
That's going the extra
Foley
mile.
artist and sound
Thank you.
engineer.
No, it wasn't online, at least not for a pack that I could afford. So I made it out there so anyone can use it for free.
It's fucking awesome.
Amazing.
Streak behind the expanse of its enormous wings.
Everyone, look at the sky. We're in a rock's nest.
What the fuck? Sybil, get out of there. Now.
What kind of beast is this?
The red-feathered rock soars above them, pumping its massive wings to gain altitude. Its talon is grasping a shaggy, deer-like animal whose antlers embedded in the side of the bird's leg. A stream of vibrant blood pours from the creature's matted fur, but it does not struggle or move at all.
By the gods, we need to leave now.
The rock circles once, now aware of the intruders within its nest. It tilts its wing to begin spiraling down closer. It will be upon them soon.
Get ready. Pause it. So Genitar, this is kind of interesting. If you do try this with the pizza box, it probably won't sound like this. It'll be mostly quiet. The way that the sound is made is when the air that's pushed out physically hits the mic, it then disperses, and that dispersion sound upon hitting the mic is what gives it its sort of impact, if you call it that. Because if it's not going to hit anything, you might get kind of a deeper wind whoosh, but the impact of it is made by the wind actually hitting the diaphragm and the mic mesh to kind of make it have the pop of the wind hitting.
To answer your question, David, that's a DM cheat. Yes, it could be wounded, or it could be flavor, depending on how the battle goes.
Yeah. And so
Genitar, yes, like a massive plosive, right?
Yeah, it's like it's exactly like
Yeah.
a big plosive. So if you do want to experience it, you can't be the one flapping it. Someone has to flap it at your ear, and then you'll hear the air smashing into your ear, and you'll hear that poof sound.
I'm glad you're enjoying my lines so much, though.
They're pretty great.
Hey everyone, this fight's gonna be a tough one. We can do this together!
I realize I'm standing very
Together.
Probably not the I want to be, so I moved closer to the wall so that I can be there when my teammates join me.
It was supposed to be deadly. Absolutely was supposed to be deadly. Every fight they have can potentially murder one or all of them.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it basically depended. Like, if the battle was going really well in their favor, then the Rock wouldn't have been wounded. I don't want them to be like, okay, we can take care of this in one round. I'm like, well, that's not epic. But if their battle was going really poorly for them because all the dice rolls were just like 1.
Which they do.
Yeah. I don't want to kill a party because of bad dice rolls, bad tactics, bad strategies, bad preparation. Sure, go for it. Dig your own grave. Bad luck definitely comes into play for those things, but I don't want to straight up hose them for the dice just not cooperating. So maybe it's wounded if they're doing really, really, really poorly because of bad luck.
Is definitely.
You got to have those cards up your sleeve, man.
May I say, he also frightened us with the fact that I double all of the hit points of my monsters, and I'm not nice about things. That was pre-game.
Did you give them a talk? I wasn't privy to this.
When I gave you your starting stats, they were higher than the standard because I like to beef up my monsters with extra attacks or extra HP so that things feel suitably epic. But I don't want you guys to just straight up get stomped either. So you are a slight cut above.
In hindsight, a lot of the battles make way more sense now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And also, there's a kind of a special rule about crits, right?
Oh yeah, we actually hadn't. I don't think we had introduced those yet.
Not yet.
But after we did a sort of flip thing after this battle, I believe, further on, where crits became brutal crits. Any extra dice you rolled for getting a crit were just assumed to have come out max, because nothing sucks more than I rolled a crit. Snake eyes. That sucked.
But that was applied to either side.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if a monster is swinging with 3d10 damage, it gets a crit. It's like, well, I mean, that's base 30, so I hope you enjoyed having a spleen.
John, did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Genitar made alludes to a great point, is that it does feel like boss music.
Yeah.
Your use of music to convey the danger of the situation.
Yeah,
really
definitely.
works.
This is. I think this is the longest song in the whole thing. It's 15 or 20 minutes, which is huge. Like most songs are between 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And it's hard to keep those things up without repeating yourself, and to keep trying to push it forward over and over again, have it rise and fall with the action.
So this is not like a shorter template you repeated upon itself, because it has to match our actions in battle too.
Exactly.
And it's that freaking long.
Yeah, it's long. This scene definitely took the longest to do. John Williams,
right?
This scene took the longest, comparable maybe only to Guy's scene that we all know what I'm talking about. But these combat action scenes take the longest because they require so much careful attention, because every second kind of has to count to keep the pacing going and the action. You can't have any downtime, and that includes the words you have to choose to narrate
the fight.
You can't describe a whole lot, because then you ruin the pacing.
You need to be as brief as possible.
Yeah.
In order to be punchy to keep up with the pace of the fight itself.
Yeah, and try to tell as much as you can with the sound instead of with the words. And the music. So trying to. Every second is a new decision on what's going to be highlighted and what's most important here and what's changing, what's happening. Can I set something up now musically that will lead up to an even bigger moment soon? Do I have enough musical quote space, a musical runway to do that? I can't ramp it up for 3 minutes straight. But I can maybe kind of have things rise and fall and rise a bit more and then fall a bit less and rise more. Do that kind of stuff.
Another great thing about a piece of music that's that large, that's action based, is now you have a theme for later action scenes of that breadth and size that you can escalate even more on top of what you've already built.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm going to be doing that, and I started doing that a little bit with this one, not a lot, but I would like to start going back to songs I've already written and just placing them in new scenes and just tweaking them a bit so they can be 80% done already, and then I get to just move some notes around so it makes a newish enough song for a new scene, and that will save so much time.
But you've already established the emotional beats that belong to them, so we know what those cues are for for the rest of the show.
Yeah.
Right.
I would like to say this to everybody. This is a crazy good scene. Like he said, the song lasts like 15-20 minutes as long as the action itself. I'd say we let this play out, and then we'll pause at the end and make any comments we'd like about the scene after the rock flies away. And obviously put as many questions as you want in the chat, and we'll try to get to them once we start commenting.
Sweet.
Wait, don't start it yet.
Okay.
I'm getting hot.
Yeah,
it's getting hot.
Is it cool if I adjust that fan to point?
Yeah, please.
Oh, okay,
we can probably open windows too. It's not raining.
Yeah, I'll get this one.
Oh yeah.
It is a little bit, but not a lot.
Yeah.
And we had to do a lot to try to drown the rain out so that you're not listening to this and hearing like it was rough, but now finally it seemed to calm down. Better.
I'm
That's
so
good.
tired.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you, John.
We must stand together to fight this thing. Come down and join me.
Sybil's words wash over me. I feel inspired.
Sybil's years of experience as a bard have taught her how to use words to rouse the emotions and stoke the motivations of others. The power she wields both comes from and transcends the words themselves. It is through this power that she gained the ability to inspire confidence within her allies, or sow seeds of uncertainty within her adversaries on an almost supernatural level.
As I see the creature flying closer to me and the rest of my group, I hurl an insult and hope that it trips it up. You vile creature! Keep away!
Her words have no effect on the rock, though it may be unable to hear her over the tremendous gusts of wind. It changes the angle of its wings and flaps ferociously to slow itself down, creating a hurricane blast in front of it. Sybil is lifted off her feet and thrown into the side of the nest, unable to move against the oppressive force. Above her, Varys quickly wraps his arm around the anchored rope and leans into the wind, cutting it with his cloak. Out of the peripherals of his vision, he sees Peebax and Sendra lift up into the air and fly behind him, disappearing into the fog. Looking down, he sees Sybil pinned to the side of the nest through sheer wind force.
Sybil! Grab the rope! Climb to safety! I draw my bow, knocking an arrow, taking aim for the rock's eye. It's time to take this down fast.
Defying all odds, the arrow hits its mark. The rock recoils midair, continues to hover above its nest.
One perfect shot. Just one
Yeah,
more.
go ahead.
Yeah. I know the scene's cool and want it to unfold, but I think there's some interesting stuff in
Yeah,
there
go
that you'd
ahead,
like
it's
to
fine.
hear, and so you can think about it while it's happening. So there's a lot of wind here, and that's difficult because wind is what's called white noise, which is every frequency at once. So it will mask everything. So there's the speaking going on, the white noise of the wind, and the music, and that is a lot of kind of sonic real estate happening at once. So there kind of has to be a hierarchy, which was very difficult to figure out because wind isn't just a static shh, it's shh, shh. It's going up and down in volume. So I had to make calls on what's important or not, and I often had to put in strategic wind buffs or bluffs or whatever they're called, eddies, whatever they're called, to between speech, because that's the only time you could hear the wind and have it be visceral and not drown out the music and the dialogue. So whenever there's a lot of wind and music and dialogue, that's difficult. To make things even more difficult, they're speaking in hurricane winds, basically, which wouldn't happen in real life. If you're in the middle of a hurricane, you'd have to be shouting to someone right next to you just so that they could hear you. So this is a bit of, I think it's called psychoacoustics, where it wouldn't work in real life for someone to be speaking relatively calmly with all this wind happening. And as you listen, maybe you'll sort of hear that, but it's hard because it still sounds natural. We're hearing our normal speaking voices amidst high winds with music on the bottom, and we don't want anything to be drowned out or forgotten. And there's only a certain max of volume you can get to before you blow things out. So within that limited range, you have to essentially make a hierarchy. And mine is voices have to come through at once. There's a certain thing I can put on there where anytime a voice comes on, it will duck other sounds to be a bit quieter, which will then come up when they cease speaking. So this is this hierarchy, similar to Sybil's magical effects, but in reverse, where when she speaks, it brings up the chime sounds. But in these cases, the words have to be on top, squishing everything beneath it. Then sound effects, then atmospheric sounds, and lastly, then music. Everything is stepping over the music because, in a way, the music is almost the least important thing when it comes to the actual story. We have to hear the voices and what's happening first and foremost. Everything else is just window dressing for people talking and telling a story. And everything is ducking everything else in these the four hierarchies of the voices, the sound effects, the music, and the atmospheres. It's fine for the atmosphere to not be there. Even throughout this whole scene, there is just a standard, gentle, ice-cold breeze blowing, but we can't really hear it consciously because there's music, there's hurricane gusts from the rock, and speaking and narration and sound effects. But it's still there, and I leave them there in the hopes that it creates a subconscious cue, even if you can't hear it, that of the environment that they're in. So this was difficult sound engineering in terms of, again, the sonic real estate that I had to work with in the space.
And what you make primary, and from there.
Exactly. Yeah. You have to really choose. And it did come down to just really quick flaps of wind or things, just so you can hear them once in between a pause of somebody talking, just to let you know, like, the wind. Because the wind should be the loudest thing of all. It should just be drowning out everything.
Naturally, yes. Yeah.
Naturally, but it wouldn't happen. So we have to use this psychoacoustic magic to simulate loud noises and versus quieter noises like speech.
From a D&D standpoint, what I really like about what he does with the editing is that, action in D&D is meant to all occur at once, but that would get way too chaotic to play the game. So what you do is you take initiative and take turns dictating your actions, rolling dice to determine if those actions are successful, and determining what the consequences of those actions are, stacking them on top of each other. Then when a round is over, giving the general summary of this is what happened because of this. Maybe your attack caused the creature to fall down, which was why his attack missed, or so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's what makes editing this so much fun.
And that's what I love about the way you edit it, is because you can actually, if you listen closely, you can hear everyone's turn order coming up, but it doesn't sound like it's all taking. She does this, then she does this, then that happens, then he does this. It all sounds like it's happening at once, but you can determine the turn order if you listen closely, which is really cool.
And I think I might have missed a question up in the chat.
Yeah, Genitar asked if the arrow was another forward-backward sound effect.
Yeah, so the arrow is, so the sound effects of the arrow being, I think it's called a charge, and the letting go of it, the twang, those are from a medieval sound effects pack that I bought, professionally recorded. They sound great, and it was the best investment for this particular adventure I could have made, because it not only included the clanging sounds of swords and arrows and stuff, but there was also straight up air whooshes, everything from light dagger to catapults, which I would use for some jumping things, in slow motion.
Nice.
And so, yeah, the arrows, there are arrow passing by sound effects that they recorded, which sound awesome, that I enhanced with just blustery air effects that just sort of, I blend in at the right time and reversed to make it sound like it's ramping up as it gets closer to this thing that's going to strike.
I have to end this.
The arrow once again strikes true. The rock clumsily flaps its wings at its own eyes, trying to free the obstruction.
It has to be blinding. I think now's the time to attack.
Oh, my bones! My bones are shattered!
Peebax and Sandra slowly begin to stir. They cautiously sit up and clutch their wounds, looking up at the 30-foot cliff from whence they fell.
My body aches from the fall, but I have to keep going. I have to get back to them. They may need my help.
That was a mighty fall. Sandra! Sandra, are you okay?
I'm fine. How about you?
I am a little dinged up, you could say. I have some healing spells. How are you damaged? That's all.
I'm a bit hurt, but we need to get back up there. The others are still fighting. I pull myself up out of the snow and start making my way. No.
If I may, this is my second favorite music of the whole thing. First being the descent on the owl into the Fae, but this part stepping through Shadowfell, because this is essentially a portal through Shadowfell.
Oh,
then
and the sound
up.
effects on the moving through is so good.
Yeah,
It's so good.
I guess I should describe that
Oh.
now so you can know what it is when you hear it. So first of all, the music is my favorite part. It's so you'll hear me doing the rising thing, along with the chorus of the choral sounds of the people singing, which I always do for magic, just because the long tones are just so like it reminds me of chanting or like kind of an ancient magic where they might stand in circles and like hold a tone or whatever and summon something. I believe the sound effects used in this transportation are, first of all, you hear her communing with the Raven Queen, and those are previous lines that Sandra said, both forward and backward, with a lot of reverb on it. Just random bits, so you can't. It doesn't make a coherent sentence.
Interesting.
Both backwards and forwards.
You've done that before.
Yeah, so it's just to give you a sense of voices, but not necessarily what's being said. There's some sort of voice communication happening here. And the sound effect then is there's the wetness, which I believe was. I didn't make the sound effect. This is a great one that I found on Free Sound, but I think that they made it by taking like saran wrap or something and just crinkling it right in front of the microphone.
Huh.
And so I then sort of like edited that a bit to make it sound a bit more wet, because if you do it close enough to the microphone, there will be bass sounds and the higher like stretchy plasticky sounds. So I removed the bass stuff, and I may have reversed it and maybe put what's called a phaser on it to make it kind of sound more water-like. Along with some air sounds, those reverse air sounds that I use so much to kind of have it ramp up towards it, and Torvald's reverse death breath sound. I dropped the bass, only to bring it back again. The death breath sound reversed right before she goes through it, followed by just a poof of air, as I imagine the kind of black, dark water portal that's undulating in front of her with smoky edges around the side. Her stepping into it sort of Stargate style, like in the movie Stargate.
Yeah.
And then instantly closing around her with just kind of coalescing into these raven feathers that drift into the white snow, which I also thought was a really visually arresting thing. I forget who, maybe someone described, I think, the feathers. It was Tony?
Mm-hmm.
Tony described the feathers, and there's no sound there for the feathers, so it had to be described. But yeah, I think those are all the sound effects that went into her transportation magic.
Centaur's pretty
So
awesome.
many layers.
She's killing it.
There's a lot.
They're paying attention big time.
Sandra initiates a wordless invocation and begins to connect with the Raven Queen, her deity. Ibex rises from the ground and watches her march toward the cliff. As she gets closer, the shadows around her seem to darken and rise toward her like iron filings to a magnet. The black shadows appear to congeal and envelop her until she completely disappears into the Shadowfell, leaving behind black raven feathers, which fall slowly to the white snow.
Sandra!
Yes, are so good. So good.
Well, that was a neat trick. Sandra! 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 Oh. Don't worry, team. I'll be there in a moment.
At the edge of the cliff above Peebax, a localized darkness appears to curl, condense, and darken into a black, turbid shadow.
Stepping out of the shadow, I pull my crossbow up and lay my sights on the rock in front of me. And release.
The arrow flies by Varys at the top of the nest and plunges into the side of the great beast.
Nice.
Wasting no time, Sandra relentlessly walks forward while reloading her weapon.
By the way, the rock sound, the rock cry, is a death metal singer that I contracted with to just give me some guttural just screams.
No way.
Are you serious?
It is
so cool.
That's very awesome.
And the way that I made it sound
That's
so
perfect.
the way I made it sound so inhuman is, first of all, I pitched it down more, and then added in another layer of a slightly even more pitched down. So
so there's a squawk.
There's more of a dissonance between the two.
Yeah. They separate.
Inspiration.
Yeah.
Inspiration.
That's why it rocks. David gets inspiration.
Never taking her eyes off of the red-feathered rock. 30 feet below Sandra, Peebax looks up and reaches for a protruding handhold in the rock face.
Oh no.
He begins to climb.
Yeah. One handhold at a time.
No longer pinned to the side of the nest, Sybil falls into the intertwined timber beneath her, landing on all fours. She quickly rises to her feet and sees the strands of blood trickling from the thrashing rock's eyes, as well as a crossbow bolt buried under its ribcage.
I think I can make a difference here. I think. I try to cast a spell to change its shape into something more adorable.
Grasping a jutting piece of wood from the wall.
So I know this is like the big scene, they've been waiting to hear this for so long, and it was so much fun to play in the actual game, this polymorph spell.
Oh yeah.
As I recall, did it not work exactly as you thought it would? Because I believe it was the new creature has its new hit points, but if you kill that creature, it doesn't kill the overall creature, it just takes away that amount of hit points.
So it's the spell is polymorph, and you can change it into whatever, and then
As long as it's a
when you
beast.
kill them, it goes down to 0, and then it changes back to its original form.
As soon as she told me it was a rabbit, I'm like, oh, okay, that's funny. And like, it's 30 feet in the air and fall damage is a thing. 3 egg. Oh, I know how this is gonna go.
Nice.
I told her like after she cast the spell and after I stopped laughing, Kenzie, you're gonna love this, but it is not gonna go the way you expected it would. Oh man.
With one hand for stability, she extends the other toward the rock, flying above her, focusing her words and intentions.
Feathers to fur, talons to toes, morph to a rabbit.
The rock's form shifts and quivers erratically for a split second before beginning to shrink. Talons recede into its feet, releasing the shaggy creature in its grasp. The creature dangles by its caught antler for a moment before falling straight down, narrowly missing the tree and eggs beneath it. Above, the confused rock tries to stay aloft as its wings dwindle and its feathers melt into white fur. The arrows in its eyes slide out and fall away, ejected from the diminishing animal. It appears to be gaining more altitude as the conversion accelerates, only to level off once the transformation is complete. Varys and Sybil watch as a white rabbit tumbles from the sky before crashing into the ground. Everything is still for a moment. The very second the rabbit dies, the polymorph spell expires. The rabbit then explodes in size, rapidly regrowing and changing back into a rock. The expansion is so fast that its growing body shatters its nearby eggs, sending white eggshell flying in every direction. Orange yolk and viscous fluid splatters out, and 3 partially developed, human-sized bird fetuses all fall to the ground, writhing and twitching.
I want to know how you made those baby rock sounds.
Those are the death metal singers.
Still?
It's still the rock. I just pitched it way up.
Wow, dude. So amazing. What a choice.
Breakfast.
Oh my god. Yeah, but yes, that was full damage that killed the rabbit. Absolutely.
The full-sized rock is now covered in the amniotic fluid of its dying young.
Okay. Winners never quit, quitters never win. We're gonna do this one more time. I come Patriot Steepy.
P-Bax dashes toward the cliffside using his momentum to...
So, I had some fun with this fall in particular. This is just an example of something sort of like I alone could do that I had fun, was when he falls this time. First of all, I think that the music does a thing with the trumpets where it kind of goes like to kind of simulate a fall. He falls, and then there's the pause, and then I added the little like ding of his that last little like insult to injury rock. I imagine just hitting him like between the eyes on the helmet, and just like, why can't I make it up this thing?
So good.
At least
So
nobody
funny.
saw.
So cartoony.
A root beneath his feet snaps, sending him sprawling backward to the ground.
Oh, my back! Oh, God!
The retransformation has restored the rock's original form, including its eyes, which are now functioning normally. The wet rock rights itself and stands, towering above both Sybil and Varys.
I look up at my teammate, and I try to instill him with confidence. In the midst and the heat of battle, I am resolved to live or die with you. Let's do this, Varys.
The rock spreads its wings, spraying yellowish fluid to every corner of the nest. It looks at Sybil, somehow knowing that she was the source of the power.
So here's another thing that I think is another psychoacoustic thing. For the rock to fly, it would need to have hollow bones and be very light. I don't think it would really make thudding foot sounds in real life. I think
so. It would land softer.
It would set. Well, yeah. Well, right now it's walking/running at Sybil or at Will, and probably it would sound like maybe a heavier human doing that because the bird is supposed to be so light to fly. But I had to make it a big thud for psychoacoustic reasons to cue the imagination to picture a large thing, even though it really wouldn't make that sound.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's more like the weight of the situation instead of the actual weight of the bird.
Right.
Yeah, and
Nicely put.
Yeah, and Ellis, it's true. The wet rock writes itself.
Yeah, that's a rough line, dude.
Yeah, when I heard you say it, I knew it had been practiced a bit because it just probably wouldn't be able to be done first time. It's a little tongue twister, and good job on that.
Yeah, not easy.
That killed its young. The bird leaps at Sybil, striking her in the chest with its sharp beak, pinning her to the side of the nest. Continuing.
And this is so. I don't know if you guys heard it or not, but can you hear the rock breathing on her?
Yeah.
I heard like a gust of that, or an exhale, and a bunch of crunching.
Yeah.
Too.
And the creaking of the wood behind her as he pins her to the nest. Like everything layered on top of each other.
Yeah. So you hear that the breathing is me, because I wanted to have the again the visceral stuff. I'm imagining the beak like right here against her, and we're right in there with her.
Yeah.
So you would hear this massive beast who's been flying all day and is hurt, and hear him do this like breathing, panting thing. So I went into the closet and just recorded a lot of like the deepest breathing I could, brought it in here, pitched it down. So if you can hear that breathing, that's what that is.
It's a very Alien Ripley or Jurassic Park raptor
Yeah.
kind of moment, like when the thing's right in their face.
Exactly.
To restrain her, the rock grapples Sybil with its talons, ripping into her flesh. Once she is securely in its grasp, the bird takes to the skies. Sybil sees everything getting smaller beneath her. She rises 30 feet into the cold air.
I have to end this.
That panic and
I knock an arrow and aim for the bird's heart.
The arrow hits the bird's chest.
Not enough. Another shot.
Quickly knocking another arrow into his long bow, Varys once again takes aim and fires. The rock shudders and releases Sybil into the thin air.
I scramble, reaching with my hands frantically until I reach one of its talons and grip with all of my might.
Sybil hangs onto the end of the talon with one hand, wildly swinging with the flailing rock's movements.
Seeing Sybil nearly dropped by the rock, I leap from the wall to get beneath her in case she needs to be caught.
As he reaches the zenith of his arc, Varys utilizes a monk technique known among his people as slow fall. Gravity's grip upon him loosens as he seemingly surfs through the air, then tucks and rolls once he hits the ground. He gracefully springs to his feet, losing no momentum as he runs forward.
So what that sound effect was a wind sound, which I isolated a certain kind of frequency pocket to make it kind of sound like being blown through a tube. And I did 2 of those, each separately, in my mind, kind of representing whatever his feet are doing to the air. I'm almost imagining like a column of air that he's making beneath his feet that he is surfing through, and there's sort of like not turbulence, but the air isn't so smooth. So that's why you're getting the. And again, anytime I can, I'll throw in the trick of the rising tones. You'll hear the each peak is a little higher than the last valley. It'll be. And the last one is the highest and makes the impact, does the rolls into a run.
I see Sybil dangling from the underside of this massive beast. I close my eyes for a second and focus, melding into my surroundings, making sure that this beast won't see me.
Dark ripples bend the air around Sendra, distorting her form and allowing her to blend into the mountainside. Shadows extend themselves unnaturally and envelop her, completely hiding her from view.
I stand behind the slope, peeking around the corner, waiting for my time. And as soon as I see an opening, I spin, I face the creature, and release my crossbow bolt into its neck.
The bolt swiftly enters the rock's neck and exits the other side. Streaming out blood gushes from the great bird's neck, splashing onto Sybil below. Her grip begins to loosen.
So for the arrow entering and exiting, in real life, that would happen in a split second, right? It would be, just something like that. It's timed, and again, this is another psychoacoustic trick of the impact, and it had to be timed just right with the narration as he's saying you have to have the exit wound sound occur right when the narrator is saying, I think, comes out the other side. But it takes longer than a split second to say that, so it was impact with just, meat handling sound effects as the arrow squishes through its neck, and then at the end of the narration pops out the other side.
Oh, nice.
Delicious.
The third time's a charm. Okay. Ready? 1,
Oh god.
2, 3.
Peeback scrambles up the cliff wall, eager to join his companions in battle. Already exhausted from the arduous trek and the previous attempts to scale the cliff, his considerable armor proves too cumbersome for the climb. He once again falls backward into the snow.
You slippery slope. How have you bested me again?
There was a lot more that Marcus said.
Oh, yeah.
About slippery slopes. He's saying, like, those are the worst kind, and he's, I think he was hamming it up for us.
Oh, yeah.
But like, it just wouldn't make sense for him to have this long conversation with the, you're the worst because of,
Yeah.
Marcus.
But it was the third failure in a row.
I felt so you could actually hear it in the bloopers later. I felt so bad. It's like, there's this epic fight, the first actual combat they had in the session, and Marcus is just like, well, the dice decided I'm not going to play. And I'm just like, I'm so sorry.
My boss is the nest. that's the boss I'm fighting.
No matter what role Marcus plays, he prattles. And it's good.
It's great.
Because there's so much to work with for Paul, and a lot of it is just such gold from you. Like,
oh, thank you.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, we can tell.
Just being able to improv all that stuff and just be a lunatic or a fool is just, I love it so much.
Yeah.
Let's try one more time. Shall we?
The wind is blowing all around me, and I see my
So
teammates
badass.
trying to help me, and I feel weak. I remember the potion I have in my bag, hanging on to the talon with one arm. At the elbow, I reach into my bag and pull out the potion and decork it with my mouth, and I drink it.
Sybil is able to swallow most of the red and purple potion amidst the chaotic movements. A bit of her strength immediately returns as she lets go of the empty bottle to grasp onto the talon, still slick with blood.
I quickly look down to see what's beneath me, and I notice Varys. It seems like he's ready. Our eyes connect. So I trust him to catch me. Varys! I've got you! I close my eyes, and I let go.
Sybil feels gravity slowly exert its pull on her as she begins to plummet to the ground far below. The tatters of her ripped clothing begin to flutter as she picks up speed. The rock's talon is now out of reach. There is no going back. Her life now lies in Varys' hands.
I put my full trust in Varys to catch me, and I open my eyes. I see the rock above me.
Watching Sybil fall, I don't know if I can catch her. I'm so tired.
I whisper a lullaby melody to it, hoping to rack it with pain.
Not knowing if this will be her final utterance, Sybil casts an enchantment spell known as Dissonant Whispers. A grim sense of irony grips her, somehow feeling that it is right that she might die with a song on her beautiful lips. The magical melody seeps into the rock's very being, and its eyes begin to bulge from its skull. Sybil sees blood begin to overflow from its terrible beak as it turns to fly away. As she closes her eyes once again, a slight smile creeps onto her lips as she accepts her fate.
Varys, nice catch.
Sybil and Varys look to the skies to see the rock making a speedy retreat. It flies into the cloud cover below, vanishing from sight.
So a couple of things. One, the Rock, if you look at the monster manual, is an incredibly boring monster. It has a beak attack. It has talons that can grab. Woo! So when the first time it came up into the nest and dropped, I'm a nerd. I have enjoyed Pokemon. If a tiny little birdie can do a big old whirlwind, so I imagine can a rock that can hunt for elephants. So I gave it an ability. It created a cone of wind that was out at a 60-degree angle, caught all of them. If they fail a strength save, it pushes them to the edge of the cone. And for anyone who wasn't inside of the nest, the edge of the cone is off the cliff. Hence what happened to Syndra and P-Bax, which is why I felt so sorry that P-Bax kept rolling so poorly on this.
It was gold.
Sybil, I think, took damage from being smashed into the wall. Yeah. So she basically took fall damage, essentially. And John was the only one to succeed. Kenzie's fall there, that was so dramatic and so amazing, was her idea. She asked if it was possible to let go and cast the spell mid-fall before she finished her movement. And it worked out beautifully. Mm-hmm. Like, that's what I love in my players. Like, tell me what you want to do. We'll make it happen if it's entirely possible. And that was entirely possible, and it worked so beautifully. You edited it so
that
so
spell was so
badass.
Haunting and ethereal, and it was really well done.
Paul, you even asked me yesterday after the broadcast was over, like, you legitimately looked worried, like you thought she was gonna die. I'm like, and I just did now again, listening to it for the second time, because it's such a beautifully drawn out cliffhanger moment. It's like, so compelling. Knowing very well that any of these characters could die at any time if they wanted to. You're building it up so well with all these layers and the choices that were made too by Mackenzie. Yeah, it's arresting every freaking time, man.
I like to imagine that Kinsey was starting to trust Varys.
Yeah.
Because, like, I had been trying to make a point to be like, yeah, like, look at me. Like, I do just nice things because I care about people. Like, I don't care what P-Bax's face looks like. That's his face. If he wants to hide it, that's his choice.
I remember that being, like, a real moment of team building, whatever you want to call it. That's... Mm-hmm. Not the way I would actually describe it. It's like okay, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this.
Yeah,
it's a trust exercise.
Trust fall.
Yeah,
trust fall, literally.
yeah. And it was a 30-foot fall.
Yeah,
they both took fall damage from that. Her from falling, him from accepting something that was heavy and falling. But because of his check, some of it was mitigated. They worked really well together. Like, that's awesome. Yeah. It's not just I take my biggest stick and I beat the monster till it falls. They really worked in role play into the combat.
Yeah. I have liked to imagine what that all would look like in real time without all the slow motion, and it's kind of funny because the whole thing would take place in 3 seconds max.
Yeah.
How are you gonna hum a tune in 3 seconds? So I'm just imagining this
Rock-a-bye baby.
Wait, isn't around 6 seconds? Well, I guess there's movement. There's
the action. Yeah.
So in real, imagine it would look kind of funny the way we did it here, if it were to unfold in real time. To hum this thing in the 2.5 seconds or whatever it would take to fall 30 feet.
Yeah. But that's the beauty.
The time dilation is that stuff is super real.
Yeah.
Super helpful.
Oh man. And the last part I wanted to mention was that the rock flew away. They didn't kill the rock. They didn't remove all of its HP. Mm-hmm. Things that are living generally like to continue doing so. The rock was getting fucked up, so it left. You got a lot of DMs and players just think okay, it's a battle, it's us die or it dies. Nah, running is an option on both sides. You got to remember that.
Yeah, very, very good decision with that one.
Sybil still in my arms.
This is the party just turned
out. Never before have I seen this kind of carnage. As I stand, I place her on her feet.
I look around at my teammates, and I realize someone is missing. Where's P-Bax?
Watching the rock fly away, I look around. I know Sybil and Varys are in the nest. P-Bax. I walk over to the cliff and peer over the side.
30 feet beneath her, Sendra sees P-Bax lying on his back, limbs extended.
Have we been victorious?
We've won! Are you okay?
Give me a moment or two. I can heal myself.
Oh!
Give me.
Love that.
Oh, do any of you, more importantly, need any healing?
I think Sybil will. I'll throw you down a rope.
Thank you.
Varys looks down to see his green cloak soiled with blood. He looks to Sybil, catching glimpses of torn flesh and scrapes along her body.
Some of this blood is yours. How badly are you hurt?
I think a lot of that blood is mine. And I'm sorry to have ruined your clothing. I don't have any more healing potions.
I wave my hand in dismissal of her apology as I kneel down amidst the yolks to dig a potion out of my bag.
As he opens his pouch, I take note. There's several vials in there. It's interesting.
Searching through my pack, I find one of my stronger healing potions. Here, Sybil, this should help.
I take the potion from his hand and I nod graciously. Thank you, Varys. You're so kind. I open the potion and I drink it.
The very moment that Sybil downs the purple and red potion, the outer edges of her worst wounds turn a similar color and glisten before beginning to close. What were bloody open wounds now shrink into cuts. What were cuts now shrink into scratches. With the adrenaline from the battle wearing off, the cold begins to set back in.
I love it.
Varys draws in his cloak.
Well,
So visceral.
You're looking better.
I feel better, thank you.
Let's go find our friends.
Yeah, where's P-Bax?
Yeah.
I look around the nest to take note of my teammates, but I don't see anyone except Varys. Are they on the other side of this nest?
They were blown out over the cliff when the rock came.
Oh dear. We should go get them.
We should.
They walk towards the rope, still secured to the top of the rock's nest, and begin to climb. Upon reaching the top, they look down the path to see Sendra attach a rope to a tree, then throw the other end down the cliff. Varys glances the other side of the nest to confirm the rock's absence before descending with Sybil. They approach Sendra and see her pulling on the rope. Moments later, a shining silver gauntlet rises and grasps a root at the edge of the cliff, followed by a now familiar helmet. After struggling a moment to gain the momentum to heave a leg up, he awkwardly hoists his entire body over the edge of the cliff, rolling away from it. His armor remains immaculate.
P-Bax.
It's rolls.
Good to see you again. Were you over there the whole time?
Well, yes, I was.
This
Well,
is
no,
great.
that's not true. I went from there to there and then back down to here, and then I got up to there, I think, and then I made it to about a half, right there, see, right there, near that little rock, and then we're back up to about there, and then back down here again. What happened to you?
Thanks for asking.
I've had better days. I typically like to look better than this, as we know. I look over at Sendra. And you? Are you well?
Sendra's armor and apparel are now scratched and smeared with blood. Small blood-stained rips of clothing reveal pale gray skin and grisly wounds beneath. She looks down to examine herself.
I'm fine. I think.
Well, that's a relief.
You all do need to freshen up a bit, I believe. At least become as shiny and clean as my armor, if nothing else.
Sybil looks down to her torn and filthy garments and touches the most soiled areas.
As I sweep my hands down my clothing to clean them up, I hum a soft melody. I hate to look a fright.
Prestidigitation is the first magical trick spellcasters learn and practice with. Having utterly mastered it years ago, Sybil uses it to clean the bloodstains from her attire. When she finishes, the bloodstains are gone completely, leaving only colorful, albeit torn fabric behind.
I look up and down my body, covered in yolk and blood, and notice how clean and spotless Sybil suddenly is. Could you help me as well?
Of course, good sir. I reach out and brush his clothing.
That's been sort of an inside joke. I had to hear all these lines so many times, and I couldn't understand why he delivered the line like that. It's very like can you help me? For such a casual help me clean my clothes. So as we've been together this time, and we've all been very helpful towards each other, so much so that it's become this inside joke of it's natural for us to help each other, but it's unnatural for us to ask for help ourselves. So we can diffuse the tension by, can you help me? Great.
And hum the same melody.
Many thanks. Many thanks.
I bow. Well, that was difficult, but I think we should press on, no?
I agree.
Peebax, you have got to see the mess we made.
What mess?
They return to the gigantic nest wall and begin to ascend. Still exhausted from the long trip and the battle, they cautiously help each other climb up and back down into the nest. They walk through the carnage, stepping over eggshell, yolk, blood, and other fluids, mixed in with the light frost and tree branches. They step around the pink avian babies, laying lifelessly on the ground, still covered in a layer of slick, translucent albumin. Beyond them, in the center of the nest, lies the animal the rock was carrying before it was polymorphed.
I approached the shaggy creature.
Varys investigates the animal before him. Despite its partial mutilation, he can tell it was once a beautiful creature. Its lustrous golden brown fur shines in the sun, and its antlers flow gracefully from its head, as if shaped by water currents.
I've never seen anything quite like this. Must be, from another realm? Its antlers are definitely more for beauty than for purpose.
That's a good line.
Despite its foreignness, I carve into its haunch. I'm sure I can make
so
1 or 2 days worth of
Oh,
stew
how
from
beautiful. I'm
As
gonna keep
Varys
that.
harvests the animal, Peebax, Sybil, and Sendra walk to the pile of sun-bleached bones on the opposite side of the nest. The stack appears to be solely animal bones, but as they get closer, they see a partially buried skeleton, wearing strips of mangled chainmail, holding the ornate hilt of a longsword, as well as a shield in the other hand. Only bits of leathery skin remain around the head, and suggest that this was a half-orc who was stripped of flesh and viscera months ago. Sybil leans in for a closer inspection.
Do you see there, just on his neck? It looks like a tribal tattoo. I'm not sure what tribe, but what do you think?
Sendra shrugs. Varys joins the group and the examination.
I wonder if this must be one of the other adventurers the Elder sent before us.
It's what I was thinking too, yes.
With my quarterstaff, I gently poke at the armor on the corpse. I've seen the dead rise before, and there's still enough flesh on these bones to operate.
Varys pushes against the chainmail. Frozen tatters of skin fused to the armor tear from the bones.
Poor man.
Well, we could take all of this armaments and whatnot and sell them, or use them as trade.
You can always come back and take it with us.
We could leave it out of respect for the dead.
They're
Always an
dead,
option.
they don't need it. Take it with you.
They don't need it.
Walking over to the edge of the nest, I climb on top of the other side. I look down the other side of the mountain to see where we're headed.
The corridor through the peaks continues to the other side, with a gentle slope heading into the distant clouds below. A single rock feather stands in the snow, near a trail of blood left behind by the retreating beast. The others join her, then climb down the side of the nest as they begin their descent into the pillowy white clouds before them.
Friends, wait. I kneel into the snow, rummaging through my bag once more. I pull out 3 potions, one for each of my comrades. Please, drink these before our journey down the slope. As I'm distributing the potions, I know I have one for everyone but myself.
The potions are clear, with swirling sediment gently falling to the bottom.
What should we expect from this?
These will help you climb safely down. I will climb down unaided to atone for the atrocities that we've committed on the top of this mountain.
You could have given this to me hours ago.
I didn't realize how badly you would need them.
Oh, you didn't, did you?
I was holding on to these for an emergency.
Well, perhaps I don't need it if it's for an emergency.
I think our definition of emergency is a little different.
I take the potion from Varys, pop the cork, and drink it down.
Okay then, bottoms up.
I open the bottle and see its bizarre sediment at the bottom. It smells sour. I down it regardless. It will help.
Everyone hands the empty vials back to Varys, who puts them back into his pack. Everyone immediately feels reinvigorated, and their sense of self-movement and body position heightens. They begin to walk into the clouds.
Varys, are you quite sure you'll be safe?
If the mountain deems I'm worthy to live, I might.
I walk over to Varys, pulling out the rope from my pack, and hand it to him. Tie this around your waist.
I said I must do this unaided. It is the only way to atone.
You are part of this team. We will not lose one to bad judgment.
You are correct. You will not lose one to bad judgment. But you may lose one to fate. And I turn away.
I thought that was really good role playing.
Thank you,
John. Like I liked how you gave away the potions, which is in character, but also the whole leaving it to fate thing as a kind of like religious thing, because you are a monk to atone for the atrocities. You guys did just barge into some innocent rock's nest and
we killed a family. We killed a family.
Destroyed his bloodline.
Innocent rock, I would argue again.
He's just coming home to, feed his young or whatever, feed himself. And
rock
just,
shot first.
You guys are here and just start shooting them and slicing them and polymorphing them.
Peeback stops at the comparatively small feather sticking out from the snow.
Would anyone like a trophy? That last feather, perhaps? Yes, no?
I kneel down in the snow, pluck the feather from the ground, and pin it on the other side of his cloak, on the opposite position from where the flower from the meadow is. For you, Peebacks, to remember the fight.
Fight? Well, it was a hard uphill climb, but somehow we made it.
So good.
Hold on, can we pause it just for a second?
I already did. Go for it.
I just want to say, that laughter was our real laughter.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, that was...
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that really, oh my gosh, some of the really hilarious moments, would truly be hilarious in life.
Yeah.
And I just love that it was captured so organically.
Yeah.
Plus,
it was really nice to hear those, out of character laughs, but just honest laughs.
And plus, it does wonders for the characters too. We're a bunch of badasses. We just do the same, but they can laugh at shit.
Exactly.
I love it. It humanizes them, even though only one of them is. Two of them are technically human.
Yeah, and in such a grim, epic adventure, there's not much space for real laughter to happen in the real world.
Yeah.
So I'm imagining post adrenaline shock fights.
Yeah.
If you've ever had a close shave, you kind of nervously laugh afterwards when you're oh, it's over, and you have that weird you can relax but you're still amped up. I imagine that's how they all were feeling.
Yeah.
And to hear them laugh together like that, seals the end of combat and that whole part, and like you see a group laughing together, you assume that they're friends, and so like this shared experience that they all had together is now a thing they can look back upon and talk during their like long descent. So you imagine them becoming more friendly and team-like from here on out.
Yeah.
And we're all seasoned enough characters and higher level characters enough to be smart enough to know to work as a team and focus on our strengths in the moment as it arises.
Right.
We all didn't get here by being dumb.
No.
Yeah.
Dumb people don't make it past level 1.
Right.
And also editing the laughter, like of course, you know, it doesn't, I can't just say like laughter and then it happens. I have to go and like get all the hee-haws and the haws and the whoos and like separate them, edit them, and decide when and where they're gonna go.
And the
hee-hoos? Yeah, and the hee-hoo-hoos later. But doing that also is fun for me because there's just something about hearing people naturally laugh that is infectious. So doing those sort of things is nice.
The laugh's the best part.
Yes.
After a strenuous but uneventful climb down the mountain, the party finally breaks below the chilly fog-like clouds at midday, granting them their first view of the other side. They sit and rest for a moment to have some water and survey the land hundreds of feet below them. There's still a good deal of snow to contend with on the way down, but they see that it tapers off near the craggy base of the world wall. A sea of emerald green trees stretches far into the horizon, seemingly infinite in size. There are patches of vibrant color peppering the treetops with what must be enormous flowers. In the far distance, through the haze of atmospheric distortion, a faded mountain shape rises from the shifting ocean of green leaves.
I'm a bit tired, and I think that if I were to make a recommendation, I'd prefer to head on. Anyone have any thoughts?
It would be nice to set up camp somewhere a little warmer.
I agree. We should keep going.
Peabacks?
Nah, all right.
Everyone tightens their boots, collects their belongings, and prepares to hike into the night. The sky has slowly changed from a blazing sunset panorama of red and orange light into a starry purple dusk. With the patches of snow behind them, Bebex, Sandra, Varys, and Sybil march down through the rough terrain to a rocky outcropping 100 feet above the canopy ahead. The cold air has become more temperate, and the wide cliff edge seems like a good place to make camp for the night. The view is nothing short of stunning. A flock of strange, iridescent birds skim the top of the forest, then land on an enormous petal of a multicolored flower. The plant life here grows in unfamiliar but alluring ways.
What a strange place. It's beautiful, though.
It is that. Look at the sun.
Varys points to where the sun once was, now a dark purple backdrop of the dense woodlands.
The sun, it's setting in the north.
Sybil turns to look back at the mountain. Then straight ahead, a look of realization dawns upon her face.
Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't even noticed. Interesting.
Below them, trees sway in the wake of something large passing through, away from the edge of the forest.
I think we shouldn't get any closer. This would be a good place to camp.
But if we can hear that, is it really a good place to camp?
It could accidentally step on us in the night.
We should be fine as long as somebody takes watch.
I think we should try and find somewhere more sheltered. I'm gonna need a fire to roast this leg.
Or I could create food and water for us. The offer always stands.
We can certainly subsist on your food and water for the night, but I think something more sheltered would keep us safe.
I think with whatever's down there, we should probably camp here tonight.
But here we're exposed to the elements, and I didn't bring any firewood. Did any of you?
I have but a tinderbox and some torches. That's all.
And I have nothing that I can offer that would burn long enough to keep us warm.
So it appears we have a decision to make. Do we want to expose ourselves here or risk going down there?
I guess we have no choice but to go down.
I look down for a perspective path ahead. There's not many good openings. It's going to be a lot of climbing. The potions that I've given you guys has worn off. It's going to be hours longer before we reach a safe place.
Unless we were able to fly or something, yes?
How will we accomplish that?
Dear Peebax, I know you don't know me well, but trust me to handle this. I reach for the instrument on my back and pull it into my hands. It feels familiar, and I brush my hands over its strings. I pluck a few, creating a sweet melody. My hands start turning into feathers.
Sybil gently plays.
So, question, did you guys record this negotiation in real time, or did you have a lot of out-of-character discussion? There was a lot of out-of-character discussion. It's hard to talk about those sort of decisions while staying in character, because you also have to, because you're weighing a lot, thinking about the game. You know, there's playing the game, and then there's inhabiting a character, and the two are sort of difficult to marry sometimes. So there is a lot of out of character, and that part's tricky because you have to remember the last thing that was said, so you don't just that conversation doesn't end unnaturally, and you guys start talking about something else.
Actually, it's really interesting. Something that I have learned from going from the Shadowrun game to this game, just from doing recording and things like that, is that like I think asking questions in character is a good way to get some of the out of character discussion involved in the story.
Yeah.
So I'm noticing, and I was intentional about it when we recorded, but like I'm good about sorry, I don't want to be like, oh, I'm so great, but like I intentionally meant to like, how are you feeling about this? What do you think we should do? Like to try to like get more of that involved.
And out loud as Sybil.
Yeah.
Because you wanted to know too.
Yeah.
Right.
Totally. Yeah.
Right.
And my job as I listen to these people play the game is to just sort of, I'm kind of trying to imagine what this will sound like in real time. So I have to keep track of the conversation that's been laid down and has been recorded versus what they've just discussed out of character and are now ready to start talking about again. So that's kind of my job during this, is to think about exactly where they are and put a little like bookmark in there as they talk out of character, and then try to return to that. I'll have to say, oh yeah, you guys have decided to go, but the last observation was it's a long way down or something. So you have to address that and then try to organically get to the point you want to say.
And I would love to just make a quick shout out to the artist who made our poster, because this is the moment right there pictured in this poster where they're standing like halfway down the world wall over the Everwood with its sea of trees with erupting colors, and like I love how she threw the rock in there too. Just it's such a beautiful piece, and it's so rare that you find an artist that is so capable of taking what is imagined in one's mind and turning it into a physical reality. I mean, Paul's been doing it this whole time with the music and the sound effects, and it's like a dream made real. But this is also just so wonderfully done, and I really would like to thank the artist that did this, because this plus all the music, it's all just imagining becoming reality, and it's wonderful.
Places her violin in its case, knowing in a few moments she won't have hands with which to hold it. Having just cast polymorph on herself, she gradually increases in size, and her skin begins to ripple and change. Feathers expand outward in every direction, breaking up her moonlit silhouette. Her arms begin to lengthen and change into folded wings, and her feet expand into leathery claws with vicious-looking black talons. Her red hair flows into feathers, and her feathers appear to incorporate and absorb her clothing. Once the magical transformation is complete, a 10-foot, fiery red barn owl stands before the group. It bows and motions for Sendra to climb onto her back. Sendra approaches the owl and mounts her without hesitation. Once secured, the owl rights itself and walks to the edge of the cliff and spreads its wings.
Wait a minute. The entire time I was scrambling up the side of that mountain, you could have turned into an owl and picked me up.
The owl leaps from the cliff.
It's his face right now.
Sindra feels her inside.
So that was a really, 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 really funny moment outside of game too. Or
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like he actually asked that, and all I said was, "Who?" Like, I was like, I don't want to answer this because also I kind of forgot.
Because I'm an owl now too. That's all I can kind of say. Yeah, so amazing.
Oh, it was amazing.
I'm an owl.
Yeah.
And again, just the choice to keep the like, because he kept going in character. Me, that's who me. Like just as a joke, but it was so good and it's such a great choice to keep it in. It was just wonderful.
I try to stay in character as much as I can just to give them all the possibilities because I know how much important editing is and how much like if you have a breadth of choice, who knows, the line might make it, it might not. So.
Man, I don't break character till I do the DVD commentary.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Sides lurch into her throat as the mountainside rushes past her. The wind flings her hood back, allowing loose strands of black hair to furiously whip around her head. Her grip on Sybil's neck feathers tightens as they glide to the rapidly approaching forest canopy below. Flying closer, Sindra sees that the canopy has a faint sparkle to it, and the intertwining flora that make it up weave into complex symbiotic shapes between the leaves. The owl skims the treetops, then abruptly banks downward to swoop through an opening.
The descent into the trees is exhilarating, the wind whipping past my face.
Once beneath the canopy, a glittering natural wonderland reveals itself. Many plants and insects glow in the dark corners beyond the moonlight's reach. Strange-looking flowers bloom and track their movements through the air, seemingly watching them. With the forest floor quickly approaching, Sindra feels powerful wings begin to flap beneath her abdomen. Just before touching down, the owl catches the air with its outstretched wings and pitches vertically, seizing all forward momentum before gracefully landing.
My surroundings are truly alien. The exact opposite of Shadowfell, my home. Everything is vibrantly colored, greens, purples, yellows. It's beautiful in its own way. I slide off the back of Sybil, having my hands linger on her wings just a moment longer to feel the softness. I walk around to the front and give her a nod, and she takes off.
A gust of wind blows past Sindra as the owl rises into the air, eventually disappearing through a starry opening in the canopy. Now alone, Sindra stands motionless to observe her surroundings. After a few minutes of stillness, the local fauna cautiously reveal themselves. 3 mammalian creatures with bushy squirrel-like tails, fox-like snouts, and small antlers scurry around the base of a nearby tree. One of them races to the top of the tree and grasps at a shaft of moonlight. He pulls a handful of the light from the shaft and scampers back down, the glowing light emanating through his claws. Upon showing it to the others, they dart back into the underbrush. To her side, a nearby bush is slowly pulling itself up the trunk of a tree with tentacle-like vines. She looks up and sees an owl perched on the branch. It is the only familiar-looking creature she's seen so far. Then it opens its eyes, which are distinctly cat-like. It turns its head 360 degrees before closing its eyes and ruffling its feathers.
Okay.
Okay.
These creatures are very different from anything that I've encountered before. So I pull myself as close to a tree as I can to try to make myself more inconspicuous.
As she moves to the tree, a nearby shrub begins to quiver rhythmically. The owl above opens its eyes to stare at Sindra.
I I pull my crossbow, notch a bolt, and just make sure I'm ready for anything
So, do we draw straws to see who goes next?
I, for one, would love to get off this accursed mountain I've spent a little too much time climbing and scrambling for hours. I'm sure you understand.
Oh, fully. Fully.
Excellent. By the way, I really appreciate your sacrifice with your potions and not taking one for yourself. It's very selfless of you. I appreciate the sacrifice. It's those things that would make us successful. So thank you.
I bow graciously. Peebex, your chariot arrives.
The giant owl lands nearby and tucks in its wings.
She returns. I will see you at the bottom, Varys. I dash along and leap onto the back of the owl. Here we go.
Pause it.
Yeah.
That part was just funny to imagine, and I kind of did the. I tried to convey it with the footsteps too. Just him, I don't think I edited this like space and time between what Peebax was saying. So him it seems like he runs towards the bird and is like, "Same to you, Varys."
Softer than I thought. Let's go, Sybil. Away.
Peeback's increased weight doesn't seem to affect the owl, who dives from the cliffside to the treetops below.
Descending down into the wood, on the back of this beautiful owl. It's the most breathtaking vista I've ever seen. The light doesn't pierce the ground in all the places, but the colors are so bright, beautiful, pink. They glow underneath in many places. It's unlike anything I've ever witnessed. I reach the bottom, climb down, and start looking for Zendra.
Peebax scans his surroundings as the owl takes flight behind him.
Zendra, are you nearby? Oh, crap!
The cat-eyed owl screeches at Peebax before jumping into the air and flying away at supersonic speed.
What the devil? Dad! Oh, thank goodness it's just you. Are you okay?
That supersonic owl thing was all Tony. I don't know how he divined it from his imagination, but I knew that's gonna be fun to do later.
When I go to describe all the different sounds and weird things that happen in the Feywild, I'm imagining it as a storytelling perspective. I have no idea what load I am putting on Paul to make this come to life.
And that's good, because if you did, you would maybe think twice or something. So just, you just put that out of your mind.
Yeah,
you do amazingly with it, man.
Thank you.
And while I do love how it sounds, I am so sorry.
It's okay. Yeah. These challenges help me to grow. So the more difficult, the better.
Cool.
Right, Chris, never having the repetitive juggling multiple tones. Right, it's never a copy paste.
Yeah, he looks out for that.
Yeah, it's
That's why this takes so darn long to make.
I'm fine.
They
You're
would
just
love-
very loud.
Sorry. I'll reduce my tones.
They stand in silence for a moment, trying to detect any incoming threats.
Well, we should start setting up.
Bliss.
They begin to scout the area for a suitable camping site, being careful not to step on the fluorescent fungi and avoiding the thorny hanging moss. Though there is no sign of civilization and no evidence of intelligent life, they still cannot shake the feeling of being watched.
So, Peebax,
Yes?
what's the deal?
What do you mean?
Why won't you take off your helmet?
I think it's easier to lead with some degree of anonymity. You, of all people, would know about the need to preserve a secret or two, I'm sure.
Of course. But, being my curious nature,
What are you driving at?
I may have taken a peek.
Oh. What have you seen exactly?
I've seen your face. I just want to know what your deal is.
Pivax stands still for a moment, then turns his back to Sindra, casually examining the bark of a nearby tree with his gauntlet.
Well, I've been persecuted many times. My appearance sometimes belies my intent, if you can understand that.
I think I understand that more than anyone in this group.
Excellent. So you do understand, and if we could be discreet about this between us, until such time as I'm willing to reveal myself, I would appreciate it very much.
You have my word.
Thank you. I extend to you the same courtesies in full throughout our time together.
Your secret's safe with me, but I want to know.
No, you're just looking for confirmation, are you?
I am.
They begin to walk towards a clearing in the middle of a ring of trees. Besides the dead wood on the ground, the small, harmless-looking plant life looks as if it may be comfortable to rest upon for the evening. Pivax stops in the center and places his hands on his hips as Sindra stands behind him, out of reach of his gently billowing cape.
P-backs.
What?
Confirmation.
Alone on the cliff, Varys sits cross-legged, observing the glittering heavens above.
I notice foreign stars in the sky. Constellations I don't recognize. Wait, is that one moving? These shapes, these creatures in the sky? I must remember these. I realize it's been some time. I judge the moon. An hour's passed? Where could they be?
As if on cue, the majestic owl rises and lands at the edge of the cliff, shaking its feathers.
I was starting to think I'd have to come search for you on foot.
The owl cocks its head questioningly.
Well, you can tell me the story after we get back with the group.
Varys collects Sybil's belongings and double-checks to make sure nothing was left behind.
So real quick, I don't know that it was captured here, but it's an interesting thing. The world wall is on the edge of the Feywild in the material plane. Time can work differently in the Feywild. So while she was flying them all down, and polymorph only lasts so long, while she was flying them down there, all in like a pretty quick span, Varys is sitting up on the world wall, waiting for her to come back, and it's taking, from his perspective, much longer. You know, they came to the world wall, and it was dusk. By the time she comes to pick him up, the stars are out, and apparently deciding to go for a jaunt. So there's that flow of time stretching differently from different perspectives that I'm not like it might not be as easy to pick up on because the narration is so seamless. That was nailed. Awesome.
Nailed
Yeah.
I climb gently onto Sybil's back, careful not to pluck any of her newfound feathers, noticing how fiery red they are like her hair.
The owl turns to the cliff's edge once Varys is secure and spreads its wings.
I extend my arm out in a bond of secrecy to P-backs. Your secret is safe with me.
I grasp her arm in solidarity. Thank you, my dear. Very appreciated.
Sindra and Pivax turn and look up as Sybil and Varys break through the canopy. Sybil glides through a ray of starlight, which sticks to her feathers like spider silk. She lands, and after Varys dismounts, begins to shrink. Feathers retract into skin and clothing, and her red hair sprouts back into its red waterfall.
What is that low whistling sound as the spell is starting to reverse? What is that?
Those are the wine glasses.
Oh,
yes.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
no way.
That's awesome.
And,
Nice.
And also there is the sound of a balloon being rubbed there, and leather being twisted.
Wow.
Son of a
wow.
bitch.
It's like Paul has these ingredients in his like kitchen, you know, for recipes, and just has to come up with them on the fly. It's so interesting.
You know, I used to hear the term sound engineer. Like, what does that really mean? I know what it means now. Like, you are not just adding sound effects. You are making sound effects.
Yeah.
Fucking bro.
It's more than Foley.
Holy shit.
It's like whole cloth creation of this stuff.
So good.
Appearance as the transformation completes. Upon her shoulders, the starlight lace sits and flutters delicately with her movements.
I notice the moonlight touching my skin and my clothing. I look at it and then smile at the rest of the group. How far have you gotten with setting up camp? Should we go to another location, or does this seem okay?
Varys and Sybil look into the dark woods while Sendra and Peebax continue searching for a suitable campsite, unaware of the faint chuckle the other two have just heard.
I wearily draw my bow.
Peebax notices Varys and begins to look around suspiciously.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'm so glad to hear this chuckle because, like, Paul and I are from the West Coast. We've got the jet lag. We've been doing a million things, and like, I'm just so tired and so in pain that I'm like, I want to go lie down, but I am waiting for all of this.
Oh, the chuckle is your cue.
This is my cue. I know what's coming.
Sendra follows
Almost
suit.
done.
I noticed the creature hide behind the tree. I think we should hold our fire. It doesn't appear to be attacking us right now, but be on guard.
It may not be attacking now, but it's a blight, born of corruption. It might have something to do with our mission here.
Failed nature check.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. Because by this point I was playing and I heard exactly what can I say?
Yeah.
Yeah,
of course.
so I think Marcus had rolled, was it Varys that rolled the nature check?
Varys
rolled the nature check.
I rolled perception.
What's that?
She rolled perception. John rolled the nature.
Yeah, and you told him something incorrect. And I heard you tell him that. And I was like, that's not what he is, but I know what he's saying.
And so this whole part was interesting because Torvald hadn't listened to any of the earlier sessions.
No.
This is her character's first introduction to these other characters.
You came and got me downstairs. You're
Yeah.
like, all right, come on.
Yeah, it would be more natural. And poor Torvald had to like wait around all the earlier sessions. Keep in mind, we're like, I don't know, 3, 4.
You're about to come in. You're just about to come in. You're just about to come in.
Maybe 5 sessions in that she had to be there waiting for when the characters would meet, and they never met. So she'd show up to be there and just wouldn't play because we didn't know how long it would take for them to meet. And so the way that we did the introduction was they were each kind of rolling roles against each other, the characters were. So
Oops, sorry.
Guy was rolling to try to stay hidden and observe them and try to get...
And failing miserably, even though that character is so high in stealth. That's part of her thing.
He wanted to be seen, subconsciously.
I'm finally playing, notice me!
Yeah. So I thought that was kind of cool to have the two players, like, these first cast was rolling to try to see what the thing was. They knew it was,
Oh, they didn't know it was her.
Yeah.
That was the thing.
Yeah.
Like she was like coming in, but they didn't know that what they saw was her.
Oh yeah.
Like she could have been introduced in any way, but something appearing out of nowhere in the Feywild.
Risk.
Especially since her companion was revealed first before her, and they know that like what he assumed to be a Twigblade based on his nature check is not a playable race.
Yeah, and it's when we see what happens, and it's great.
Yeah.
It just unfolds beautifully.
We should keep an eye on it.
Thanks for joining us, David.
Thank you so much, David. The rest, if you want to watch the VOD later, please do. Thank you so much for staying with us so long. Thank you for being a fan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Have a great night.
Night.
I agree.
Be at the ready for anything.
The creature cautiously makes its way out from behind the tree, then dives behind a bush. It pokes its head out through the multicolored leaves. It doesn't get any closer. It just circles and observes.
I knock an arrow, draw back, carefully aiming, just a warning shot, and loose.
An arrow sails harmlessly above the bush and into the darkness. The laugh carries into the distance. It sounds like a signal of some kind.
Alright. So last night, when we were doing the premiere, this was already awesome. But I see what you mean when it's best heard with headphones. I'm hearing so much more of that laughter.
From side to side.
Yeah. It's so much clearer.
And I want, oh gosh, what was I want to point out again, this whole thing that Paul pointed out earlier about paying attention to when people's inner dialogue comes to the fore as they join the party.
Right. When Guy, we don't know if this is just some weird gnome creature out in there that can speak in the Feywild that they'll have. Is it an NPC or what? It seems like it is.
Is it an enemy?
But yeah. But when we get her first inner dialogue, that's, and I made a musical cue there, which I wanted to kind of convey this, like, oh, and it's big. Like, Corvold made a huge sacrifice for this reveal because we couldn't put the character on the poster and preserve the surprise.
I don't have any credits on the poster.
Yeah, no credits. So she very gracefully bowed out of this to preserve the surprise of a new character joining, which is like, I don't know if you can count it as a Sonic Realms tradition, but that's like Drager appeared later and was like rescued later, and I love that. I love that you think you know the established world and rules and characters and how it goes, and suddenly, you know, a new person is, I guess, breathed into the divine life of being able to hear their inner monologue and become a character.
You go from NPC to character that way.
NPC to character.
The reciprocated laughter surrounding the party seems to worry the hiding creature.
We should have camped on the slope.
It pulls back into the bush, obscuring itself from view. Moments later, it appears by another tree and begins to climb, still watching everyone. Long, spindly fingers tap the bark as it strangely arches its limbs to accommodate the shift in gravity. About the size of a large dog, it has a bulbous nose beneath large reflective eyes. The creature looks humanoid, though wooden. It is segmented like an insect, defying normal categorization.
Does anyone feel safe here?
No. Step. And Varys, I would not fire arrows randomly into the forest again.
Trust, I will not. But I think that we should head away from the laughter.
Agreed. With haste.
Can I ask you all? Because I'm curious. We're playing this game. You're in the Feywild. I'm describing it, blah blah blah, and then I start giggling like a maniac. What went through your heads when you just like, okay, what do we hear from the darkness? Like, what was that for you?
It could have been anything, really. It was almost like formless, because anything could be in the Feywild.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at the creatures and the magical, weird landscape that we're in, anything goes. So the laughter could be sinister and not playful. It's impossible to tell, and I thought it was sinister. I thought something was toying with us from the shadows.
And it sounds.
I definitely
sinister
thought it was an
also.
enemy.
Yeah, big time.
I thought it was gonna be a pack of them, because if I remember correctly, you at the time described it as like it happening all over the place.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just one creature. And so I was like, oh my God, there's going to be like a pack of these weird twiggy dudes that are going to fucking
swarm us. Yeah, we're surrounded.
Sorry about the cursing.
That's so awesome.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's so awesome because, like, as I was playing, I'm thinking to myself, like, there's no way, like, they've been playing this forever. They know this is where I'm being introduced. There's no way they don't know that I'm being introduced right now. Like, I just assumed you all knew.
Well, I mean, Maybe, yes, but like we don't know if we have to fight a bunch of people before you're introduced. Like,
What if you swoop in to save them, or
no
who knows?
freaking idea. Like, what they aren't you. You're not. You know, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Tony, you had done such a good job of like setting up the Feywild as this place where things didn't
Chaos.
make sense. Like,
everything is
nothing
off.
was what you thought it was going to be.
Right.
So like who could imagine like what this laughter in the trees coming from these dinosaurs?
Cool.
I thought they were pack animals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to
I thought
see-
it might have been some sort of sadistic tribe, like surrounding us and
Shit.
getting ready.
These are all such
Yeah,
amazing ideas.
I was trying to imagine it from their point of view, and it just if you hear a laugh, you're thinking, oh, sentient creature. Like this just ratchets things up a bit from just some mindless animal. Like, oh, this thing can plan and toy, and who knows what it's capable of.
It's trouble.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
They look west, back from whence they came. They see only trees and luminescent vines in the far distance. Confused, they look north, then south. The world wall is nowhere to be seen. The effect is unsettling.
This wood is so captivating, is it not?
It's starting to feel more stifling than anything.
In the distance, a second set of footsteps becomes audible.
I notice Sandra pull out her crossbow and ready a bolt. I gently press my hand against the crossbow and shake my head. I'm afraid to threaten these creatures. I'm readying a spell to put them to sleep if necessary.
Fine. But if it doesn't work, then I kill it.
And you're ready, of course.
Sensing danger nearby, I prepare my bliss, spell for my friends, just in case.
A short humanoid sprints out of the woods at full speed, skids to a stop, then darts behind thin shrubbery. Its tiny, human-looking feet stick out from the side.
Where has it gone? It's right there.
Where has it gone?
There.
Yeah.
Bad stealth roll followed by worst perception check.
Nice.
The creature moves from behind the bush to hide behind a sapling, which barely offers any cover.
Followed by another bad stealth check.
Where? I raise an eyebrow at Peebax. Peebax, it's right there.
Orienting his gaze to Sybil's direction, he sees a child-sized creature with a wild head of hair, ducking and trying to hide.
Oh, yes, there it is. Of course. It was a lot shorter than I thought. Yes.
Sybil has difficulty making out what the creature is in the low light, but others in the party, with low light and dark vision, can easily glean more details.
I think it's a gnome?
Hiding behind the sapling is a wildly disheveled female gnome. Her clothing is filthy and torn.
A gnome? I realized I could try to communicate with it. In Gnomish, I say,
Sophia, Glibiaben Aratin.
So I know you said yesterday after it was all done that was recorded later because we realized that we hadn't actually recorded anything in Gnomish. But I gotta ask you, Kenzie, where did you come up with that? Like, was that just something you came up with on the spot? Was it like a English to Gnome translation?
Yeah, so I went online and I Googled what does Gnomish sound like? And I just read like 2 or 3 descriptions of what it would sound like.
Oh, you
are
Careful.
God, I'm sorry.
Jeez.
Sorry.
We're all linked
Is everything
together.
okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, we almost lost all of the...
Oh, did something? I think
sounding
something's
correctly.
partially unplugged.
Is it?
It's
I'm
only
sorry.
coming through one ear. All good.
Oh, a cat. I
That's
see.
okay,
it.
just
The
tighten
mayhem.
everything, that's all.
Yeah, I was
A
kind of
cat.
probably the main.
And our collection of headphones.
My bad.
You good?
Kenzie, can you say something again?
Yes, hello.
Okay.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I looked up like, okay,
But it's
what
fun
does
overall.
Gnomish sound like? And the description of it was such that I was like, okay, let me just say some shit that I think sounds like that. So it was really gibberish, but like with the description in mind.
It was great.
Cool. It sounds wonderful.
I'm loving what's gonna come up because the way that everyone described everything, first of all, I pierced the sh out of their eardrums. And secondly, like, they could not for the life of them understand what I was...
Oh, the battery died.
Oh, that makes sense. That's
Oh.
fine. What I was trying to say. And so, like, just the setup here is, like, Guy... I mean, we've all put it together. Guy's from the first party. And she's been out here forever. And so she's, like, so starved for this, like relevant attention or connection. And she sees these people. And at first, of course, you don't hear all this because she's not a character yet. But I had voiced, I didn't know what was going to be used for the actual podcast. I had voiced my ambivalence of walking over here. I had voiced, like, what if it's another trick? And how out on a rope I was going to do this. And I was just so, like, at this point, what you're about to hear, Guy's so happy now that, like, she's made the decision, these are probably real people. I want to go talk to them.
And you can actually hear, like, she only comes out to stop them when it sounds like they've made the decision to leave. She's like, no, don't leave, stay right there.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
it's like that desperation followed by the it's so
I had
sad.
forgotten about that part, that they were gonna leave. So she was like, oh no, this is the time. Like, I can't.
Do you intend to harm us?
We need to start moving.
But Sybil had readied, not Sybil, Sandra had readied that action. You both readied action.
Yeah. Both readied action.
So
I readied sleep.
Yeah. And man, that Faye doesn't have a whole lot of HP, so
She bends her fingers and makes a quick swiping gesture to the ground. Something like sand materializes out of thin air and begins to float gently down into 20-foot radius in front of her. The gnome gets it in her eyes, but shakes it off, continuing to run at the group. The cackling wood creature also gets sand in its eyes before instantly falling asleep, gently dropping to the soil.
As I watch Sybil cast her spell at the small creature running towards us, I see it doesn't take effect. I loose my bolt.
The gnome stops running and looks down to the crossbow bolt protruding from her arm. She then falls to her knees and looks up. All the hope drains from her ancient face.
I step out in front of the group and throw my hands up. Please, friends, we've had enough blood. Let's just see what they need.
Be careful, Varys. It could be trying to trick us. This is an unfamiliar alien land.
I notch another bolt in my crossbow.
My best means ready.
I cautiously approach the gnome, kneeling now on the forest floor. I pass by the cackling creature. What is it? Wood? Bug? I can't tell, but it certainly grew up to hide well in these woods. I kneel down next to this stranger, loosing my pack onto the ground. Inspecting the wound, I notice their coat used to be fine, but now is fallen to rags and tatters. I look into their clear green eyes. Despite their obvious age, the eyes remain unclouded. I dig through my bag, removing another potion. I gently uncork it and offer it to the creature. Please, drink this while I tend your wound.
I take the potion that the wood elf offers, and I drink it, thankful that they finally realize that I mean them no harm.
Varys quickly but gently removes the arrow. He then wipes away the ruby-colored blood to see the gaping wound shrink into a wet abrasion. Under closer inspection, Varys sees gems and other adornments sewn into her rumpled clothing. Clasps, buttons, pockets, and securements serve as obvious excuses to enjoy decoration and craftsmanship. Her dirty, chocolate-colored cloak is hem-stitched with a decorative touch, and her quarterstaff is heavily carved and etched with designs. Varys is able to get a closer look at the laughing wood creature, now dozing behind the gnome. It is dark brown all over, and its hair looks like a bundle of twigs and sticks, though its body looks to be more bug-like than plant. It is strikingly thin, with orb-like eyes under closed, finely segmented eyelids. At the tips of its long, spindly fingers are sharp claws. Varys turns his attention back to the tiny gnome.
We are weary. We've been traveling many days to get here. Do you know of a safe place for us to rest? We can get to know you?
I have a camp within about 300 yards of here.
I turn to the group. I say we trust them and join them at their camp. What say you?
I say yes. Let us follow.
This is still a strange place, and I'm not sure of the intentions of this small creature, this gnome. But we need to rest, so for now, I'll trust them.
I nod to Varys, but keep a watch on this new addition to the group.
I stand, offering a hand to the gnome.
I look up at the wood elf, and I take his hand. I look behind me. He is still on the ground, sleeping. I look to the elf. Can we wake him?
I look back to Sybil. Can we wake him?
Of course you can wake him. He's sleeping.
I walk over to Hee-Hoo. I gently jostle him awake.
He-Hoo yawns and turns away, still asleep. It's as disturbing as it is adorable.
I shake him harder.
He scampers up a tree and turns around.
I soothe him.
So if you listen to Hee-Hoo-Hoo, it might be too subtle to hear, but I did once again the sort of gate thing with Sybil's magic and the chimes, where every time Hee-Hoo-Hoo laughs, instead of it being chimes, there's a loop I created of wood creaks that happen. So whenever Hee-Hoo-Hoo makes a sound with his voice, it's blended in with wood creaking. I went through a few iterations of trying to figure out what Hee-Hoo-Hoo would sound like. One was like the voice kind of coming through a hollow wooden tube, because thinking about how voice boxes work, there's wetness in there, there's vibrating flesh. What would a wood creature be? Would it be like pieces of wood grinding against each other to make the sound? I wasn't sure. So in the end, I just went with pitching up Tony's voice a lot and doing the thing where whenever the voice comes on, you'll hear a bit of the loop of the wood creaking. So kind of trying to convey it's kind of part wood creak and part vocalization.
Nice. That's a lot of fucking thought process behind that.
Yeah.
Man. Damn. So good.
Hee-Hoo-Hoo climbs down the tree and stands on its hind legs for the first time since their encounter. Roughly the size of a short human, though taller than the diminutive gnome.
So, are these creatures your friends?
This one is. After some events, I was able to convince him to join me. And so, this one is, but no, none of the others.
Hee-Hoo-Hoo extends a pointy finger at Varys.
I squint curiously at the creature.
Hee-Hoo-Hoo looks back at the gnome, still pointing. He curiously watches as he bends all fours and climbs backward into the bush.
He's friendly to me, which I assume means he'll be friendly to you unless given a reason not to be.
The gnome stands up, not bothering to brush off the leaves and plant matter clinging to her legs.
As I said, we've got a camp back there. I pointed the direction of my camp. And we're all very weary. And if you'd like, you can join us for the night.
I have the haunch of some elk-like creature we can share if you've got a fire to roast it on.
The offer makes me positively light up. Thank you, yes, please, thank you. It's been so long since I've had something substantial to eat.
Apologies, but if you're inviting us to your camp for the evening, it would be good to know your name.
Oh, my shoulders sag just a little as I remember. Well, I want to tell you, but it would bring me no pleasure now. Please, you can call me Yi.
Yi?
Yi?
Yi.
Well,
Yeah.
all right then.
So, would you care to explain, why you can call me Guy? It would bring me no pleasure now.
Yeah, so she's been in this place for a while. For gnomes, naming and saying names and just like having a really awesome, complicated, good, juicy, rotund name is one of the great pleasures of life. Kind of like, her very well decorated coat, her carvings in her staff. Everything is a chance to feel pleasure in decoration and enjoying in that stuff. So she's just too heartbroken, like, say her name.
That's fucking nice. It's sad as fuck, but really nice.
Guy, I accept your offer, and you're a very gracious host.
We appreciate your hospitality after our weary, long, treacherous days.
I smile genuinely, thrilled to now have some friends. Please, yes, come to my camp.
With a quick look around, everyone grabs their belongings and follows Guy through the dark, luminescent woods.
I take up the rear position. I still don't trust these woods. I don't fully trust this new addition, so I want to keep watch as best I can. But I'm almost too tired to care.
So this is one of the main song recyclings that I did here, because this is the same music from when Guy had her first inner monologue and kind of introduced as a new player character. So I recycled this for this checking in of the characters, where we kind of check in with their inner monologue of how they're feeling about current events. So I recycled it. It's the same drum beat, and I have the same sort of what's the instrument? I think it's called the Celesta or something.
Careful.
It's kind of like a bell.
You got it, man.
So I did that, but I believe I to make it fresh, just added some strings on top of it, which saves some time. And because it's such kind of a simple thing, I don't think it's that noticeable that a lot of it was copied from earlier. So this was an example of me trying to play around with a more heavy-handed copy paste to try to in an attempt to save some time.
Works.
This gnome looks worse to wear than all of us put together. It's kind of a shame. Well, thus safety in numbers, I say. The more of us together, the more of us there are to defeat whatever may come.
We've come so far today, up and over the mountain, through the rock's nest. But this gnome, how long have they been here in this forest alone? This forest of wonders, strangeness, strange friends. I look forward to a fire and a bed, though.
The day has certainly been trying, and despite our successes, a part of me is afraid of this new place. Despite its beauty, the flora and the fauna, they're unfamiliar. And to think we might be trusting someone who might not have the best intentions, but frankly, I don't see that we have much choice. We're tired and we're hurt. And so we must accept their generosity. So I follow, and I trust the rest of my party members. Perhaps this will turn out well.
After passing a procession of strange-looking plants and old-growth trees, they arrive at a sizable felled log. Guy scrambles up the side and motions for the others to follow. Peebax has the most trouble with the climb, still completely armor-clad. Once they climb over, they find themselves surrounded by equally sized logs, which create a circular barrier, vaguely similar to the rock's nest. At the center of the circle is a small stone fire ring and a well-worn shelter constructed from a patchwork of cloth, leaves, and dried thatch. On top of the still glowing embers within the fire pit, a serpentine, or perhaps a worm-like creature is perched. It turns to look at the group, though eyeless. The creature curls into itself, and moments later, 2 wings, 10 times the size of its body, explode outward, and it flies away into the darkness, defying identification and reason in equal measure.
That one wasn't mine.
He who scurries
What a
through the
great
camp.
line.
Yeah, great line, and also just great flavor text from Tony. He described that whole creature in game, and I just wanted to repeat it, but it made for good world building. Like, yeah, you have your shelter, but these creatures there's still going to be some weird thing that's can find its way.
True. Thank you, man. But seriously, love that line.
And climbs up a tree. He turns back to look at the campsite, then seems to meld into the wood. Soon after, they hear his familiar cackle, only much further away.
As Guy's strange creature friend moves from tree to tree, I watch it carefully. I make special note of when it seems to dissolve in and out of the bark, trying to catch a glimpse of anything out of the ordinary so that I can spot others like it in the trees. I know that this one is Guy's only friend in this entire forest. I must know what to look out for in case more come.
I look around at the campsite. It appears it could accommodate us, but I wait for an official invitation before I get comfortable.
I go tend to the still warm fire, stoking it a little bit and bringing it back to life. I notice everyone standing around. I look around me at all of the new faces. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Let's get to know each other. I gesture to the dark one. Go ahead, sit.
I survey the campsite and find a good, comfortable space to set up on top of one of the fallen trees and prop myself up against another. I'm sure we all appreciate you letting us stay here tonight. My name's Syndra.
Thank you. I'm glad to meet you. Thank you, Sandra.
After Sandra introduces herself, I take a seat next to her. I look at Guy and introduce myself as well. Guy, I'm Sybil Silvertongue, and I appreciate your generosity.
Hello, Sybil Silvertongue. What a lovely name. Thank you for that.
Would you like me to create some food and water? I think that Varys here might have some meat as well. It could be quite a feast. I'm sure you're hungry. We're hungry as well. Very tired, of course.
Unstrapping the haunch from my pack, I raise the meat up towards Guy, an offering to our host. Do you have a spit that I might roast it on?
Yes, please. I'd love to indulge in something other than, well, what I've been trying to forage and put together here. It's been so long. Thank you so much, both of you. Yes, we can fashion that right over here. What was your name?
My name is Varys.
Good.
While Varys introduces himself to our new host, I create food and water. There's 45 pounds of food and 30 gallons of water.
Piles of beans, rice, and bread materialize onto a nearby blanket. Hollowed-out wooden pails fill with water, but most of it simply seeps onto the ground with nothing available to contain it. Small green sprouts instantly emerge from the wet ground.
I look at the armored figure standing stiffly. And you?
I am Golden Peebax. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Thank you.
Everyone formally begins to set up camp within the protective circle of trees and logs. Guy begins putting mushrooms and herbs into a teapot while the others begin unfurling their bedrolls and organizing their belongings.
I help gather kindling around in order to place it near the fire. These woods glow, but we still need warmth.
Peebax breaks off a long branch to be used as a spit and hands it to Varys before continuing to collect more wood.
I take the branch offered by Peebax and skin the bark with my knife.
Peebax kneels to collect some dead wood at the foot of a tree when the face of the wooden creature seemingly grows out of it, grins at him, cackles, and then simply melts back into the tree.
What the devil? Did anyone else see that?
What's that then?
That's my question. What was that? The thing?
What thing?
The face in the wood. The laughing thing over there.
Ah! Yee-hoo!
Okay.
I love to one of the taller fallen trees and take a place sitting on top of it so I can keep watch. So, Guy, how did you get here?
Yes, of course you'd want to know. Well, how about go ahead and make yourselves comfortable and I'll tell you, well, everything.
Your kindness is very appreciated, Guy. It's safe for me to practice with my instrument. I promise not to make too much noise, of course.
I grin and look at Sybil. Are you good or are you bad at it?
Am I good?
I love how blunt she is.
I certainly spend an awful lot of time practicing, and to be frank, I've never had a complaint.
I can vouch for her dexterity. And I give Sybil a look.
All right, we may have some company, but let's hear it.
Again, like, no one would ask a bard, are you any good with music? The first time Guy's met them, first time Toki's met them, she's not even fully aware that Sybil's a bard.
Yeah.
She just knows she can cast sleep.
And I figured how would this woman who's spent so many, years, and I mean, a gnome is, I think Guy is 420 years old.
Wow.
So at this point, she's not pussyfooting around. Are you good or bad? Don't waste my time.
Yeah.
By the way, this.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh no, because I'm gonna change the subject. So you go first.
Answering that question was interesting because, of course, Sybil wanted to be fuck yeah, I'm good.
Right.
She had to be gracious and
diplomacy.
at least pretend to be humble.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Never heard a complaint.
Right.
So the first time playing this campaign that I cried was when I got shot. Which was fine. It was just being in that moment of Guy. It was oh wow, this sucks. And the second time was during this, what's coming up.
Which made the rest of us cry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sybil walks to her pack and unstraps the violin
Get your
case,
tissues ready.
placing it on the ground.
I have a feeling that what Guy's about to say will be an entertaining tale for the future. I pull out my violin and I begin tuning the strings quietly as I can.
Sybil moves to sit on a log near the resuscitated fire opposite of Varys. Varys is slowly rotating a haunch of the elk-like creature on a spit above the flames.
I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but again, the whole it's the natural dialogue. Guy knows what Thor and I worked out beforehand what happened to her people in order to make her the lone survivor in the Feywild. So she knows what she's about to say is fucking heart wrenching. And here Sybil's this will be an entertaining tale for the generations.
Yeah.
La la la.
Yeah. And
She collects stories. She's
Yeah.
I'll fucking sing about this and make some money later. Sure.
Yeah, this will be great. One other thing, I really love the violin, the fire, the woods. I think it paints such a really.
Oh yeah.
I think everyone can imagine the imagery really easily. I was considering that scene as the movie poster as well.
Just thinking that.
Yeah, except it would have been a lot harder to hide character faces because I assume you're all around, the circle.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sure.
So there's that, and also the story. Did you just think about the most heartbreaking ways to lose your friends one by one into these nightmare woods?
Oh shoot, it was so long ago. I do remember telling that story, and oh my god, so I had these notes of each one and who, that's what it was. I had notes of each one and who they were. So I guess I took them out in ways that made sense, like the botanist, the one that had gone in a pod. You know, she was curious about the plant life, and so that's how she went. Yeah, I guess I had to. I'm not sure how long ahead of playtime I had to create the story.
A lot, because we thought you were coming in way sooner than you were, so we had to have
Okay.
all this stuff ready.
Okay, so I guess I must have had. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I must have jotted down something that I was reading from then. I must have.
I mean,
Yeah.
it must have been more than a jot down, because each one kind of occurs in such a heartbreaking way. I mean, the first one, he gets snatched up by the rock. That's, something they all can relate to, listeners can. But then you have the friend who gets half digested, whose cloak you use to keep the water out, because you have to, because it's a hardcore place to survive.
Yeah, that was part of that.
You have to then shoot at your best animal friend, who's in the stomach of the invisible creature. So that is hard, because you're shooting at your best friend to try to save them, who's already probably dead. And then that encounter leads to Ray getting poisoned.
That's what it was. There was all these things that had to make sense.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, I think Varys mentions, that I mentioned a white-haired lady. So there were these things.
We worked that out because that was a plot point later.
Yeah, there were these things that I had to include that had to make sense. And so that's why I think it seems so intricate, is because I had to tie a lot of things together.
Yeah.
And she asked me for some help for coming up with some of these things, like we were trying to figure out how we could include some in-game loot for them, which was unfortunately the remains of her lost friend up in that rock's nest, and they decided not to take any of it. But we wanted to include something, and some of that armor and weapons was magical. But out of respect for the dead, they decided to leave it. But when she was like, well, I had this troop of friends that I need to kill off in a certain way, I'm like, could I borrow one of those? So it creates a horrible loss for her, but also a potential through line to add magical loot for the party. If
Yeah, you had asked me for very specific descriptions of what they would be carrying.
Yeah, and so even though the first death of the party isn't as, isn't as gripping, it still paid off earlier, because if you hadn't put it together or not, that's the adventurer that they found in the rock's nest with the chainmail and the stuff whose body they didn't loot. That was Oka, the one in this story who was taken by the rock.
Yeah.
That may be hard to understand, I noticed, because Oka doesn't stand out as a name, so. But we'll see.
So again, tissue's ready.
Occasionally, drops of fat drip into the fire, briefly lighting up their surroundings. The smell of cooked meat wafts into the air, mixing with the earthy background smell of trees, dirt, flowers, and tea.
We're all so tired, and we've been through so much. I know what I have, and I can only assume what you have. So, I'd like to share something with you as we set up camp and relax here.
Relax.
There's a very nice custom amongst my people. We take these mushrooms
It's
here
called
and
getting high.
we brew a nice, relaxing, enlightening, very fun tea from them. Wait, would anyone like to partake?
I would not say no to your hospitality.
I graciously accept the tea from my host, and with a small nod of my head, I ask, does it have any special properties?
Well, yes, you'd call them psychedelic.
After he mentions
Yeah.
the potential of positivity, I decide decide it's in my best interest to not partake. Guy, you're very sweet, but unfortunately, I'm not able to indulge. I think it's important that I stay alert in an unfamiliar place.
No problem, dear.
After Guy lets us know the properties of the tea she's given us, I take out a vial from my poison kit and slip the tea into it.
I start with just a small sip. I'm uncertain of what the effects might actually be, but I don't want to be rude. I'll keep it near me as the story progresses.
Okay, so two things. One, it's funny that P-Bax is about to produce his straw, which was hilarious in-game, but also it's funny that right before the psychedelic experience, you hear the classic, like the sound of a bong, basically. It's him drinking the tea, but like you're about to go through this experience and it sounds just like someone taking a hit off of a bubbler or a bong.
Oh yeah, that was so funny.
Yeah, and sorry, it's a bit late. There's one more thing I wanted to say before that. I wanted to have the music stick with orchestral stuff that could theoretically be played in their time. However, this song's the only one that uses synth sounds as a way to try to represent the sort of perfect geometric shapes that you may or may not see while tripping on hallucinogens. So this is the only song that uses synthesized stuff as a way to kind of, you'll hear it, I kind of have them pop in and out left and right as the shapes that kind of form in and out and, you know, reach their planes and hit perfectly and then fade out because synthesized sounds are unnaturally perfect sounds. It doesn't occur in nature.
Oh, nice.
Here's the straw out of my sleeve and sip the tea next to the fire.
The effects of the tea begin to take hold almost immediately after ingesting it. The glowing lights from the plants, passing animals, starlight, and moonlight begin to quiver. Faint, luminescent trails begin to weave into color.
Oh, just Genotar, yeah, it gets meta. It gets real meta.
Oh, it gets more meta than that
here.
when we talk about Gen Con. So.
Oh god, yeah.
Pulsating geometric shapes. All five senses begin to coalesce into one unified sense of pure being, only to separate and rejoin over and over in a dance of perception and consciousness. The very concept of time begins to lose its meaning and become malleable as it extends and condenses into quickly passing time lapses and gentle slow motion. The surrounding woods and the flickering fire appear to expand and contract and sync with each breath P-Bax and Varys take.
As I sip on the tea, drawing it slowly through the straw, the world slowly melts away, and my companions become pure light. It's beautiful to behold.
As I listen to the tale,
If I remember correctly, you had both failed your Constitution saves, which is why you were affected by this. You failed a little harder than he did.
Failed in the best way.
Yeah.
No, didn't P-Bax fail the hardest?
He did.
Yeah, sure, why not?
But
For sure.
I have never experienced this kind of thing in my life, so I wasn't sure how to explain what they were feeling. So if I remember correctly, I asked them to describe it themselves. Because what do mushrooms do to you? I don't know. But it was really nice.
close my eyes and focus on the words, the feelings behind them, and I can see the story unfolding before me. And as I open my eyes to check on the roast, it's almost as if the characters, shadows of them, dance before my eyes until I rejoin the story when they close again.
I settle in, feeling the effects of the tea starting even now. I look around at all the faces, beginning to see the...
Sorry.
It's funny because, like, hearing this background music that you created, I hear the years of meditation music and like synchronization, beta wave, gamma wave, like it's all that's what you put into this like transcendental.
Oh yeah, you want it to be hypnotic.
Yeah.
If you can. Yeah.
That's friendly, and I smile. The effect of tea and friendship starting to erase the hardship that I am about to recall. I don't know how long I've been out here since, but maybe a week and a half or 2. We were hired by the elder of Azalea, Jasha. He wanted the fruit, and I also wanted the fruit. I didn't even need the gold, and, well, we were surrounded by wildflowers and ivy as we set out through this rich valley. We were happy and excited. Finally, we came upon the massive world wall. It was bigger than I could have imagined. It was cold and it was dangerous. We lost Oka there. This huge bird the size of... I don't know, it could have lifted a horse. It up and took him away. Just looking away for a moment. It was all we could do to hang on, and there was nothing we could do. The rest of the climb was treacherous and cold. That's when I realized we might not have been as prepared as we thought. We could die. Finally,
I just have to say again, such great voice acting, especially for being kind of on the fly. Really, really good job. It really, I think, sold this even more than the music and sound effects and whatever else. Like, just listening to it blink is still heart wrenching.
The quiver in your voice is really amazing.
Yeah.
The way you hold that, like, just barely holding it together emotionally as you're telling it. Yeah, it's really, really good.
Thanks, guys.
we reached the Everwood. The physics were off. Ogrim mentioned strange things, and we saw beautiful but very strange amalgamation of beast. Bioluminescent horns and wings, and things that flew that shouldn't, things that were there one moment and the next in a tree, quite like Hihu. So many of them are so beautiful even now, but so deadly.
Oh, the strings underneath too.
Another of my companions, we were traveling, and she bent to inspect this plant, and all of a sudden these vines just, they encircled her, they encircled us, but some pod formed around her, and it was the screams. By the time we freed ourselves from our struggles, all we found was her perfect robe and her half digested, dead. It's what I use on my tent there to keep the water out. We had
because I think cutting in will keep the tears from flowing a little harder. You had the really awesome idea of making that particular party member a grung, which grung are little frog people that secrete an oil from their skin constantly. Touching it can have various effects depending on the grung's colors. But you also came up with the idea of having that cloak around her waterproof cloak that made it so that her friends could touch her without touching the oil and without ruining the cloak, which is why it was not affected by the pod's juices and came out so perfect, which is why she's able to use it to keep the water off her in her shelter. And it was just all really, really well developed to create this awesome thing that you were able to use and take back and like a token of your friend, and it was just really well put together. Really,
Yeah.
really well thought out, Togi.
Thank you. I do want to say a couple things that I'm noticing that like this is a lot better. Yesterday we had a technical difficulty that kept us from getting the preferred sound here to listen to for the debut. And now with the headphones, I'm noticing we're hearing so much more richness to this. You can hear the screams better. You can hear all of that background stuff better. So I just wanted to note that. But I didn't want to interrupt, so I made a couple notes here. Paul had me doing the voices for the backgrounds, so you'll notice like at times we're talking in the background. And it's funny because like Guy's way just happens to be this weird rambling like and I when I did it wasn't and so like the direction on he needed background stuff, so the direction on the script said like conversational discussion tone or something like that, you know, like just conversational snippets, and this is what he got was just thing like oh yes and I what was it and then and then I wanted to touch on what happened with that whole speech, if that's okay, with the decision that was made overall.
I guess so.
Yeah, so you can hear, I mean, you've heard half of it. Guy's an older woman. She rambles, she doesn't always finish her sentences. And so upon the first listening, and this was months, maybe a year later after I had recorded this whole thing, Paul said this won't do. We can't understand it. People won't know what happened, who these people are. It just, it doesn't flow correctly. And so I think you came up with a script, or did I come up with a script to re-record the whole thing? And I was very, this isn't, you know, the spirit of the project. And I was very like kind of adamant that I don't want to do this, but I did it. And so you listened to it. I think you edited it a little, but ultimately we did go back to this original unedited, like, because you can hear like in this first half that we're listening to, there's a rare sniffles. They're not fake. Those aren't things Paul put in there. Those are real. Like I was actively crying during this, like imagining losing these friends. So that's my spiel for this part.
And I guess I should say we did end up using the original like ramblings from the game, but I had to edit out an important character part in order to make the flow work, just because of how the sentences were said. I had to edit out the fact that these adventurers were all kind of from like a college type thing. They were
I forgot about that.
They were knowledge seekers. So like one of them was a geologist, you know, one was a botanist.
They're all scholars.
They're all scholars.
That's why we were hired, is because we were part of this like pretty good guild, I think, from what the backstory was, where we were all very, very well known for our knowledge.
Yeah, but it took too long to describe all of the characters' occupations.
Yeah.
And
right, and two of them were muscle, and one of them like we knew personally, but that all got thrown out the window.
There was just a lot there that would have slowed the pacing way down, especially for this, you know, heart-ripping thing. And it was really, really a difficult decision because this is the character backstory, more or less. And it's pretty important. I think that going into the Feywild for knowledge, like, it is a twofer. You were going to have an adventure, get the fruit, save a village, while also researching this alien land.
Yeah.
I thought was really an interesting way to go about doing it, but just because of the way the pacing worked, it all had to be cut out. It works really well as it is. I mourn the sacrifice of that character development that couldn't happen at this point.
All things told, like, it was about a group of people that didn't exist in our story, so I think it was the right call. But at the same time, you did them such justice. I mean, I'll say it again. I cried for a group of characters that never existed in our reality or in our fiction.
Yeah.
Like, you fucking nailed it, man.
Imaginary characters talking about other imaginary characters, and then we find ourselves crying over them.
I've seen strange things beside hearing the giggling, the whispers of the fae folk, but this thing, a female off in the distance, long white hair, but anytime we tried to draw close, anytime we tried to run, anytime we tried to, as fast as we could never reach her. Ogrim disappeared after we watched that night. After that, just Ray, Gov, and I, well, we soldiered on, of course. Coco was my friend then. She was a giant raven, and we would fly together. Well, the three of us, she, Ray, and I, we looked for Ogrim the next day. Cove, I sent her into the trees to get a better look. Something struck at her. Nothing any of us could see. It was a translucent beast. It ate her whole. Yeah, he shot at it, but it became invisible. All we could see was her inside of it, and we had to shoot at her to hit it. Ray went after her, and he was able to kill it, but he was poisoned. I knew, but I couldn't help. As we continued, Ray got worse, and just eventually gave up and passed. That's what happened before I ran into you.
Alright. So, I had her lines. I recorded mine at the end. I was Ray throughout that whole adventure.
Oh.
So I got to. I just did random. I kind of just gave her prompts, not really like script words to say. Just like, oh, your friend is dying. What do you say? Your friend is being attacked. What do you do?
So I had all these just a list of things to act out that he would be using to intersperse through the whole thing.
Yeah, so I got to pick and choose her, lamenting a friend dying in front of her, and then kind of write my lines for that and act them out, which was a lot of fun.
Nice.
to be the dying guy. So I got to add in at just the right times the whole, Guy, don't let me die here. The pain, just fitting them in between her sobs as if they're having a conversation. We didn't act this out together. I recorded mine much later than her lines, but because I had those lines to work off of, I knew just what to put in and when to kind of weave this really heart-wrenching last part to have her last friend slowly die, painfully it sounds like, in front of her.
Yeah.
Which it was hard editing that and putting it all together, and it was my duty to make it as sad as possible, so I had to keep out-sadding myself, and it doesn't. Well, I don't feel great when.
Oh, thank you for that. I will say that I thought that was really. I wasn't sure who the voice actor for Ray was, but knowing the two, the fact that Coco was her animal companion, but it was still a member of the party.
Mm-hmm.
And the way Ray was so adamant about getting Coco out of there, that was really well done.
Yeah, that was that part of the editing was both fun, engaging, and well done, if I may toot my own horn. Just because, you hear the sword slashing with a simultaneous, kind of more organic slash attack on him. hear him saying like, bastard.
Yeah.
And just kind of like winding down after that. I just see him sort of like kind of limping away as Guy runs towards him, and we fade into later. We hear that the crackling of the fire on Ray's last, moments with Guy there.
I don't know if you want to share how you got there emotionally. That's up to you.
Well, I wasn't crying. I was just dying.
No, for Ray, you said that one line of like "let me die" or something.
Yeah.
You don't have to share.
No. Do you remember what I said? Maybe I don't remember.
Oh, you were saying about me being in the hospital IRL.
Oh yes. So yeah, I've had to care for Thor during some pretty hard times, like in and out of hospitals, and to like take that and remember what it's like to watch someone you love who you don't know if they're dying or not, or if they're gonna make it, if are they gonna die painfully, and why, and all that stuff. Bring that to it, but then also being the person who is dying, kind of to get the double view of that, and to know how to exploit the pain to kind of bring it.
Use what you know.
Yeah, use what you know, exactly.
I look around the circle, tears still lingering in my eyes.
Wait, you said Jaisha sent you? It's been 6 months.
What? 6 months?
You poor thing. Do you think you've only been out here for 2 weeks?
It's not possible. It's not possible.
It is very, very unfortunately possible.
I mean, what even is time?
My own cloak, it's amazing. My armor's so sparkly. I've never seen such things.
The party turns to look at Peebax, who is studying the back of his gauntlets. Varys grins and nods knowingly. Concerned, Sybil turns her attention back to Guy.
You poor thing. You believe that you've only been out here for 2 weeks, but do you want us to help you home? What would you like to do?
Jaisha was also the one that sent us out here.
Home? Jaisha? Jaisha sent you too?
Yes, it appears that upon your failure, or seeming failure, he enlisted our help.
He sent you to save us?
Not exactly. Chikora fruit and the source of the corruption.
Must have just forgotten about us.
I think he believes you were unsuccessful and therefore probably dead.
He believed you perished, my dear.
It's a reasonable assumption.
420 years old. 420 years old.
Yeah.
Pragmatic.
What a fucking line. I love it. It's a reasonable assumption.
Reasonable assumption.
Jaisha may not have sent us to rescue you, but it would appear that fate has.
Aww.
I smile at that.
Our desires align. We should join up. You poor thing. You've been through such terror.
Peebax realizes he is speaking to a nearby stump.
Oh, you're over there.
Gets me every time.
Wait, is that Guy or is that Guy? I can't tell anymore.
Yeah, it was. That was
Frowns
a
and
really
piggybacks on
good point
professionalism.
to do.
Well, it appears that fortune has brought us together. I'm very sorry to hear about your companions. It is a tragedy. A terrible tragedy, but, we would love your help to complete this mission. And perhaps when it's all over, we could make sure you get home safely. Is that something you'd like?
Yes, I don't want to be alone here.
That line
God.
was just delivered so perfectly
So well.
and hits me on my own, like, you know, flaws and insecurities and worries. Like, it is just a devastating hammer strike to my heart.
Yeah.
That line.
It's
That
so
freaking
earnest
line.
and real. It's really oof, yeah.
And to answer your question, Janitar, no, that was not a bad roll. That was someone suggesting that he might actually be talking to a stump as a joke, and we decided to run with it.
Yeah.
I think it might be in the blooper section, but yeah. Someone was just like, is he actually just talking to a stump?
Sure,
He is now.
Sure. You gotta have some levity. This is hard to listen to.
Yeah. And that's well placed.
Of course, you'll travel with us. Of course you will.
We will ensure your safe passage, my dear.
I look around at the others situated around the campfire. Are you all in agreement? May I come with you?
I'm sure we would be honored to have you join, especially if you would like to escape the Everwood.
Thank you.
Everyone can see that Guy is troubled and still in the middle of a living nightmare. A nightmare they have just stepped into.
Right.
The woods, though now peaceful, have a foreboding presence, as if hidden threats watch from behind every tree, waiting for the right moment to strike. Sendra nimbly hops from branch to branch to climb to a new vantage point, while everyone else prepares for bed. Elves require only 4 hours of sleep per night, and she welcomes the solitude. Though amicable through most of the trip, she must still exert willpower to fit in with the others, even more so in the Fey realm, the polar opposite of the Shadowfell.
You all get some sleep. I'll take first watch.
Thank you, Sandra. I appreciate you keeping us all safe. I'm gonna head to bed.
Knowing that we're under the watchful eye of my new friend, Syndra, I allow my cradle of leaves to engulf me as I fall into it.
I unroll my head and I get underneath my blanket.
Comforted by the thought of the company and the watch, I go into my tent and prepare to sleep.
As I take my watch, staying at the highest position of the camp, I ready my crossbow just in case.
The fire dims from neglect, but Sendra's vision isn't affected by the dying light. She welcomes the darkness and watches the nocturnal creatures and plant life cautiously reveal themselves and explore the forest.
About 4 hours into my watch, I look around, look over my party, and make the decision to wake Varys. I nudge him. Nudge him a little bit more. Wake up.
So for this part where he's talking about having, I think, the most vivid dreams, had I had time, I was thinking about having a dream sequence with Varys during his time with his tribe during the Blight attack, to kind of shove in some character development, or at least, some character backstory. But there just wasn't time, because that would have been quite involved. There probably would have had to have been music and action and like a lot of running away. So I decided not to. And there's another time when P-Bax is waking up right before the end of the movie. I was considering trying to weave in backstory in dreams, but I wouldn't know if that would be too obvious, if because I don't know about you guys, but I don't constantly dream about my past in informative ways. My dreams are often far more bizarre. So I could only do that once.
Exposition?
Yeah, dreams exposition. So I didn't, both as a time constraint and narratively. It would have been interesting to have heard that. Like, I want to hear the downfall of his village and him becoming this sole survivor. But the fact that it's a blight that's coming to attack Azalea, and Varys has definite personal ties to the blights. I would love to have brought that up, but it had to be cut for time.
It's your watch.
Oh, I was having the Most vivid dreams. Did you see anything?
I think I heard the rock as everybody was settling in.
The rock.
Are you okay to take watch?
Oh, absolutely. Sensing Syndra's skepticism, I kip up energetically to prove I am awake. See? I'm fit for watch.
Then take my seat. It's the best vantage point.
I will start there.
Varys picks up his bow and quiver before gracefully moving up to the highest point in the camp. Below him, he sees Syndra climb into her bedroll. Just as he begins to slip into a meditative state, something moves in the distance, which catches his eye before disappearing behind a tree. He isn't sure, but he believes he saw something. Something humanoid, with long, ground-length white hair. He orients himself to focus on the area where he sees the figure step between the trees before once again obscuring itself. He's sure he saw someone. Only this time, he was able to discern the raggedy dress upon its body.
I remember them from the story Guy told. What was it that they did? Maybe they didn't do anything. Oh wait, now I remember.
The mysterious being swiftly moves to another tree, looking directly at Varys the second before it vanishes from view.
Seeing her disappear, I remember. The last time Guy saw that figure was when one of her friends disappeared. I dropped down carefully from my perch and slowly move closer to where the figure disappeared.
Varys moves away from the camp and into the darkness, trying to stay quiet as possible. He comes to a dense patch of vegetation 20 feet away from the camp.
I peer through the foliage. I feel a strange tingle on the back of my neck. Maybe it's a spider, a drop of dew, I'm not sure. But as I try to reach back to investigate, to feel what it is, my hand doesn't move. My arm doesn't move.
Varys looks down to his arm. His hand is twitching with effort, but his arm will not raise, frozen in place.
I struggle and struggle against the freezing feeling in my limb until finally I can feel the back of my neck. Nothing's there. The feeling is gone. My motion is returned. I shouldn't be out in the woods. I have to get back.
What are you?
My body freezes, but this time through my own will, as I glance around to see what speaks.
Varys slowly cranes his neck to observe his surroundings, but the only creatures he sees are firefly-like insects, blinking and flitting from place to place.
I glance around, but I see nothing.
What are you?
What are you?
What are you?
Currently a bit frightened. And I glance around, still peering into the darkness to see what it is I'm conversing with.
Varys is fairly certain he's discerned the direction of the small voice. He turns to a nearby tree and looks behind it, finding nothing.
What are you?
Varys looks down to his feet and sees a minuscule, phosphorescent blue snail inching its way across an exposed root. He kneels next to it for a closer look. Its 3 extended eyes look up at him.
I'd be happy to continue the conversation, but would you join me at the camp? I don't feel it's safe away from the fire. Goodbye. I slowly begin stepping backwards, retreating back to the camp.
As he steps back, he bumps up against something large and furry.
I was so convinced, like from the moment Varys saw the woman with the white hair and decided to go follow her, I was so convinced we were losing you, man.
Yeah,
I was like, alright.
I was dead the moment I walked away.
Without giving too much away, when Varys' arm froze, That was not a failed save. That was a successful one.
Yeah.
But you have to know that something almost fulfilled you. So it's like, okay, instead of potentially his whole body freezing up, which would have been a failure, for just a moment, he struggles to move a part of his body before he can completely break through the enchantment.
Terrifying. In the dark.
As for the snail and the big thing coming up, that was just a little good fun. You know, not everything in the Feywild wants to kill you, but some things just want to mess with you.
Yeah, I get a sense there's a lot of mischief kind of wind into the Feywild.
Oh shit, yeah.
That wasn't there before.
I jumped forward, rolled, and leaped to my feet, facing the creature.
Standing upright before Varys is a tall, furry creature. Its strong arms ending in oversized claws. It stares at Varys with large yellow eyes. The beast points at Varys, falls backwards laughing, and instantly vanishes into the vegetation before Varys' eyes.
I see your tricks now.
I played that laughing creature too, I just remembered.
It's so good, like...
I won't be fooled a second time.
What are you?
Tired of your tricks. Good night.
They're all
My
laughing
turn.
at him.
Yeah, you can hear them
walking
all.
confidently.
And Tony, you know, he was the original blue snail. You know, as we were playing the game, he was, you know, asking John, "What are you?" And then he described in the end, he heard more voices like that laughing at him, like a group of them saying, you know, look at it, move. Like they were referring to Varys as an it, which I thought was interesting.
After climbing one of the protective logs circling the camp, Varys checks the site to make sure everything is as he left it. He then returns his watchful gaze to the woods.
Upon returning to camp, I decide it may be wiser not to investigate any further strange noises or sights from the woods beyond.
Why not?
Can I ask why you did go into the woods alone without waking anyone up?
That is a pertinent question, and I would like to know too.
Yeah, so, there's no good reason.
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah, like, I'm sure that in the moment there was something that made me feel like Varys would just, you know, like, take a few steps into the woods to see, is there anything that's really danger before I, you know, like, wake the party.
Oh, okay.
But, like, you know, it's the Feywild. He should have known better. You know.
Play it cautious.
Yeah.
Conservative.
It's your first time there. I can understand why.
Yeah, for first night in the Feywild, you gotta, you know, look around and find out.
Yeah.
Varys sits cross-legged, waiting for dawn.
Oh, I'm sorry, real quick. While Sandra was keeping watch, I explained that to her that she heard the call of the rock, which she mentioned in this when she woke up Varys. And when Varys, very close to the end of his watch, I told him that he heard the sound of twisting wood, crushing, and then the ripping of upturned earth as it sounded, because he had crazy good perception, that of a tree being uprooted and removed from the earth in a violent way.
Yeah.
All to set up what's about to happen next.
And also, that also reminds me about the rock. We had to play with language back in the rock battle because they're on cliffs, using cliffs as cover. And what are cliffs made of? A lot of rock. So we couldn't refer to them as rock or rocks because that would be far too confusing. So we have to keep describing it in ways without using the word rock.
Yeah.
Damn.
I feel something clanging against my shoulder in the morning. Oh, Varys. Good morrow to you.
And to you, Peebax. There's a commotion in the distance. It sounds...
Where?
Well, it's that direction. And I point.
Peebax awkwardly scrambles to his feet, extending his limbs to counterbalance the weight of the heavy armor as he rises.
How far?
Well, I'm not sure the exact distance. There's no immediate danger. But anything that can uproot a tree certainly poses a threat to us.
Peebax pauses, still foggy from sleep. He is not sure he heard Varys correctly, but sees the concern in his eyes. He quickly turns, cape billowing behind him.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Let's wake the
I
others.
thought you were raising your hand, sorry.
Ah, wait.
I am, but I wasn't.
Perhaps this is another trick.
The surrounding trees quiver as a massive shadow passes overhead. Moments later, leaves gently fall upon the camp.
What the hell?
That's an alarm.
That was I love that. I love that laugh. That was so funny to put that. It's alarmed laugh. Like, how do you do that? He did that.
What is that?
My friend, and I put my arm around Peebax and draw him close.
Yes?
In the night, the creatures of the woods played tricks on me. I am uncertain if this is another.
Oh, I see the same thing you do, Varys.
Peebax cranes his neck, spotting an enormous shadow overhead. When it is nearly above the camp, the silhouette splits, leaving behind a massive, gently rotating object. To his horror, Peebax realizes they will soon be crushed by a rapidly approaching airborne old-growth tree.
Oh dear.
To arms! To arms!
Great line. The return of the metal singer.
Yeah.
Do we want to continue the commentary through the bloopers, or should we just cut it there for late
It's
night
past
sake?
midnight our time, so.
I guess we can stop it, but I would like to say in the credits, the special thanks. One goes out to Izzy Aola, who is a fan and has been a big supporter and knew that Sybil, her main, weapon or whatever was a violin. And she often played it in the game, and I didn't have a realistic sounding virtual violin to play with, so I told him about this, and he offered to buy it, and he did buy it. So it's thanks to him. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Izzy.
Yeah. So very special thanks to Izzy, who allowed Sybil to have a convincing sounding violin in this. And the other special thanks was to Chris Rowan, who used to work for a company called Graphic Audio and has done a lot of sound design work and audiobook stuff. And he quit Graphic Audio, but through a special family connection, is able to make an audio drama on his own terms, on his own time. He doesn't have deadlines and stuff because he doesn't work for them. So he was able to produce the sort of audio drama of his dreams, which inspired me a lot. And I reached out to him through Discord, and we connected and we spoke, and he's a really cool guy. And he allowed me to peek behind the curtain of what I considered just this, like, yes, Genitar, yes. He allowed me to look at his work. I got to peek behind the curtain and see how he made these god-level recordings, and I got to ask him all these questions and just figure out what he did, see how he did it in detail. So that's why I had to give a special thanks to him. One, for letting me peek behind the curtain, and two, for sort of inadvertently helping to inspire Sonic Realms in the first place, because that really showed me what audio drama is capable of in the modern day with our modern tools, because a lot of people have misconceptions about it's all 1950s crappy, like mostly narration with a guy like hitting a horseshoe in the background and opening a fake door or whatever. But his was so immersive and had such interesting, cool sound effects. So those are the special thanks and why they're special thanks.
Thank you all so much for joining us.
Yes.
We understand this took so long. Thank you for sticking through with us.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, and Jenadar, to answer your question, there was kind of a graphic audio connection in that it inspired me, and I kind of wanted Sonic Realms I wanted to work with graphic audio because I really appreciated their work, and I thought if I worked there I could learn and become even better. So I kind of wanted to have the podcast be a simultaneous demo reel. So instead of going to college and doing all that stuff, I could just demonstrate that I knew what I was doing and maybe just skip ahead of all the debt and shit and just get a job there.
Tell us how you really feel.
Don't get me started. So I would get a job. I could say like, hey, I want to work with you guys. Check out what I did. And by the way, this isn't using the crisp, clear voice actors in a booth. These are people playing the game that I've tried to stitch together so I could like show you guys that I could improvise with this and blah 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 blah. And since then, I'm much more interested in developing Sonic Realms than working for graphic audio. I hope that maybe we can become esteemed colleagues, maybe work out a team up of some kind. That would be awesome. But
you can't take it from us now, people.
yeah, but for now that Sonic Realms has turned into a team, I have to see where this goes on its own.
Have a wonderful night, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes.
I'll type in the winners real quick one more time.
Yes. Thank you.
Also, thanks for sticking with us for so long, everybody listening. And if you love what you've heard, tell other people.
Yeah, expanding the audience is key right now.
Yeah,
So tell everybody that you can. Tell them to pass it on.
Yeah, if you think anyone you know would like this either as an interesting a take on role play, or just as an action fantasy movie, or as an interesting art piece, whatever, please just share it, because we feel like if enough people know, this could garner the support it needs so we could really like crank out episodes and increase our sound quality stuff and our equipment, because it is a bare bones operation right now. And if we just get some clout and some numbers to show, then people, numbers draw numbers. So if you can just help ping the signal, if you can, that would be most appreciated.
Yeah, so we can make more of this for you to enjoy.
Yes,
Right.
yes, that's
And
all
we
we
love
want
making
to do.
it.
Yeah, we would love to keep doing this.
Thank you guys for listening.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
And this about the prizes, we will get back to you with very soon. We'll contact all the winners to get your shipping information. We will get your prizes to you. Don't you worry.
Yeah. So thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
everyone. Thanks for listening.
Morning.
Good night, Kenzie.